Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency. Your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to someone that's going to fight for you, an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. I mentioned fight for you. They will advocate on your behalf, if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you need a team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with random individuals that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to personally deal with the IRS.
248-539-9797. We got our Super 6 coming up at 9:35. Also, in the 9 o'clock hour, we have Red Wing tickets to give away. 248-539-9797. Your thoughts, if anything changed in your mind about Michigan after the stories that broke yesterday, the Sports Illustrated story? Well, to make that decision,
I know you get excited about it.
It might have, I
know you get very excited about some of these things. It might have been a
little more difficult if you were saying there's no way this could happen. This could have changed your mind a little bit, because even great scholars like Robert Wanowski, in his column in the Detroit News today, says it keeps looking worse and worse for Michigan. And John, you even basically said if
it's not going in the right direction, that's for certain.
Yes. And if the stuff is true, they're in some big trouble. Now, the question is, we have to make sure that it's true. I don't know.
Yes, you got to make sure it's true. And you also got to, at some point, if it is, find out how far up this goes.
Correct.
And then determine what type of advantage they had in doing this, which will determine the penalty.
I don't know if that's going to even play a factor. I just think it's just breaking the rules, number one, and being there, and how deep the video and all that stuff, and if the spreadsheet is correct, if they actually spent money doing it. I don't think, because you can debate, and I don't think they're going to sit there and debate in the NCAA what the advantage is. I think that is just talking points between you and other people around a water cooler, so to speak. I don't think that has anything to do with the decision that's going to be made. It's going to be made with, did they break the rule? Yes. How did they break the rule? And that's what they're going to. That's what I believe.
Are you talking about what Ward does with the staff, or with what the NCAA does?
What the NCAA does.
Okay. Well, there's clear penalties for level 1, level 2, level 3.
Right.
And so if you're talking about,
and there's the one in the middle, which is level 2. That's why I think it's going to be a level 2.
Okay. So, but that goes to where in terms of how much of an advantage you think it got. So it is relevant.
Yeah, I guess. Let's go to Mike in Macomb. You're 97 won the ticket.
Hey, guys. How you doing here?
Hey,
just a couple things. I didn't hear on the earlier session of the show. The NCAA, and there's documentation I can follow up with, has literally stated that this practice is provides a small advantage to schools. It almost eliminated the rules 3 years ago. All public documentation, all easily accessible by all the Spartans, Buckeyes out there. So that's point number one. Point number two, Michigan hasn't had a chance to respond. So, Mike, to your point, we do need to let the process unfold a little bit here.
Right.
Let Michigan respond. And point number three, we had a gentleman that called in and he was talking about, well, if you can guess someone's going to pass on play action, that's a big advantage. Well, yeah, but John, 90% of that can be discerned through traditional game tapes. There are internet sites that provide this information. There's in-game experiences that can help steal signs. So what the NCAA needs to do, which makes this even smaller, is figure out, okay, what happened and what additional advantage did that give Michigan above and beyond the traditional techniques and the traditional sources they have to uncover a lot of this, sign.
True, but they also, I think some of it has to do with what they believe is the integrity of the game. Breaking a rule to spy on another team that you're not supposed to.
There's actually online some question as to whether or not they technically broke the rule. It gets very technical and deep. I don't even want to go into it. It confuses me.
Well, no. Let me, Mike. I am with you in regards to how much of an advantage, and we can discuss that. But whether or not the rule was broken, the rule was you can't advance scout on property for anybody.
Right. They broke the rule.
That's the rule. So that one's pretty cut and dry. There's
not
no
anybody
deep dive.
has to be paid employees, and we don't know if that happened yet.
Well, so that's where you're correct.
Anybody.
Is this
alien? Did he go to a game? Maybe. That was the news yesterday.
Is this a one-off? Is this a rogue employee that put together a spreadsheet? Who had access to that spreadsheet? Who was it that was at the games? Where did the money come from to send these people to games?
Right.
All of those things. have to be played out. We've got to find that information. And here's the other thing: is you're not going to hear anything from Michigan because Michigan hasn't heard anything from the NCAA.
Right? They haven't gotten a notice of allegation yet.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes most schools don't, but every once in a while, somebody will try to get in front of it and make some statement and say, "We, the best of our knowledge, this is not true, but we'll have further comment once we
Jim
get the
Harbaugh made his
allegations."
statement.
I'm talking about from the whole the school, not just Harbaugh. He didn't make any comment after yesterday, though, right? Did he?
No, he made as a comment, and same thing. He's going when asked about it, he can't say because they don't even know what the NCAA has.
Right. What's taking the
what's taking the NCAA so long?
I know, it's the stupidest question in the world.
Age-old question right there.
That's why it's going to, people are talking, well, what's it mean for this year? I don't think it means anything for this year because basically on the history of the NCAA, once they actually give an allegation, a letter of allegation or whatever it's called, school has 90 days to respond. And you do the math. I think the season's over in 90 days, isn't it?
Yeah. And even at that point, I mean, the NCAA, there's going to be a process that they follow, that Michigan follows, that any school that would be in a situation like this would follow, and it's going to take a long time.
Yeah. Now, the Big Ten, I don't know what kind of discipline they could, but if they determine that it's against the moral fabric of the conference and all that, now they could do something before the NCAA. I don't know if they will or think that they will.
If you believe that, yes, that this is
right. If they could, I'm saying what they might decide.
Yeah,
because if it's true, it is. I mean, spying on another team when you're not supposed to is
against the rules.
Right. Exactly.
Correct.
And what I mentioned in the morality of it.
But the question then is how important is this rule? Mm-hmm. What's the effect of breaking this rule?
True. Mac and Davidson, you're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, I just was wanting to make a comment as far as what I find more disturbing than anything is nobody's sticking up for Jim Harbaugh. It's like, oh, well, let's wait and see what the investigation's going to say. I call BS. Jim Harbaugh, his whole entire family, one of the most integrity-filled families in the entire state. They're just great people. Jim Harbaugh he's a phenomenal coach and a phenomenal human being. He don't need to be involved in some garbage like this. And the investigation will show that. There won't be any solid proof.
Mac, so far, the investigation that has been done, they haven't been able to come up with any evidence that links Jim Harbaugh knowing any of this information.
And
that was my understanding.
Well, your understanding is correct.
Right, so far, exactly. You're right, and that's been reported. And my point is, if the people who believe the stories in the paper in the Washington Post, if you believe that, then you have to believe
that he didn't know either.
That the findings from this investigative entity that we don't still know who paid for and gave it to the NCAA.
Who's the outside firm?
Yes.
Who started this investigation.
But if you believe them, then you have to believe all of it, right?
No, I don't think that's necessarily true because belief is a choice when it comes down to it.
Right. You can believe whatever the hell you want.
That's true.
And
I think it's being
the thing
hypocritical,
is,
though.
Every day we go, there's more and more details of how sophisticated this was. And now there's been a linkage of two coaches' names being tied to him. And it just is pivoting to me.
But there's no evidence that links them to it right now, other than a couple of text messages. But
them knowing how he was still obtaining this information. How he was getting that he was filming.
He's talked about the relationship that he had with them. It didn't say, I gave them this information.
I know. And they may not. He could have gave them the information. They didn't know the sources of where it came from in terms of how he obtained his viewpoint in sign stealing and helping the team on the sideline. That's still the biggest thing here.
Congratulations to Tim in Sterling Heights. He heard me say, I think it got a little harder, and he won a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox on Saturday night. Tickets on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We have Red Wing tickets to give away as well. We'll let you know how you can win them coming up next. Here's Chris Villar.
Brought to you by Auto Accident Attorneys Applebaum and Stone. The Monty Williams era of Pistons basketball begins with a loss. However, they did claw their way back into the game late with a big run from down 19 to down 1. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, and Isaiah Stewart combining for 22 in the final quarter to lead the rally, but they ended up falling 103 to 102 when Cade's final shot did not fall. Monty was impressed with their lack of quit. Yeah, the team did have 14 turnovers before halftime. Also, rookie Asar Thompson became the youngest player to ever have 5 blocks in his NBA debut, though he was 1 for 7 from the floor. As expected, the number 4 Spartans romped Hillsdale College at the Breslin Center 85-43. However, they did miss 9 free throws and gave up 17 offensive boards to D2 Chargers. Tom Izzo going to let them know about that. Also, former Michigan quarterback Cade McNamara says he plans to return to Iowa next season after suffering a torn ACL in their game versus Michigan State early this month. He had 4 touchdowns and 3 picks in 5 starts for the Hawkeyes. And Klim Kostin expected to return to the Red Wings lineup tonight after missing 3 straight games with an undisclosed injury. Coach Lalone wasn't sure about Jeff Petrie's status, and Alex DeBrincat is dealing with an illness and is up in the air for their game versus Winnipeg. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Ladies and gentlemen, you can win some Red Wing tickets. That's right. For tonight, the Winnipeg Jets. Come to Little Caesars Arena. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Wings take on the Jets. For tickets and more info, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. When you hear Gov say, who doesn't want free wings, be the 6th caller at 248-539-9797.
What's your favorite flavor?
Spicy garlic.
Love that drop.
Greg must not be a spicy garlic guy if he didn't pull that drop.
That's right.
No.
Mike in Dearborn, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the gentleman who just made the comment that the Harbaugh family had more integrity than anybody in the state. right after he just had a 3-game suspension for cheating.
Yeah.
Brilliant comment. Yeah, he's got more integrity than anybody else who served a 3-game suspension.
That's a very valid point there, Mike.
You know, it's those calls that I hate on this station, to be honest with you. It's just you're pivoting so far away from what we're actually talking about.
Right.
I mean, one of the big things that's hit me since these stories came out yesterday, I've always been open to, I'm not quite sure the level of sophistication that we know with what this guy was doing, Stallions. You know, somebody starts something first sometimes. They create a new method of analyzing things. That's what baseball analytics was based on. Somebody started it and they thought it was some idiotic nerd at first. Mm-hmm. And then it ended up being the way baseball went. Okay, maybe this guy, through all the information he was getting, there's a reason why he chose to also get this film on site, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason why he did it.
Right.
And when you combine everything together and his background in code breaking, you know, I believe there's actually a like counting cards element to this almost. To where
because he seems like a Rain Man type of guy.
Right. If he's a genius in this and he has devised this way to how a team rotates their signals or uses their signs on the sideline, and he has created this. I'm just open to the idea that this thing could be a little bit more grander than where we all, you know, if he's what if he's an innovator, but he happened to be using the extra material to make him great at it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the fact that he's got a 500 and 600 page manifesto on Michigan football could tell you right now the guy's a whack job.
And so you start doing this, and maybe they start letting him do his thing, and he's breaking codes. I'm not going to be gullible enough to think at some point the coaches come back to him. Some coach comes back to him and says, "Wow, you're good at this. How are you doing this? Can you kind of show me what you're doing?" I'm open to that right now, and I really feel since yesterday, as a Michigan fan, this is pivoting in a bad direction. and they're probably going to be penalized more than the actual act deserves. I just feel in the end there's going to
Why?
I don't want this season to be in jeopardy if they win a national title and then eventually they take the fall for it.
Why would they be penalized more than they deserve?
Because that's how this world works sometimes. And now you have journalistic outlets coming from multiple angles looking. You've put the target on your back. Your coach acknowledged that there's a target on your back. You've got a very sensational story here. Sign stealing, cheating. These are headlines that sell. So Washington Post shows up now. Now in SI.com. Is the Wall Street Journal coming next with more? And I also think somebody's talking within the program that typically doesn't happen at Michigan. It doesn't fit their PR agenda. And it feels like somebody has an agenda here that's been speculation.
Maybe Stallions was supposed to pay one of his interns and never paid him.
Yeah, you know what? You can go back to the it's slipping my mind. The Manziel documentary, where he had the guy with him the whole time when they were making money on his autograph. And Johnny Manziel left him and dropped him dead. Well, that guy, his friend, was a very good source in that document. Right. People turn their backs on people, and it creates a motivation for other people to talk.
People flip all the time. Look at Trump's lawyers. They're flipping like crazy. I mean, that's what people do.
I mean, I just feel
Look
like...
at your guys' takes. They flip all the time.
Exactly. 248-539-9797. There's a former NCAA coach, Bob Stoops, who was asked about this when he was on a radio show in Oklahoma. So let's listen to former Coach Stoops as he was on 98.7, The Sports Animals. And what does he think the NCAA will do about this? Now, I still want, Deion, Brady Quinn, I'm still waiting to hear, and I'm sure they're out there, I just haven't seen, real football people who agree with you and not with me as far as the amount of advantage it goes.
It's minimal.
Right, So
and there's rules in place, there's penalties in place for breaking those rules. And now there's, in terms of this rule in particular, there's some ambiguity as to what the penalty is. but you could start, minimal advantage, where is the advantage? That's where I think you start to determine, what is the issue and how will it be addressed.
Right. Then what we need to talk about in terms of punishment is proportionality. The punishment should be proportional to what the advantage gained is. John, minimal advantage should that not be minimal punishment?
Yeah.
So that's what they have to figure out. But what level is it? Is it level 2 or is it level 3? Now, the problem is, and I mentioned this yesterday, is let's say they determine it's a level 2. Well, Harbaugh's already been suspended for, it was self-imposed, but it's probably going to be a level 2, correct?
Again, it's waiting to hear what those allegations actually are. I don't know that they've even been notified of those.
Right, but it's not a level 1. But when you combine maybe 2 level 2s or even a level 3 and a level 2, they might say, all right, that equals level 1. Because we don't know what the NCAA is going to do.
We also live in a world where people are proportionally punished all the time.
Yes.
I mean, people who did drugs 20 years ago, that are borderline legal now, right, and they're in jail for a lot longer than somebody killed somebody drinking and driving. That's the world we live in.
Right. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for
we're
that.
We're going to all of a sudden do the right thing because it's Michigan. This isn't the real world we live in.
So let's strive to be in that world.
Greg, you're living a lie.
What happens?
You're living a lie that the Wolfpack is coming. If a Michigan fan can't see that the Wolfpack's coming to take them down right now, you're living a lie. We can argue how much they should be punished for this or not and what's right and wrong. We don't live in a right or wrong world. Michigan put a targets on its back. It rubbed the NCAA the wrong way. Harbaugh has ticked off a lot of people on his path, and he's paying karma's price right now, whether you should or you shouldn't.
Then this season is 2022 Kansas basketball when they had those level 1 allegations screaming down their neck, and you know what? They were wearing rings, and they still are. And Kansas basketball fans, they're taking it, and they like it.
Bob Stoops brought that up. This is why maybe you don't self-impose anything on you, and you let it play out.
Just like you would.
I agree with that.
That's why
Harbaugh should have fought.
The Pack never came after Kansas that hard. The Wolfpack they're on alert right now. All these media outlets are going to dig and dig and dig to find anything that they can put on top of this. This is how it works. This is a sensational story with one of the best teams that's going to be in the college football playoff. And my prediction is this thing is just about to blossom into something even bigger as we move into November with these big games going.
And you know what? There's no sign stealing in the big games. If they win them all, they'll still win the national championship if they win them all.
Yeah.
And you know what? And it's like we said about, do you think Louisville fans really are that upset that their T-shirts are void or that the banner's not there? No. They thought they consider themselves national champions.
Whose allegations against them were worse, Kansas or Louisville?
I know.
Look at North Carolina with their academics for all this
exactly.
time. Look at the Blue Bloods. I don't know if they can be taken down. Michigan's a blue blood in football, but you've got this dynamic with Harbaugh that I just think's a little bit different.
248-539-9797.
Hey, Detroit, I don't know about you, but this fall, I want my pumpkin cold brew to be cold and my showers to be hot. That's why I call my favorite team over at Carter's Plumbing. Carter's will come to your home and they're going to turn that ice water into boiling water by replacing your traditional water heater or installing a brand new Navien tankless water heater. Carter's Plumbing is the industry leader in water heater repair and replacement. So you got to do what I did. You got to go to callcartersplumbing.com today, and their licensed technicians will come to your home, and they're going to keep your water running hot and your pockets full. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today. That's callcartersplumbing.com.
Hey, it's truck season at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country. And that means Sarah Whalen has a huge inventory of brand new Silverados ready for you to test drive, take home today. The legendary Silverado has so many great features, like 13.4-inch diagonal infotainment touchscreen that provides a command center at your fingertips. And with things like the most functional bed of any pickup and the impressive Turbo Max engine, you'll be Silverado strong wherever you go and whatever you do. Hurry in for truck season at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. Two four eight 539-9797. What a surprise. We got a lot of people want to chime in on this. Let's go to TJ in West Bloomfield. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's going on, Stoney and Jason?
How are you?
How's it going?
Pretty good. Just listening to what you guys were saying about this whole Harbaugh debacle that's going on. To me, I think the biggest factor, and mind you, I have no bias on this. I think they're going to have to find what hurt the integrity of the game. I think that's the part to me that's going to be the biggest variable with the punishment, because if Michigan wasn't the #1 team in the country, I think this would be a little bit easier for the NCAA to tackle. But since they are, you have to look at those certain games and certain situations where did you know or not know if Harbaugh had a potential advantage? And I think the severity of that is going to determine, how far they take this punishment. What do you guys think?
I think that has something to do with it. I just think that the bottom line is they broke a rule, and they have to figure out right now whether what we got yesterday, whether Michigan itself, the football staff, depending on what level, but definitely a level above Stallions, knew about this and was basically endorsing it and paying for it. If that stuff that was in that Sports Illustrated article, or the Washington Post, is correct, then they will, I don't know the penalty, but there will be heads will roll over that, because that's institutionally controlling that. And we don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I mean,
but if it's true, you even agree they'll be.
It's not head. I agree. It's not heading in a good direction.
Right.
And
no, but you agree if that's true, that if it was sanctioned by the football department, then there's got to be major penalties, for whether internally or externally.
This is if you go up the food chain, all right, and this doesn't stop at Connor Stallions,
right,
but it goes above that, and there is an assistant coach that knew or somehow was able to direct funds to make this happen,
right,
then yes, it increases.
Correct. So I want to. Bob in Milford, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good.
Hey, good. Thanks for taking my call. I wanted to really hone in on some of the anecdotal versus the data-based evidence that's been being slow-rolled through this whole process, right? And over the span, right? Not just in this topic, but let's maybe take a step back and look at last year, right? Mozzie Smith, pending felony gun charges, X, Y, and Z, right? Don't need to unpack all that. But he still went on the plane and played that day. There's no institutional accountability that's been instilled in this program throughout the year. So my point with bringing this up is seeing Connor Stallions being suspended immediately as the story drops, essentially within a day or so. I find that very telling that the institution either didn't know or they know they got caught, right? And so whether it be made to light and they're like, hey, we got to get him out of here, we can't have him around right now. Hey, I think that's very telling, instead of doing the, no, make me, no, force me, no, push me to let's stand up on the line and let's duke this out, right? And so that's an organizational shift from previous situations. Would you agree?
Yeah.
And the other point too is with the Penn State versus Ohio State tickets not being used. I think that's also them telling on themselves, right? Knowing that they were doing something wrong, and they said, hey guys, whoever those scouts were, the cadre, the vast network that were supposed to be there, hey, you're not going to be paid this time for doing this, so don't show up.
Or that's at least Connor Stallions telling his buddies not to show up.
Right. One or the other.
Yeah, maybe because Connor Stalions got the note too. Hey, you're not being paid for this anymore. Or
Well,
hey, they
he
cut
got
off.
the note.
And
He got the note that said, "Don't show up to work."
exactly. Yeah. Case in point. And so I think that's also a very telling point of anecdotal evidence. Now, the other thing too, and so I'm in a profession where data, we make data-based decisions, right? And we heavily rely on data over gut decisions. And so you're looking at the data that was presented a few days ago from Mr. Lamb about all these top teams across the spread in the same year span, the last 3 years versus the last 3 years before that, right? And so I'm sure you guys are very familiar with it. Tell me if you're not.
What, point spreads?
Yeah, beating the spread, right? So
that has nothing to do with
I don't
this.
think that has anything to do with it. Well, they either broke the rule or they didn't break the rule.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with
No,
it. Did
I'm not
did
gonna-
they cover? Were they a good team or a great team because they covered the spread?
No,
That
that's
has nothing
irrelevant.
to do with it.
John in Sterling Heights, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Got a couple of things I want to say. First of all, when I heard the radio listening to the conversation, I think one of you guys mentioned something about the knowing the plays ahead of time would have a minimal effect. I think that's what one of you said.
From my experience, yes.
From his experience as an
My
actual
experience as a
football player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I find
What's your experience?
It's just that
What's
how
your
many
experience?
offensive how many?
What's your
listen to me.
experience?
Let me talk.
Okay.
Let me talk. How many offensive plays does a team have?
It depends on the offense. Like they
could have 80. They could have 100.
Give a ball.
They could have 200. They could have 4.
Right. And as a defense, you can kind of guess what they're going to do based on game film and situation. But if you're stealing plays, you're narrowing it down to one. You're narrowing it down to one play that they're going to run, and probably 99% that's the play. That's a huge advantage.
Okay,
That's
so
a
does that
huge
mean
advantage.
that you automatically go out there and then that you win that play?
I would say probably 80% of the time. You have now. Let's say it's bad weather. Of course not. And let's say somebody on your team makes a mistake, they slip. Of course not. But I would say
Or I'm just better
75 to
than you.
80% of the time. But I wouldn't say it's minimal.
But
I would say it's a moderate advantage.
So then I still ask you, what's your experience?
Of what?
Of what? I've been in the situation.
I played high school football, so
Okay,
it
that's
gives me some experience.
Okay, good.
So I'm just saying. I think it's more than a minimal advantage. But anyways, one other thing I wanted to say really quick, guys, and I hope this all comes to nothing with Michigan. I really do. And this is something that nobody's talking about as far as penalties. What happens if? And tell me if this is possible in your opinion. What happens if the NCAA says, "We found you guilty. We found this one high. A lot of people knew about it. The penalty is every team that you scouted, that you played, you lose the win." You think that's something that could possibly happen?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but it could. You never know how the NCAA works.
I just want to say something. He used the word probably. Okay? Probability.
Right.
Predictability. That's what this is all about.
Right.
He's increasing their advantage mathematically. It has nothing to do with X's and O's. That's why I kind of brought up the whole card counting, the baseball analytics. This was all, I'm going to shade my outfielders this way because the hitter's probably going to go there. That's kind of why I'm really starting to wonder if this thing's a little bit bigger than we think. Now, I don't know if it's illegal, other than you obviously film on site,
Right.
of coming up with a new mathematical way to predict plays.
Right. Well, I don't think anybody's ever saying that just because you know the play, you're definitely going to, stop it or whatever. That obviously doesn't happen. But it is an advantage if you do indeed know what play is coming. Doesn't mean it's going to help you, but you do know it.
But if John tells a player across from him like he did in the past, but he says,
do.
"Hey, we're going to run a flea flicker here," they're not going to believe him.
Right.
Right. Do you believe it or not?
But you have to
Here's the
understand.
snap count.
But just because you are
Man, he wasn't lying to me that time.
just because
Damn it.
just because you're better than the person you're up against and you told him where the ball was going doesn't mean if he knew the play, that doesn't make it right just because you still kicked his ass, right?
I don't know. I got lost in that one there.
Okay. Let's say the Iowa guy you always tell the Iowa story, okay? Let's say they knew the play.
Yeah, many plays.
Okay,
Yeah, many.
Whatever. They knew
Many
the
teams.
play. They knew they knew the play. You told them what the play was, okay? That doesn't mean that they didn't have an advantage because they knew the play. It doesn't mean that they were going to stop the play, but it is an advantage to know the play.
Right. So that's where and I didn't say it wasn't an advantage.
Okay.
All right, don't put words in my mouth. I said it was a minimal.
Okay.
Minimal.
Now, this Iowa story, was this 97?
Yeah.
You nearly lost that game of all the games on the schedule. Did you almost cost your team the national championship?
That's just because John gave away the plays. John gave away the plays.
Still won.
97,
Won them all that year.
97 won the ticket. Two 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, for the one, the only, the Super Six. Here we go. All right. This week, there's been some change. There were a lot of losses last week, right, John? There were some losses, some teams that might be entering the Super Six for the first time. All right, here we go. Here is mine from bottom to top.
Okay.
They lost to the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday night. It was a pretty close game till the very end, or till the last quarter. I'm going to have the Miami Dolphins still at 6 with a record of 5-2.
Okay.
At 4.
Wait a second.
At 5, rather, excuse me. The Seattle Seahawks. The reason I have them ahead of the Lions is because they beat the Lions. It's really the only reason.
So you don't have the Lions on the Super 6 at all?
No. I mean,
okay.
I got the Ravens, partly because they blew out the Lions.
They're at 4?
They're at 4.
Okay.
At 3, also with 2 losses, the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
At 2, I have the Philadelphia Eagles. They beat a pretty good Miami Dolphin team. And at 1, I have the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
Even though they lost to the Lions, they seem to be getting their act together. That's my Super 6.
So the only one that you and I disagree on is I have Detroit at 5, and you've got Seattle there.
Yes, because they.
That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody else is the same.
Oh, really?
I've got Miami at 6. I've got Baltimore at 4, San Francisco, Philly, and Kansas City to round out the top 3.
Okay.
So it's I mean, you get this far down the road and you start to get an idea a little bit more of what teams are, and then you can look and say, well, okay, Detroit got smoked by Baltimore.
Right.
What does that mean? Where does that fall? And then you look at Seattle and you say, well, they lost at home to the Rams to start the season, and the Rams aren't a great team right now. So you start to try and figure out what these teams are. And as we get down the road, there's probably going to be teams that may lose and never even drop in one of these Super 6s, because you're looking at right now we've got 7, 6 for
Right.
Seattle because they had a bye week, 7 for other teams. But then you start getting to week 11, 12, 13, and a team may lose and never drop because you know so much more about these teams.
Correct. So that's good. We were pretty much on the same page except for one. And like I said, the only reason I have Seattle ahead of the Lions is because they beat them.
Yeah.
Head to head.
I get that. And Kansas City, I mean, if we're going that route, you would say, well, Detroit should be above Kansas City.
Well, but Kansas City only has 1 loss, so the Lions have 2.
But you get down the road here, and I think you understand what I'm talking about in terms of what teams really are. And I think Kansas City, every single week, because of the new group of receivers and the addition of, was it Hardman?
Yes, he's back.
That's back. That Patrick Mahomes is adapting to who they are, what they are, and what they can do.
Right. Now, if the Lions would have lost in, a close game, they might be back in the Super 6 in my estimation.
In yours?
Yes.
Yeah, mine, they're there. And Philly, just like I talked about Patrick Mahomes,
right,
adapting, Philly, I think, is starting to get better. Their coordinators are understanding more the rhythm of calling offenses and defenses. And I think that was a bigger change for that organization than most people wanted to admit going in. Offensively, you got almost everybody back.
Especially offensively.
Yeah, but now you have somebody else calling the plays, and it changes, and you've got to adapt as a play caller and as players.
No doubt about it. And that's why they're playing really well, but I still think Kansas City's number 1. And San Francisco, who knows about Purdy for this week? Sam Darnold might be the quarterback, and they lose another game. They could be out of the Super 6, which I'm sure will devastate them on the West Coast.
Yes. All our West Coast listeners, which we have some.
Yeah.
But losing 3 in a row for San Francisco is not something that I thought, 2 in a row, okay. You lose to Cleveland 2 weeks ago. I didn't think they would lose to, P.J. Walker?
Yeah.
As a quarterback, I thought they would find a way to win that game.
You thought that kicker would make a kick.
I did think that Jake Moody would not miss a 40-yarder. And then losing at the Vikings, I just didn't see that back-to-back. And I know they're playing the Bengals, and you can say whatever you want about the Bengals. It's at home. I don't think there's a way that they lose 3 in a row. Is there?
I don't know. It depends how good the quarterback plays.
Yeah. But that's where I'm at in regards to like San Francisco. I just don't see them, and I wouldn't 3 weeks ago have thought that we would sit here talking about them possibly losing 3 in a row.
I know.
Is the best team, the most well-rounded team in the NFL.
I mean, some people crown them Super Bowl champs after week 2 or 3.
Yes, or division champs.
San Francisco got to get back to playing defense.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was everybody wants to talk about the Purdy picks.
Right.
He's not played well.
No.
Their defense was terrible last week. I don't know. They just didn't show up. Here's mine. I've gone actually full circle and almost went back to last season. The best 3 teams in the NFL last year at the end of the year were the Chiefs, the Eagles, and the 49ers.
Yeah.
My top 3 are the Chiefs, Eagles, and 49ers.
Same as mine.
Yep.
I then have Baltimore,
Same as mine.
the Lions,
Mm-hmm.
Miami.
Yep.
I think it's a clear 6.
You and I see things clearly.
Right.
And Jacksonville is sitting there knocking on the door, but they don't have any big wins.
I have Seattle instead of the Lions because they beat them, and I think they're really good.
I just can't leave the Lions out. They have a big win. They beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. On the road.
You're right.
Seattle beat the Lions on the road. So,
Yep.
I mean, well, it's only 1 week difference, but that's basically, flip a coin. It's close. And like I said, these lists are fluid. They'll all play out, especially like you said, if San Francisco loses
3 in a row. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, that would take them right off the top 6 for me.
And Philly, on paper, you think, they'll beat Washington, right? Washington always gives them trouble.
Washington does it. Well, they went to overtime, not double overtime. You can't do that. But they went to overtime, and everybody could talk about Ron Rivera not taking the win or not taking a shot at the win at the end of regulation. But, yeah, I mean, they are a team that does take them to the brink.
If Pittsburgh beats Jacksonville, when do we start talking about the Steelers possibly entering one of these weeks?
No.
Okay.
No.
All these teams after, I believe mine and John's 6, not yours.
Okay, well, there's only one difference.
Is that there's something dynamic to them that all the other teams are missing.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about a team that could work its way back into before Pittsburgh does, it would be the Buffalo Bills. Would work its way back into the Super 6. Pittsburgh, I just don't see it. It's going to take a lot more proving with, Kenny Pickett and what he can do as a quarterback.
Buffalo will get their chance to get in the Super 6 tonight. They play Tampa
Bay.
Go to 5-3. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, as many as 16 to 20 people have been killed, and as many as 50 others were wounded after a mass shooting broke out at a bar and bowling alley on Wednesday night in Lewiston, Maine. Now, officials have urged residents in Lewiston and surrounding communities to shelter in place. Police have named Robert Card as a person of interest. A massive manhunt is underway. They also are now reporting that he may have crossed into Massachusetts and is believed to be driving a Chevy Suburban. So there are so many people, law enforcement agencies, that are involved in this search. And this tragic event marks the 565th mass shooting of the year and also the most deadliest. Well, workers at Michigan Assembly, Kentucky Truck Plant, and Chicago Assembly are excited, I'm sure, to get back to work now that the UAW and Ford have reached this tentative agreement. Of course, the agreement has to go through the ratification process, but this puts an end to the strike, which lasted 41 days for Ford employees. So the UAW members will now vote to approve the deal. I'm guessing it's going to get improved. There's a long list you can see of what's included in this deal. It sounds great. Of course, if it doesn't get enough yes votes, it's basically back to where we have been for the past almost 6 weeks. So Ford is very excited. They're excited to get this deal underway, and hopefully now this means GM and Stellantis will follow suit. A Troy man was arrested for drunk driving after police spotted him peeing in a gas station parking lot last weekend. So on Saturday, Troy police were receiving a lot of reports of somebody driving really erratically on I-75 right near Big Beaver Road. They were able to spot this driver.
What exit is that again? Off of 75?
I would be 69.
Oh,
Yes.
so was it in that area?
It was right in that
Okay.
area, yes. The driver did pull over at a gas station, and that's when he was witnessed kind of very unsteady on his feet, and then also he just decided to pee right there by a gas pump.
Well,
and
gotta go.
Yeah, so when the driver pulled back into his vehicle, back onto Big Beaver, that's when he was pulled over, and not only did he smell of alcohol, but he had multiple half-empty and empty beer bottles just kind of rolling around inside of his car. So he was busted. Ooh, also busted. Remember those guys that were caught in that fishing tournament cheating scandal
Yeah.
where they put weights in all their fish so that they'd win? Well, one of the men involved in that scandal is in some new trouble. Chase Kaminsky is now facing poaching and other charges after being accused of taking several antlered white-tailed deer after shooting hours or out of season and without a valid license. So
Yeah, because he wasn't allowed to have one. They took back his license.
They were saying, though, that this has been happening for a period of about 8 years. So this is not something new. Last September, he was sentenced to 10 days in jail. He was also sentenced to 1.5 years of supervised release for the fish cheating scandal. He also had to forfeit that expensive fishing boat he had. Well, then it also is saying 8 months before the fishing scandal, he and his son were charged after being accused of passing out fake $100 bills. So this guy sounds like he's cheating the system everywhere he can. Man, geez. This is pretty interesting. A study found that listening to your favorite songs can work as an actual pain reliever. So there's been a lot of studies on this. Like there were studies like if you were to hurt yourself and you swear. I remember a study on that.
If it makes you feel better.
Yeah, swearing actually alleviates your pain. I'm taking notes for when I'm about to have this baby. I'm going to be swearing and I'm going to be playing my favorite music.
Just don't direct it at Colin.
Oh, well, I can if I want to.
I'm not going to say that. I'm thinking you can.
And there's nothing he can do about
Yes.
it. That's the thing. Anyway, so researchers had people listen to music
Sorry,
while
Colin, I
they
tried.
applied heat to their arm. It wasn't enough heat to actually burn them, but enough to cause some pain. And basically they had these volunteers listen to different types of music, and it was the music that they liked and loved that actually alleviated the pain. If it was new music that they'd never really heard of, it didn't
hurt more?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like listening to Carrie Underwood.
Oh,
It just hurts all the
I don't
time.
get that one.
Me neither.
That one I don't get. I think she's great. Every time I see her on the football, the ad or whatever she does her song for.
The opening for Sunday
Well,
Night
Sunday Night Football.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Sunday Night Football. She's amazing. She looks amazing. First off, every time I see her, I'm like, God, her.
I have no problem with the way she looks. She does look great.
I know, but
yeah.
she sounds great too. She's got the whole
If
package.
you like nails on a chalkboard, sure.
Yeah.
Oh my God. There are certainly worse people.
There's a lot. Lots worse
I know.
than Carrie Underwood.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather.
There you have it.
Make it stop.
Hey, congratulations to Ron in Weberville. He won the Red Wing tickets because he was the correct.
Was that WRON?
Ron. I have this friend named Ron who doesn't. You heard Gov say, "Who doesn't want free wings?" Ron heard
He's a
that.
spicy garlic guy.
So he wins a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings. The Red Wings take on the Winnipeg Jets tonight at Little Caesars Arena. For ticket and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com today. All right. Gator will be here for the $2 Grand Slam, among other things. 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, I'm a big fan of my friends at Straith Orthopedics because they're the experts at affordable, minimally invasive hip and knee replacements. The at Straith are highly trained in treatment for the hip and knee, including minimally invasive treatment, stem cell, and robotic joint replacement. They're the best of the best and can get you on the road to living a life free from pain. But the best news is you don't have to take my word for it. Straith Orthopedics has tons of glowing reviews from current and former patients. Here's an example given by Dan. He's visited Straith Orthopedics 3 months ago for a hip replacement. Now he has zero pain, increased flexibility, and his back and knee pain vanished. Dan says his follow-up has been off the charts, and he'll recommend Straith Orthopedics to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Take it from Dan and so many others. If you're suffering from joint pain, don't delay. You deserve to live a pain-free life. Consult the experts today and get back to your old life, going for walks, playing golf, whatever it is, but you're able to do it pain-free. Call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or schedule online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
Hopefully the Cat will be playing tonight. I know he was feeling a little under the weather, so he was not at practice yesterday. And it's obviously a optional skate before the game today, so it'll probably be a game time decision. Maybe Newsy will let us know, but he's obviously been unbelievable. It's the year of the Cat. The Pistons last night, they lost the game 103-102.
Mm-hmm.
They played pretty well, all things considering. You're on the road playing a team that was in the NBA Finals last year, and you did fall behind by like 19 points
in the second half, yeah.
But you did not, pack it in. They battled back. Cade Cunningham played really well, and I think one game, there's things that I really liked and there's things that I didn't like, and I think they need to figure out a way to space the floor better if they want to have better outside shooting. Joe Harris only took 2 shots. Burks didn't take that many more. And with Bogdanovich out, those are going to be your primary three-point guys. I mean, Cade's going to take some threes. He was pretty good at it yesterday, but I don't think he's going to be a dependable three-point shooter. He needs a second banana, and Jalen Duren is, I wouldn't call him, so to speak, number 2 on the whole list. But he keeps getting better and better. And he had to sit out earlier in the game with foul trouble. He got 2 fouls early, and he still ended up with, 17 and 14?
Yeah, he was 8 of 11 shooting.
Yeah.
1 from 3 from the line. The other thing that I think is interesting, I don't know, and I'm trying to remember a couple of years ago, I think we've talked about this when, in Cade's rookie season. He scored 30 points, shot well. It didn't go to the line once.
I know.
And so it's, I don't know that it's, hey, maybe he needs to be more aggressive. It's something that's interesting after one game that we did talk about 2 years ago.
Right.
Let's just keep an eye on that to find out, what is it that is causing that?
He did take it to the hole a few
Sure.
times. And I know because I saw some of Monty's press conference. He said some of the players were a little frustrated with the officiating with the calls. And, he said, you just have to get away from that. Just play.
Yeah.
You're going to get some because they didn't go to, as a group, look at there was a massive free throw differential. And even though the Pistons only went to the line,
15 times.
Yeah. They missed 6 free throws, right?
Yes. As opposed to 26 times for the Heat, and they missed 5.
Yeah.
If there was one thing that I would say, you improve one thing and then you take a step back on something else. But if there's one thing that they could improve upon, and they kind of did throughout the course of that game, second half was better than the first, is the turnovers.
Oh, yeah. First half was a joke. I mean,
14 turnovers.
Thought it was like a bakery. All the turnovers you could buy. I mean, it was ridiculous. I mean, they go down the floor, turnover.
Thank
you, JMO. Lay up down the other end, turnover, whatever. And, and even like Cade, he didn't have a lot, on the cross-court passes. Yep. You have to know, you've been in the league long enough, you can't do cross-court passes. And it is going to be interesting to see how Monty Williams figures out this rotation with Jaden Ivey coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
He obviously values Killian Hayes' defense more than he values Jaden Ivey's offense. Now, granted, his offense sucked yesterday. He was 1 of 7.
Yeah.
And he had a couple of turnovers as well. And they have to figure out a way that this team can play with him, like they did last year, running the floor. Last year they didn't have Cade because he's fast as hell.
Yeah.
As far as Thompson goes, what do you think?
I liked his defense. And obviously when you draft a guy and, one of the things that you hear about in all the scouting reports is that he will provide you some defense. Shooting, still, he followed the scouting report basically to a T.
Correct.
Not a great shooter, plays really good defense. Yeah. And I think he did that last night, and 5 blocks, which was nice to see. Nice awareness on the floor.
Yes. That's
what I really liked, is that he had an awareness, and he did have a couple of turnovers, but for the most part, it was kind of in between, like a middle of a fast break where he just got caught by one of the Heat defenders where he lost the ball at midcourt. But other than that, I kind of felt like it was just a quality play for him. Quality play.
Yeah. Look, and they play back-to-back beginning tomorrow night in Charlotte. Charlotte won their opener against the Atlanta Hawks. And real quick, Wemby. He looked okay. He was,
Yeah.
but which I think is fine. I think
He
people were-
limited because he got into bad foul trouble early
right,
too.
and I think people were sitting there saying, "Oh my God, he's not going to come in right away and be the best player in the league, especially playing with Popovich, who's going to coach him,
Tone
and-
some things down a little bit.
Exactly. All right, Carson Anderson are coming up next. Gator, how are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Good.
Fine.
You ready to win 2,000 mythical dollars?
Yes.
Okay.
Mythical dollars.
I think you can do this. I lost my pen, so John, you can keep track of.
It's right behind you there.
Oh, it is. Okay. Thank you very much.
Amazing you were able to spot that.
Well, I mean,
Helps that you're tall.
He does have good eye contact with it too. All right, here we go. What is the second largest city in Michigan?
Is it Flint?
Jonah Jackson played his last season of college football at this school.
Ohio State?
Who's the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks?
Lavallo?
He played Coach Herman Boone in Remember the Titans.
Denzel?
The
Washington?
Buffalo Bills host this team tonight.
Totally forgotten about Thursday Night Football. Pass.
Tage Thompson plays for this NHL team.
Rangers? I don't know.
This Detroit Red Wing wears jersey number 93.
Alex DeBrincat?
This band had the 1984 hit For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Metallica?
Dennis Allen's the head coach of this NFL team.
Dennis Allen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
This Sacramento.
Can I go back to that?
Yeah.
Did you
Arizona
pass?
Cardinals?
No. The Sacramento Kings coach won the NBA Coach of the Year last year. All right, there we go.
You got 5.
You got 5.
Yeah, I didn't feel good about that one.
I was very upset.
My mind's all over the place.
Dennis
I gotta
Allen's
host
the
a show-
Saints.
Saints, yeah.
Yeah.
Doug's not in today. I'm all over the place. What else did I miss?
I was
So, you
surprised.
got Doug. The only one that we know Doug would have gotten right. That's Denzel Washington.
Right.
I was surprised you didn't get Grand Rapids is the second largest city.
I
in
thought I was
Michigan.
torn between Grand Rapids and Flint, to be honest.
The Buffalo Bills will be hosting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers tonight.
I had no idea.
And speaking of Buffalo,
No,
Tage
no.
Thompson plays for the Buffalo Sabres.
If I had a chance to change my answer, would have changed it to Winnipeg, where the Wings are playing.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's actually who our Dave, our caller, guessed.
Ron.
No, it was Dave.
It was Dave.
Dave.
Ron won the
I thought you were
tickets or
talking
something.
about Ron who won the tickets to the game tonight.
No.
That's what I thought you were talking
I
about.
thought we were doing the 2 grand
Yeah,
slam.
I know, but anyway. Gator, what do you got going on the show today?
Listen, Stoney's checked out since the Phillies got knocked out.
I know,
No,
I know.
not
It's
really.
been a tough week.
It is a
Everything's
tough week.
good. Yeah.
Yes, he's still got
Look,
his Eagles.
like I said, that Kang and I run the show today. We'll start talking the Michigan cheating scandal. Then we'll get into the Lions a little bit. We got obviously Pistons reaction. We got football questions coming up at 10:30. We also have tickets to give away on 2 different fronts. You're going to want to tune in right away. We'll let you know what kind of tickets those are.
All right. Yada, yada, yada. 97 won the ticket.
Look, I'm a mess today, all right? Just let people in on this, okay? So there's a speaker monitor here in the studio that when we turn our microphones off, the speaker plays the station in here, so we know when, hey, we're listening to commercials. When the commercial break is done, the music starts, we can get ready and start the show again. And then in order for us, if I wanted to say something to Kang during the show, they have something called a talkback, and there's a talkback button that I would press, and it cuts off my microphone. It allows me to communicate with Kang behind the glass. So yesterday we did the show, and we're like, hey, can you give us some volume in here? The speaker, we don't hear anything in the speaker. And we found out that there was a problem with the speaker. It wasn't working. Something's being ordered, whatever. It's going to get fixed the next day or two. But in the meantime, you had no way to listen to the show. So we really had to just either crank up our headphones during commercial breaks to hear what's going on, or just guess, which wasn't going to happen. But the talkback button would only work if you have the microphone on, because if you want to hear what's being said back to you, that speaker monitor isn't working. It only works in your headphones. You need to have your microphone on. So I was talking to Kang during the update, so I had to turn the microphone on. And then I in order to do the talkback thing. After I finished my conversation with him, I forgot to turn the microphone off. So then we're starting the show, and I coughed right into the microphone. I apologize. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm disheveled. I'm discombobulated. I am a mess right now. There's no Doug in front of me. Doug's going to be back on Monday's show. Kang's with me. Got computer issues.
Yeah, well, right. Was it the end of the update or the middle of the update? All of a sudden, I hear and I'm like, so I said to you in the talkback,
yes,
you just coughed live on the air, right?
And I just started shaking my head. Of course I did. Yeah, that's exactly it. I got 5 out of 10 on the 2 Grand Slam. That's embarrassing.
Terrible.
My head's not in it right now.
That's a 3-pronger.
That is. That's failure. That's absolute failure. 5 out of 10? I think it's the worst I've done.
But in baseball, it's Hall of Fame.
Right.
That's unheard of.
So I can be right next to Brooks Robinson. Not anymore.
Who's that? Hey, R.I.P. Too soon, man.
Yeah, he's dead. That's too bad. Was a fan of his. Fan of reading about him. I didn't ever see him play. I saw the highlights.
But you were a big fan.
It was like I was a big fan of Lou Gehrig growing up too, because of the stuff that I read. It's not like I saw Lou Gehrig play. Not Stoney. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, lots to get to, but let me get to this first, because we have some tickets to give away, and you know how it works. The Karsch and Anderson quiz question. We have 2 different sets of tickets to give away. The first set of tickets we're going to give away at 11:55, and it'll be your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox Theater on Saturday, October 28th. That's this Saturday. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. I will tell you this. I had a couple of really good friends of mine were in Vegas in August when it was 110 degrees, and they saw Jerry Seinfeld in Vegas. They said he was great. He still got it. He's still doing Jerry. He's still funny as hell.
Still touring, doing all that?
Yep.
What's the deal with COVID?
Exactly. Still making people laugh. So great show. We got tickets for that. We do with the Karsch and Anderson quiz question. We'll do that at 11:55. Something said between now and then that we'll ask, and it's strained to the show. Like, for instance, what did Kang hear me do on the air that I wasn't supposed to do?
And the rest of Detroit.
You
coughed.
I coughed. I didn't even turn my head. I just coughed.
Yep.
There's no real rhyme or reason. I just clearing the throat.
Oh, you worked at it good.
That's a cough button.
Yeah, you did.
That's different. So we'll give that away coming up at 11:55. We have other tickets to go away. We will reveal that in the noon hour, but those are pretty good tickets too.
So if you don't win the Seinfeld tickets, there's another chance to win some more tickets.
Other tickets, yes, tickets to something else. That, like I said, I will let you know coming up in the noon hour. But lots to get to today. Look, we're going to want to get to the Pistons debut last night to start the season. They lose to the Miami Heat, but by a point. It was a frenzied pace at the end in the fourth quarter. The Pistons trying to get back in. They were down by 19, and they lose by 1. It was a heck of a comeback by the Pistons. Want to get to that. Certainly, we have some Lions stuff we want to get to as Lions prepare for the Raiders coming up on Monday night's show. We've got football questions coming up at 10:30. NFL football questions coming up. The King has supplied us with today. That's going to be a lot of fun. But maybe what's not fun is what we're going to say. Well, for some people, I'm sure it is, and others not so much. And that is the Michigan cheating scandal, the stealing signs, the whole bit. Took another turn yesterday with the report that came out from the Washington Post. And this one's kind of damning. I know that there are still people out there that will hold true that Michigan's done nothing wrong. Or if they don't take that stance, you got the diehard Michigan fans say, "Oh, this is a big nothing burger." They like to say that. They love the burgers. They still think that.
Come on.
They love their
cheap
burgers.
shot.
What? Well, they still think that the previous one's about a cheeseburger.
Yeah, that's why I said it was a cheap shot.
That's not cheap. That's a stupid shot that they take. So anyway, but there people think this is a nothing burger. And I don't, as a Spartan, I think people are going to expect that I'm going to have a certain slant to this. And I think you might be surprised. I don't think this is it's a big deal. I do think it's against the rules and against the violations, and there's level 3 infractions that this might have violated, and where it falls into, which in the grand scheme of things isn't all that big of a deal. But there's still rules and regulations, and you got to follow them until they change it. And should it be changed? We brought them up on our college football questions yesterday. Should college football switch and go to the voice in your head to get everything relayed from the sideline?
The radio.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the voices in your head.
Well, depends what they say. But the radio signal that goes in from the coach on the sidelines or up in the booth, that goes to the quarterback or goes to the defensive captain, and they get to tell the players in the huddle, here's what's going on. It should absolutely get to that point. Maybe this is the final step that you get to that point, because it's ridiculous it's not. And for people to say, well, it's just too expensive. No, it's not. Because after you see this story from the Washington Post, which is more expensive? The $15,000 in expenses that Michigan is alleged to have racked up for this season in preparing their interns and scouts or whatever you want to call them to go and steal the signs, or is it, more expensive to simply get the radio headsets? I think college football is going to change, and this should be something that gets implemented. If you couldn't get it done next week, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to, or in the next couple weeks, but get it done for next season for sure. But that being said, they are violations. They're going to have to pay for it. But what's the ultimate crime going to be, or the punishment going to be, I guess? It doesn't sound like it would be terribly punitive because of the level 3 infraction. But Michigan has something going against them with this that may make it more toothsome. We'll discuss that coming up in a bit. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's the same number to text us if you'd like to do that as well. Again, no Doug today. It's yours truly, Scott the Gator Anderson, along with Kang, our producer. Evan's there running the website. We got Kenny doing the phones. Love to hear from you as we continue to talk. We'll talk the Michigan scandal here coming up on 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with our producer, Kang. Doug will be back on Monday's show. We take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. As always, we're starting the show talking about the Michigan cheating scandal, the sign stealing scandal that's going on right now. And you had the Washington Post story that came out yesterday that kind of spells out what was going on more. I guess there was a report that had been that came out that somebody had commissioned to say, hey, look, kind of take a look at this. And it shows some, I guess it really does implicate more in depth of what people have been saying. It's kind of spelling out the rumors that this is a pretty elaborate scheme, so to speak. Whether it was all perpetrated by Connor Stallions or not, but there were multiple people involved. There's cell phone evidence, I guess, that the cell phone information was downloaded to computers, converted to files, and those files were accessed by multiple coaches. There is a money trail associated with this now in excess of, I think it's $15,000 for the season that was, budgeted. It says in total, these people said Michigan sign stealing operation expected to spend more than $15,000 this season sending scouts to more than 40 games played by 10 opponents. According to the university's public salary disclosures, Stallions, he makes $55,000, but I don't know if that's necessarily relevant. Other than it would seem to eat away quite a bit of his salary, but I don't know what his finances are. I don't know what kind of family he comes from, so I'm not going to really pay too much attention to that.
But clearly they're insinuating maybe he didn't pay for this himself, right?
I think that's an insinuation. Yes. It says the opponents targeted the most on the schedule, these people said, were not surprising. Atop the list was Ohio State, Michigan's top rival in the Big Ten, and scouts plan to attend as many as 8 games, costing more than $3,000 in travel and tickets. Next on the list was Georgia, a potential Michigan opponent in the college football playoff, with 4 or 5 games scheduled for in-person scouting and video recording, also costing more than $3,000 in travel and tickets. So this is the issue, right? Now you've got a money trail to it. You've got some text messages involved. You've got, phone records. You've got files. You've got computers. There are things that are being looked at and then asked for, hey, turn over computers, turn over cell phones and records and all this. It's a big mess. And I think that there's more than just smoke here, but there are bigger questions to ask, and that is, what did Jim Harbaugh know? He has maintained that he doesn't know anything about this.
Basically, you're saying, Gator, how high does this go, right? How high up? Who knew what?
Well, yeah, I mean, like that without going all Watergate on it, but yeah, but this is what people want to know, because if unfortunately, whether the head coach knew or not may not matter, because it falls under his program, and the NCAA kind of looks at it like, well, hey, you're the head of the program, it does fall on you, and ultimately you can be punished for it.
Yeah, but it would look better in public perception if he didn't know, but he's taking responsibility. But
sure,
if he did know, it looks worse, right?
Yeah, and he told Doug last week, doesn't know anything about this, can't wait to defend himself, and that's fine. And look, is it possible he didn't? Sure, it's possible. It's absolutely possible that he didn't, but somebody did. Somebody allowed this to happen. If you've got multiple coaches accessing those files, and they know. Somebody knows.
Well, this kind of also, like all the details you were reading, Gator, that the terms before this came out was there was an elaborate scheme, right? And people use the term elaborate. They're like, oh, that's for clickbait, salacious, whatever. Actually, it does seem like this was the elaborate part, right? There's a lot going on here.
Yeah,
and
it says, while the NC rules do not explicitly prohibit sign stealing, the practice of decoding signals opposing coaches use to send in play calls to players on the field, the organization does ban video recording opposing coaches as well as in-person scouting of upcoming opponents. And according to the investigation conducted by this outside firm, Michigan football has been utilizing a sign-stealing operation involving both in-person scouting as well as video recording coaches. These people said since at least last season,
when the team went 13-1, winning a second consecutive Big Ten title before losing in the college football playoff semifinals. The outside firm's investigation began this season, these people said, and involved interviews with people knowledgeable about Michigan football's scouting operations, as well as reviewing documents and videos related to sign-stealing efforts. Last Tuesday, these people said this firm presented its evidence to top NCAA officials. The next day, the Big Ten later confirmed the NCAA informed both the conference and Michigan that it had opened its investigation. So for people that want to say, well, why don't they give up the evidence right now? Because it's an ongoing investigation that the NCAA was just alerted to last week. So when this story broke in the middle of the week, that's because that's when it started. That's when the NCAA knew about it. There's an outside firm. Now, the outside firm part is interesting. Who was the outside firm? Who hired them to go through this? And I'm sure there's tons of speculation as to who would want to do that to Michigan, right? Well, the line starts out the door and take a guess who's probably in the front of the line, but who knows? And that probably comes out later. But people want to know, how is this going to affect the University of Michigan? I will say this. Right now, the only way it affects Michigan for this season is if it becomes a distraction. Nothing can happen during the course of the season. I mean, the NCAA can say, hey, we're going to punish Jim Harbaugh and suspend him for the rest of the season. The problem with that is Michigan has like 90 days to, once they're notified of what these allegations are, they have 90 days to respond. And the NCAA is notorious for taking a long time anyway. So I wouldn't expect anything to happen this season. And even if it does, Michigan's response time will put you past when the national championship game is anyway, if they're fortunate enough to play in that game. So I don't think this has any effect on them this year other than the distraction factor. And can they make this not a distraction for the team? And I suspect that it might be easier to make this not a distraction for the team because this has nothing to do with the team. Absolutely nothing to do with the players. And I would, if I were, in Michigan's locker room, I would say that to the guys. Hey, it has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. This is outside noise. It's nothing you guys did. Don't worry about it. We're going about our business. Now, if it's all true that they were sign stealing, what it could affect is how they prepare for Ohio State, how they prepare for Penn State, and how they would prepare for other teams if they do face a Georgia who they were alleged to get ready to scout, because they don't have that advantage that they had before if these allegations are true. And I just want to make sure that that's out there, that, I'm not saying that they did this 100%. There's a report says they did, but let's, this is why I always say, and Doug always says, let it play out. It doesn't look good, but for right now, it shouldn't affect the players other than being a distraction. This is a damn good football team that they have. And a lot of people are like, why would you even waste your time on this when you have a team that's this good? Well, because everybody wants to get an edge. And if the other defense is, well, everybody does it, it's really not much of a defense. Because if everybody does it, why do you think they do it? They do it because they want to get an edge. So if you get caught trying to get that edge, you're in trouble.
Yeah, we've got a couple of ticket texts on that. Here's one from an unnamed ticket texter. If it's truly a minimal advantage, then why go through an elaborate scheme to decode signs? It doesn't make any sense. Thanks.
Well, let me tell you why. Because when we do Lions Talk on Monday, or if we bring up a Michigan or Michigan State game on a Tuesday, whenever we dissect those games, and we come down to, hey, remember that one play? Do the football games ever come down to one play? So if it comes down to the one play and you know what that play is, it's an advantage. Okay, because that's what the football is. It always comes down to plays. A handful of plays every game can turn the tide. So, yeah, if you say, well, 90% of it doesn't matter. Well, what about the other 10%? It does matter. Now, is it a big, big deal? I don't think necessarily it is. If the NCAA was looking to get rid of this rule anyway, if they're going to go to, the radio and the helmets anyway, they should. And just get rid of all of this. But they haven't yet. So right now, it's still an issue. Let's get a phone call real quick. Here's Scott. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Gator, love the show.
Thank you.
My question is, why is Michigan never held accountable, but they want to change everything when something happens? Their basketball coach punches somebody, and you hear from them, well, let's get rid of the handshake line. They're warned about the tunnel. Harbaugh laughs it off. Well, they did nothing, and we saw what happened last year. Devin Bush desecrates our Spartan. Well, why is Michigan State got to walk across the field? They shouldn't do that. And now with this cheating stuff, well, we need to change the system how we do plays in. It's always excuses that we should do this. People need to hold that school accountable, in my mind. That's all it's about.
Well, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Scott. And I think they'll be held accountable for this. I don't know to what extent, because the punishment doesn't seem like it would be all that much. I mean, unless it ends up being the problem with Michigan is that they've already got an ongoing investigation prior to this. Remember, the NCAA said we're cutting off negotiations. They thought they had the deal negotiated. It was going to be a 3 or 4 game suspension to start the season for Harbaugh for what happened last year. And then the NCAA said, nope, cutting off negotiations. We don't want to. And Michigan stepped up, and Ward Manuel said, well, he's going to be suspended for the first 3 games. That's the problem, because you still have that ongoing, and then there's this. So is that going to affect it? Is this going to be added on? Is there going to be a 5-game suspension, and will time served? And then you look to next year's game, and the second game of the season is against Texas. You want your coach for that one. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We got NFL football questions next on 97.1 The Ticket. And welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Every Thursday we do it around this time. Time for football questions. Thingy. Yes, I'm terrible at remembering all of those terms in a row. Doug's fantastic at it. He is a savant, but he won't be here until Monday. So, Kang, ask away.
All right, you're going to receive no matter what.
That's
on every
right.
question first.
Every question.
Here we go. Tyrod Taylor just led the New York Giants to a win over the Washington Commanders and should have beat the Buffalo Bills the week before. If Taylor plays well versus the Jets, should he remain the Giants starter ahead of Daniel Jones?
Yes. I think you go with the guy who's the hot hand. I think the Giants they made a horrible decision to sign Daniel Jones to that giant contract. And the only reason that anybody would think that they're going to go back to Daniel Jones is because of said contract. He wasn't worth the contract. It was a giant mistake that they gave it to him, appropriately named the Giants. Tyrod Taylor, I feel like he's always been this really good bridge quarterback, this guy who teams would love to have as your backup because you know he can win games. It feels like every time he got a sliver of a chance to start, something else happened and they end up drafting the next guy and then he gets left behind. I think he's a good quality quarterback. I don't think he's great, but I think right now, if he's winning with the Giants, look, beggars can't be choosers. If you got a quarterback who wins and you're the Giants, go with the guy who's winning.
Gator, I'm with you. I've always been a Tyrod Taylor fan for some reason. Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's great, but he's been good enough before, and he's a great, at this point in his career, he probably is a bridge quarterback, a gap quarterback. But every time he's about to be that guy, you brought up, he gets passed over. With the Bills, he actually played well, but then they went and drafted Josh Allen, so they had to move on. With the Chargers, he was about to be the starter, and then remember they gave him a shot in his chest or something and did something to his, so he had to, it was like the day of the game, and Justin Herbert had to come in and start.
It was with the Chargers, yeah.
And Herbert never looked back for good reason. And then I think he was with the Browns one year, and they drafted Baker Mayfield. So he just kept getting screwed over, I thought, and he never got a real shot. At this point, it's too late in his career. But now, I think he does have a shot because you're right. The Giants way overpaid for Daniel Jones. If Tyrod Taylor plays well, you ride the hot hand. No need to go back to Daniel Jones. I don't care what Brian Daboll says that Jones is his starter. If they beat the Jets, stick with the hot hand.
Here we go.
All right, during Monday Night Football, it was caught on live TV in 4K, the Vikings coach O'Connell telling TJ Hawkinson as he was coming off the field to go down with an injury. So he went down with a, quote, air quotes, injury. Should the Vikings be punished?
Yeah, I think they should. It would be a minimal fine that you can give him, or give the team. Hawkinson went down and got up slowly, right? It wasn't like he sprung right up. I mean, I think he was getting up slowly. So I mean, you can make the argument if you're the Vikings that, well, we were telling the guy, look, you're coming off the field because of an injury. Just go ahead and lie down. We'll take the time. We'll get you off the field properly. But it looks awful. And when you got the coach and everyone say, oh, I guess he wants him to stay down. If he was coming off the field on his own and looked like he wasn't much worse for wear, like he'd be back the next play, and you've got a better view, a better camera angle of that, other than just the camera angle of him saying what he wants him to do, then yeah, I think they should get some kind of a fine. I don't know, $10,000 fine.
Yeah, I don't know what the punishment should be. I think they should be punished. It's not illegal to tell a player to go down if he actually is hurt. You're right, Gator. But it is illegal if he's not hurt. It looked to me that he was faking it. So my solution is, I don't think a lot of people are going to like this, but my solution is, for anyone that gets hurt, real or fake, you got to sit out not one play, but 2 plays. I know it sounds punitive, but it definitely makes sure people, if they got to be really hurt, because otherwise TJ Hawkinson would have had to sit out for 2 plays, right? And maybe you say, oh, they're just going to do a lesser guy, then whatever. You're down that guy for 2 plays, though. It stops it puts more emphasis on faking injuries and more emphasis on player safety as well, Gator. So sit out 2 plays just to be safe, right?
Yep.
All right, what team should trade for Derrick Henry? His name has been in trade talks a lot.
Yeah, his name has come up an awful lot. And, you know, I look at the NFC teams, and I don't think it makes much sense for the teams that are in the hunt for the playoffs to go for him. You know, San Francisco's they're They've got McCaffrey. They don't need him. Seattle's got a couple running backs. They don't need them. So I'm looking to the Lions could, I suppose, but the stronger case is made for a team in the AFC North. And I'm looking at the Cleveland Browns. The Browns are 4-2. All right. They're behind the Ravens, who lead the division with a 5-2 record. They don't have Nick Chubb. Kareem Hunt is in and out of the lineup. They've got Ford in the backfield as well, but this is Derrick Henry. Go ahead and make the move to get Derrick Henry if you can. The problem is that Cleveland doesn't have a whole lot of capital to give up after obtaining Deshaun Watson. But I think it would be a game-changing move if they were to sign him.
Yeah, I got someone in the AFC North as well. I've got the Ravens. I think J.K. Dobbins went down. They always seem to have running back by committee over there. Every running back they ever sign goes down or gets hurt or nicked up. I don't think Gus Edwards is the answer. Lamar Jackson and King Henry together, if they run that RPO or that, even the Wildcat, I think that would make defenses tremble. And I think Derrick Henry would be a good fit for the Ravens. All right, the stats have shown in Gator, Travis Kelce just plays better when Taylor Swift is in attendance. Do you think her being in attendance and present at the games actually makes a difference whether Kelce plays well or not?
I do. And I think it's because he absolutely craves attention. I'm not a Travis Kelce fan. I think he's an amazing player. But off the field stuff, I just get annoyed with him. He's on every other commercial. The guy loves the attention. And, the people aren't even sure if this is a real relationship he's got with Taylor Swift. I don't really care personally if he is or isn't dating her. But I do think it matters to him that he's in the spotlight. So if this happens to give him that extra edge, and this is what got him the 12 catches for 179 yards and a touchdown last week against the Chargers, so be it. For him, I think it does give him an edge.
I think it does as well. We forget that athletes are humans, not robots. Their home life does affect their work life. And just like you and me, if he's happy off the field, he probably wants to, he's probably being a lot happier on the field. If he sees someone he wants to impress, that matters. Also, this could go the other way. If they break up and it's a bad breakup, he could play bad. Like I said, their personal life does affect their work life, and they're humans. So, but in this case, so far, it does make an effect on Kelce, and he's playing better when she's there. Who's the best 5-win team left right now? Sorry.
Part of me wants to say San Francisco because they're going to get healthier, but I'm not sold on Brock Purdy. I made a proclamation like 3 weeks ago. I'm like, all right, I'm on the Brock Purdy bandwagon finally. And then he just lays 2 eggs in a row. So I'm off. I think it's the Baltimore Ravens. And I know that they just smoked the Lions and we're calling a yuck, throw it in a garbage game. But Lamar Jackson showed that when they play their game, this is what they're capable of. I don't think this is a one-off for Baltimore. I think it was a one-off for the season for the Lions to have a game that bad. But this shows what Baltimore can do. And not only is it done offensively with Lamar Jackson, but it's done defensively with what they've got with Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen and others. And John Harbaugh is a great coach, one of the top 3 coaches, I think, in the National Football League. So you add all that together, and I just really like Baltimore.
It looks a little shaky right now, but I'll stick with the Niners. Injuries have really hurt them. No Debo, no Trent Williams. They lost to the Vikings. I think that played a major role. Brock Purdy might be hurt as well, even though a lot of people don't think he's the real deal. He's could be in concussion protocol. With the full roster, though, I think they're really tough to stop. So right now, I'm going to stick with the Niners as the best 5-win team. Are we headed for a Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl rematch?
I don't think so because first of all, I'm not sure if the Eagles are going to get there, but I'm really not sure if the Chiefs are. There's so much competition in the AFC. There's so many intriguing teams. You look at Buffalo and you say, well, the Buffalo is not playing the way that they're capable of playing. We know that they're much better than that. When are they going to hit their stride? But the Dolphins are the team that I look at as just being fun. If the Dolphins get matched up with Kansas City in the playoffs, I think that this could be just like the Rams-Chiefs game we saw on Monday night years ago with Jared Goff and Patrick Mahomes dueling it up. I think that we could see if it gets to be a shootout like that, the Miami wins, particularly if Miami's got a healthy A-Shane at the end of the season. I really like the Dolphins coming out of the AFC, at least to beat Kansas City. Now, there might be another team that ends up getting the Super Bowl from the AFC, but it's not going to be Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen either. I think it's just too hard to keep going back. Chiefs to get back and win it, Eagles get back and lose, but it's just too difficult today in the parity the league has. I'm going to say the Dolphins have a really good chance. Obviously, I still believe in the Niners, so I think maybe one of the two teams makes it back, but I don't think we have an actual rematch.
All right, there you have it. It's our wide nine around the league. Red Dog Blitz, backup quarterback. Oh, my God, broke my leg. Hurt thingy. I just added a couple to it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'll have the big voice guy added.
97.1, the ticket. Just to remember, remember. Just a reminder You can listen for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox Theater on this Saturday, October 28th. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We got a Carson Anderson quiz question coming up at 11:55, so tune into that to get a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld.
What's the deal? Does he still do that?
I would.
Is it like an updated Seinfeld, like where? If we always wondered not we always wondered, but some people, when your old shows you have, right, they're no longer on the air.
Yeah.
You always wonder how would they relate to today's topics in pulp culture, right?
Right.
So how would Jerry and George and Elaine react to the pandemic and what's going on now, or how would Friends or whatever show you watched?
I would imagine that there's a lot of that kind of reflection going with today's climate. What's happening? And there's a lot that's happened in the last 5 years. So there's a lot that's happened in the last 5 weeks. Most of it bad. So yes, I think it would be a nice welcome change to go out and see Seinfeld perform his comedy, and I would imagine that he would touch on some things that are recent here. And look, guy's funny. He's real funny. Speaking of which, you had there was an extra question that we had on the football questions this week we didn't have time for.
Bonus.
It's a bonus question, but it's a great question because it's an everyman kind of topic, and everybody can respond if you'd like at 248-539-9797. We want texts. We want calls because this is a legit topic. And when I saw this question, I did laugh out loud at it.
So I feel like I'm going to have a question about this guy every week as long as he continues to win. Okay, Tyson Bagent, Bagent. Sorry, Bagent. I think I wrote it wrong here. Bagent, quarterback for the Chicago Bears. His dad is an arm wrestling champion. Actually, also his grandfather is an arm wrestling champion. He comes from a great lineage of arm wrestling champions. My question to you was going to be, what can you or could you never beat your dad in?
It's a great question, right? Because I think of things like athletically, and my father and I were very similar in stature, growing up. When I would be, 18, when I guess I'd finally finished my the height of my height, if you will, the peak at 6'1". That's about what my dad was. And we were both overweight guys, although right now my dad is considerably weighs less than what he did then, and good for him. I do not. The other side of it, bad for me. So it's interesting. So athletically, though, I was more athletic than my dad. I don't think that's breaking any ground with him. I don't think he'd be surprised for me to say that. I was involved in all types of sports growing up, played them competitively. Some better than others for sure. But so sports-wise, I don't think that ever would come up. But there are things that he kills me at. Like he reads, I hate to read. He does crossword puzzles every day. And he's not doing like the USA Today easy crossword puzzle. I mean, he's doing New York Times and the whole thing. And he's got a whole routine with that, which is the other thing that he's got over me that I wish that I had. And that is his ability to stick to a regimen and a routine. And I think a lot of that goes back to he was in the Army Reserves back in the day. And I think it was just instilled in him to have this kind of discipline and routine throughout his life, and to this day he still does this. I mean, it's remarkable, and I wish that I had that kind of perseverance and a word I hate to use, the stick-to-itiveness to do those things, because I would be in a much better situation if I were, health-wise and otherwise. But those are the two that stand out to me that I could never be as good as he.
For me, I would never be able to beat my dad at drinking. My dad was not a big man. I'm bigger than my dad, and I'm not a big man, okay? So, but my dad could throw him back. Yeah. Was the best of them, no doubt. Him and his buddies, I would remember growing up seeing it, case, liquor, whatever it was. And he wasn't like an alcoholic or anything. He could just hold his own. I look back and I'm like, right now, to this day, he could outdrink me, I'm sure. And I'm not I don't consider myself a lightweight, but I look at him and I'm like, You, sir, I salute you, right? There's no shame in it whatsoever. It's like kind of proud of it too. Like you're like
those rare occasions, like, hey, my man, he's got it.
Oh, he could, yeah, he could throw him back, like I said, and not a big guy, didn't weigh a ton, but he could hang with anybody as far as it went to drinking. So I could never outdrink my dad. Wouldn't even dare try.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Kang brought this up as a last football question. Tyler Badgett, the quarterback of the Bears, his dad and his grandfather were arm wrestling champions. What can you never beat your dad in? What does your dad always have over you, whether it was athletically or otherwise? 248-539-9797. You can send us texts or you can call into the show. Was your dad athletic, Kang? Because you're very athletic. Was your dad?
My dad played basketball growing up, and that's where my love of basketball came. So I never got to see him play or anything like that. But he was, yeah, I mean, he could move around. So that's probably where I got it from. The drinking, I wish I would have got that too. But no.
You wish?
No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah, he was somewhat athletic for sure. More athletic than my mom. I don't think my mom played any sports whatsoever.
My mom was an excellent tennis player when I was growing up, but she had back issues, so she never really did anything otherwise athletically. I mean, she swam, but she wasn't like a competitive swimmer. My parents took us swimming all the time. That's why my brother and I ended up wanting to swim so much. But other than that, I really don't remember my dad doing too much. Like, we would play catch, but he was left-handed, so that was always odd because it could never use his glove. You always want your dad's glove. It's broken in. It's
Is your brother left-handed?
No.
So it was just your dad?
Just my dad.
So you never knew. You know what dad's glove was. That's dad's
exactly,
glove.
Yeah. And that's like that in writing where it looked like those were the only things he was left-handed in. I don't know if that makes any sense. Anyway, 248-539-9797, the telephone number. Let's go to the phones. Gary is next up here in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Gary.
Hey, guys. How you doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Good. I wanted to call about my dad, who was a great bowler, and I could never beat him.
Never?
Never. He was actually on the Stroh's professional teams back in the 50s.
Wow.
And early 60s, and he was one of those guys. He taught me the game. I actually learned from Eddie Lubansky, who he bowled with. And if you guys, anybody knows bowling knows that. But I could never beat him. He was always better, always. And the only thing I got on him on bowling is that I'm still bowling now at my age, and I'm going on. I'm in my 49th year with the same league in Detroit. So
well, good for you, Gary. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, no problem.
All right, bowling might be something my dad was better than me at. I'll give him that. I remember my dad bowled in a league. And it was with guys in the neighborhood, other parents, other fathers in the neighborhood. There were I think there were 4 of the guys, and my dad was like a sub, and they would ask him to play. And every time he came back, I was always excited. What'd you bowl? What'd you bowl? And it was always like in the 150 to 170 range, it seemed. I think that was better than me. I think Gary sparked something there. Bowling. My dad is a better bowler than I.
Is it because you suck, or is he good, or combination? Of
it was
both?
a combination that. I mean, I've improved significantly as a bowler, but I think he had more natural ability because he never bowled, and all he didn't bowl regularly except for that one year he was in the league, and it was once a week in a beer league, for like 10 weeks. So it wasn't, and he had gone years in between bowling, and here he is. Rolling between 150 and 170. I was not so good at that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your calls and texts next. We continue. What could you never beat your dad at? What was your dad always better than you at, athletically or whatever? Also, we want to get your thoughts on the Pistons. They made their debut last night. We'll get into that next as well here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Lions begin installing their game plan for the Raiders today in Allen Park, the first of 3 full practices through Saturday before taking the field again for Week 8 of the NFL on Monday night. Tonight, Week 8 begins with Thursday night action against, in Buffalo, I should say. The Bucs and the Bills will clash. Reports state that Baker Mayfield will play despite dealing with a neck injury. It'll be an 8:15 start with the call on our sister station, the Bet 1270. Mel Tucker's agent responding to Michigan State's decision that the former coach did sexually harass Brenda Tracy while with the program, saying it's full of countless factual and legal errors and will be the subject of an appeal immediately. And looking to bounce back from an overtime loss, the Red Wings will host their 3rd straight game at Little Caesars Arena, welcoming in the .500 Winnipeg Jets, who have won 2 straight and kept their opponents to just 2 goals a game in that stretch. The play-by-play will be right here on 97.1 The Ticket, and will get going at 7 p.m. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so we had a bonus question in our NFL football questions. And the bonus question read this way. Tyson Bagent, the Bears quarterback, his dad's an arm wrestling champion. His grandfather's an arm wrestling champion. What can you never beat your dad in? What is it you can never beat your dad in?
You ever watch those on TV, like the Ocho or whatever, like the arm wrestling?
Old arm wrestling? Yeah.
Like, there's a technique. It's not just being strong.
Oh, it's all technique.
Yeah, it's a grip and technique. Like the grip,
it's like turning your wrist right. I was never very good at it. I got by with arm wrestling. I was better than most people. The people I would go against in my school, my age or whatever, because I was stronger than most of them. But technique-wise, I had no technique. There was one kid who was a year older he was reasonably strong, but he had the technique. He knew what he was doing, and he just destroyed everybody. We're like, how the hell? What? It's all technique. But no, I remember watching as a kid in the 80s, they had it on TV, and they had it was like arm wrestling with football players. And Scott Studwell was a linebacker with the Vikings at the time, and he was doing. I remember him distinctly being one of the guys who was involved with the arm wrestling. And then, the movie Over the Top came out with Sylvester Stallone. Hey, I just want the truck. He was
at the Piston game last night.
I saw him, yeah, with his wife. Yeah. I love that movie Over the Top. It's so bad, it's so great.
It's so over the top.
It's so over the top cheesy, man. I mean,
wasn't one of his opponents drinking like gasoline or something?
Something like that.
So
yeah.
crazy.
It was so bad. Terry Funk, the late Terry Funk, the wrestler, he was in that. It wasn't the first time Terry Funk had been in the Stallone movie. Do they? Do they have to remake it?
I mean, they remake everything, man.
They do remake everything. The kid going to military school, and he rips the sleeves off of his military uniform.
It'd be hilarious. Come on.
Turn a hat backwards.
Yeah. It's all about wrist control and leverage, you know, get that shoulder involved.
Right. And the movie Over the Top was hilarious because when Stallone was losing, he would do this thing where he would re-grip, which I think is completely illegal to do in arm wrestling. But he would, in mid-swing, he would re-grip the fingers, turn them a different way, and then get the lip going way up in the air. And
I heard Stallone
popping.
actually, his character had spies scouting the other guys before their matches.
Gave him the edge over Bull in the end.
It's an advantage.
You don't beat Bull unless you got people training you and scouting for you. Let's go back to the phones. 248-539-9797. We go with Scott, who's next up here, 97. Hey, Scott.
Hey, Gator. Nice to talk to you.
You too.
Hey, one thing I could never beat my dad at, horseshoes. I got close about 15 years ago. I got real close. He put his beer down, closed me out. But that's something I could never beat my dad at. And he let me know it, too. He said, I don't think so, kid. I don't think that's something he'll take to his grave. He'll never let me beat him in horseshoes.
Were you good at it, or was he just great at it?
I thought I was good at it, but he's great. He's just a big, strong guy. He flicks them out there like it's nothing. Whereas, back then I'm, weak little 20-year-old kid trying to heave these horseshoes, however far. But yeah, he's good at it.
That's another game that I think
he won't let me beat him.
I feel like that's all technique as well. I'm terrible at horseshoes. I don't know why I am, but I am. Like lawn darts, I'm okay with. Cornhole, I'm fine with. Horseshoes, I cannot throw a horseshoe to save my life.
It's the rotation.
It is.
Get the rotation down?
That's how you get the flip. No, I have no rotation.
He throws the same shot every time, lands the same every time. It's something to watch. So
Remarkable. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Jeff is next up in 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, guys. I'm not sure if this is in the same class, but my father was a skydiver, made over like close to 12,000 jumps.
Wow.
And, and begged me to be a jump, called me names, everything else. I just could never jump out of a perfectly good airplane. And in that fact, my mom made a jump, so I don't think it's something I can even beat my mom or match her. So I don't know if it counts, but it's something that I'll definitely never be able to beat my father in.
So out of 12,000 jumps, I'm sure he had some harried experiences. Did he ever relate one of those to you?
Oh, a few times. He had, I think he had 9 double malfunctions, is where both chutes don't open the reserve, and they actually tangled and things. He never had a horrible coming into the ground accident, but I know there was many hairy situations. He was on like the U.S. team in 1968, got a bunch of medals. I was like 5 or something. I got to run with the team. It was pretty exciting. But yeah, as far as hairy experiences, I would say that he just enjoyed it. I don't think it ever even remotely scared him.
I'm surprised you never tried it, given that he loved it, and I'm sure he wanted to do it with you and get you to experience that whole feeling.
Well, back in the 60s, I could go up in the plane. It isn't like nowadays, you know, and I'd be right by the door, and we'd throw out the little flag that would give the weather thing. And, you know, I mean, I always thought I'd make a jump, but I just, to be honest, the older I got, the more terrified. My kids, you know, they want to make jumps. They haven't did it yet either, but they want to. But at this age now, I just don't. Maybe when I'm 80 or 90 and it doesn't matter anymore, maybe I'll make one to tie my mom.
All right, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it.
He told us that I don't want your life.
I don't want your life.
I want my life. I want
West Canaan, Texas.
I want to live.
Well, Varsity Blues. I don't. Billy Bob.
No, I don't think you have to jump out of a plane if you don't want to.
No, I don't think you have to have a pig named Bacon.
No.
These are things you don't have to do.
No.
I have no desire to jump out of a plane.
Me neither.
Friends of mine did this like 15 years ago, and I remember I was at we were more than 15 years ago, I guess. We were getting ready for a Lions broadcast, and I was part of the Lions broadcast. So, and I was getting updates like, hey, we're getting ready to go on a plane. Like, you guys are crazy. Okay, have fun. Oh, we had to come back down. There was a problem with the plane. And they were telling me that this plane was like,
oh my God,
there's like literally duct tape.
Oh, no, stop.
Inside
I'm
of
getting
it.
sweaty, dude.
And you got these kids that are these guys like in their early 20s that are like the instructors, and they're like, I'm
hey,
convinced this dude's completely high, but they're like, it's the greatest thing ever, man. So my 3 friends went out and they did it, and they had they when they landed, they were like, this was amazing. It was an amazing experience, and I'm sure it is. I just have no desire. I don't really care to put. If you know me, I don't like roller coasters. I don't want the stomach drop. Can you imagine what that would be like? I would pass out 8 seconds into it.
To each their own, but not for me, man. You know, it's like I would feel like I willingly jumped out of this plane if something bad happened. I did this. Like, for what? Why?
Right.
You know, like
the only time I want to jump out of a plane, and want is the wrong word. The only time I would jump out of a plane is if I have to jump out of a plane.
Yeah.
Yikes. Logan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Logan.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
So I've never been able to beat my dad at either cornhole or darts.
Never cornhole or darts?
Yeah. I don't know what it has to do with throwing something, but even after he tore his rotator cuff and had surgery on it, even with his offhand, he was still beating me.
Was your dad a... did he go to the bar a lot? Is that how he learned how to... I mean this in a nice way. Like, did he work at a bar? He's throwing darts and throwing cornhole.
Tournaments and stuff. But, I mean, no, he's just always been really good at that. I don't know what it is. He's just always been better at me.
What are you going to do?
I've never been able to beat him.
What are you going to do to up your game?
I don't know.
You can't let him beat you left-handed.
Well, I don't know. He had practice at it, so I guess that's
Logan,
he's just dominant with both hands.
I got to tell you, man, do yourself a favor. Go out and buy a dartboard for $50, one of those electronic ones you can get cheap now. Set it up. And just start practicing, man. You can't let him have this over your head the rest of your life.
Oh, I know. he reminds me of it constantly.
Exactly. How does that make you feel, Logan?
It makes me very upset and mad.
So
that
get
I'm
out
not
and do
beating
something
him.
about it. Let's go.
All right.
All right, good luck.
Yeah.
LFG, you know what I'm saying?
If he's beating him with his offhand, I mean that's embarrassing.
That
right?
is embarrassing.
That's bad.
That's like, what are you doing? That's not nice. It's uncalled for. It's inappropriate.
I'm guessing it doesn't even matter which dart game because there's a lot of games. Like,
yeah, right. You got 301 or 501 or you got cricket, whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I can beat my dad in darts. My dad's terrible at darts. I don't think he's thrown a dart in 50 years. My brother and I, we used to love playing darts. It's fun to get into that. Dean is next up. Dean, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Dean.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Just out doing deliveries. Growing up, like our family, we come from like a good line of like hockey players. Like my father and my uncles, even my grandpa, they all played like competitive hockey. My dad played in the AHL. That's one thing I could just never. Doesn't matter what I did, and he was a smaller guy. He played defense, and I'm 6'1". I play defense, and I just anything that I thought I could do better than him. He would, he's still playing hockey at 67 years old, and I'm pretty sure he can skate circles around me with a cigarette in his mouth. Like it's.
When was the last time you played?
Probably about close to like 9 years ago.
Wow. So you've given it up completely.
Yeah, I just I'm 35 and it's not like I'm a competitive person. I can never play the beer league aspect because everybody thinks that there's scouts in the stands at a beer league. I work full time. I can't afford to get hurt, right? So,
this is true. Yeah, I got it. Thanks for the call, Dean. I appreciate it. Beer league hockey, man. He's right. You get people that play and they think that they're scouts in the stands or whatever, and people think that they're like, this is like just like the NHL. Let's drop the gloves. I love when Doug tells the stories because Doug plays in beer league hockey, and he's like, when somebody gets too aggressive and they want to fight, and people are like, dude, I gotta go work tomorrow. You're like, what am I gonna go to work with a black eye? What are we doing? A split lip? A banged up hand? Come on. We're old. What are we doing? We're just getting the exercise.
Dude.
But people take it too seriously.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't even matter what rec league sport. It could be beer league hockey, basketball, whatever. It's just softball, dude. It's like, hey, man, we're paying to play. They're not paying us to play. The professional dream is over. We're having fun. We're getting exercise. It is not worth it.
I was watching the news last night. Speaking of basketball, there was this story of a shooting at a LA Fitness out in Warren, I think, that started with an argument on the basketball court. Two guys got into it. I guess somebody punched one guy. Guy goes out to his car and goes all, Marcus Johnson from White Man Can't Jump and gets his gun out and there's shots fired. I don't think anybody got hurt, fortunately, but it was an investigation. The one dude took off and the cops are there. And yeah, I mean, people, relax. You're there for exercise. There to enjoy it.
Yeah, some competitive nature, fine, but in the end, it does not matter. It does not matter.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe they're arguing whether he was a Macomb County 5 or not.
Maybe.
He's like, I'm a shooter. I don't want to play down low.
Well, you got to play down low. You're the tallest guy we got.
You're 6'2".
Right. What do you want? You're tall. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text us as well. We'll continue to take some of your calls and texts on that topic of, what can you never beat your dad at? What was he always better than you at? But we want to get into the Pistons because they started the season last night. They didn't start it off with a bang, but it wasn't a thud either. I think there's some stuff we want to talk about with the Pistons game last night. Next on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, before we get into the Pistons, let's take this one more call on what you could never beat your dad at. And let's go to Eric. You're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Eric.
Hey, how you doing today, guys?
Good.
My dad and I would go recreational shooting, skeet shooting, trap shooting.
Yeah.
And I just could never beat him. And, I mean, this guy would just work with me. And if I didn't beat him, he would make me tell him that, say, my old man is better than I am. And so, I mean, he would really push it hard. But it would just, I'd get so close. And I think sometimes he'd try and let me win, and that was even worse. So I could pretty much shoot, but, you know, it was quite the scene.
Did you or he, did you guys grow up hunting?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And that's what, it was part of, all that was part of hunter safety in my family also.
Okay. Was
you
he?
know, keeping fire. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask questions of why I would expect him to be, why he was better. Was he in the military?
Yes, he was. And, you know, it was a natural thing for him. When he grew up, it was a lot of more hunting than I had done. But I don't know if you've ever been skeet shooting before, but sometimes the wind will catch those little pigeons, and they'll move up and down. And, man, he just wouldn't miss nothing. I just couldn't believe it. You know, and the thing is, it wouldn't be like he just hit it and the thing cracked. He would just puff it.
Just
you know,
obliterate
and I just couldn't do it. Yeah, you talk about being intimidated. It's pretty bad.
No fun. All right, thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. Ever gone shooting, Kang?
Skeet shooting?
Yeah.
No, there's actually, I think, the place by me. I want to try it, though.
It's fun. I haven't done it in years, but first time I did it was on a cruise ship when I was 18.
On a cruise ship?
On a cruise ship, 19 years old, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah, they had skeet shooting on the back of the cruise ship, and that was like a natural. I hit all the targets. I was surprised.
They didn't have the heart to tell you were hitting seagulls.
Yeah, well, they were clay pigeons. Look, my eyesight's bad. I don't know what I was hitting. But. And then I'd gone shooting a couple times since then, and I really enjoyed it. But not a gun owner, but friends of mine that still go every once in a while, and I gotta get on with that because that's fun.
Is that the one where you yell like pull or whatever?
Yeah.
So you actually yell it out like they tell you. All right.
And they have this mechanism that
That's
just slings the thing out there, and
Yeah.
you shoot it whenever you want to shoot it. You
I wanna
can shoot
try
it
it.
right away, or you can let it fly a little bit. It's cool. I enjoy it. All right, so last night the NBA season for the Pistons started. It started really in the NBA 2 nights ago, but Pistons taking on the Miami Heat, the Eastern Conference champions, defending champions. Heat's a good team. We can all understand it. Got maybe the best coach in basketball. They got some good players there. Obviously, they went to the finals. They're a good team. Pistons only won 17 games a year ago. We hardly saw Cade Cunningham. And when you're watching the game in the first half, I think it was frustrating for Pistons fans because the turnovers were ridiculous in the first half.
Absolutely. Frustrating is the correct term. Incredibly frustrating.
It just didn't stop. And, you know, I don't know how many they had in the second half, but for the game they had 17, which is too many.
I think they went the third quarter without one. Maybe one, or they cleaned up in the third.
I think they really cleaned things up. I felt like they had double digits in the first half.
Oh, it was terrible.
It was awful. And then they also went through their patented, hey, let's give up a big run that they always do.
That's the NBA too.
It is the NBA,
yeah.
but it seems like the Pistons are, you know, when you're a bad team, you do that. And I think that the Heat got off to like a 17-1 run or something like that. But the Pistons fought back. And one thing that was constant throughout the game was Cade Cunningham. And he showed last night that I think he's got superstar potential. This guy was knocking down shots. He was driving to the lane. He showed a quickness that I don't remember seeing from him the first couple years he's been with the Pistons. Not that he's played a ton, but he looked quicker last night and was able to hit this, you know, little jump shot off the backboard a couple of times. He shot pretty accurately in the first half of the game and into the third quarter, and then they made a big run in the fourth quarter. They were down 19 points. They ended up losing the game by 103-102. He had the ball in his hands with a chance to win it at the end, launched a contested 25-foot three-point shot that goes off the rim, but it's not a victory. They don't start the season off with a bang, but like I said before the break, it wasn't a thud either. I liked what I saw from the team because they showed an ability to play defense. holding a team to 103 points, it's a championship caliber team. That was good. And the defense is really what created the comeback, what sparked the comeback. And you get a rookie like Asar Thompson who 5 blocks in the game. That was great. Duran's blocking shots. And playing defense becomes contagious when you see the benefits of the defense coming through. Like, oh, we just stopped somebody because we're doing what we're supposed to do. Let's turn into fast break points. But Cade Cunningham ending the game with, 30 points in the game, 9 assists. It's a pretty good start to the season for him. And I'm already saying I think he's got superstar potential. He was the number 1 pick in the draft for a reason. Is this year we're going to see a much more consistent Cade Cunningham? What were your impressions of the game?
Yeah, my impressions were, obviously I agree with you on the turnovers early. They were just too careless with the ball. They're a young team. We know they're a young team, but the issue was they really played like a young team to start that game. They're extra young because of injuries. Monte Morris, Bogdanovich is out. Those 2 guys bring veteran leadership.
Livers is out.
Yeah, but Livers at least the younger guy. Yep. Those other 2 guys, they maybe the turnovers aren't as much if they have some older guys in the court because they started Thompson, right? With that being said, that was some of the negatives. I thought they need to get the line more. Now, this is after 1 game, people. I understand.
Of course, yeah.
Right? But a win would have been really nice. It would have been really nice to start the season against the defending Eastern Conference champions 1-0. The positives, and the biggest positive you mentioned, it's Cade Cunningham. Now, it's only 1 game, but this is what the potential you saw when you drafted him 1-1, which is first round, first pick overall. He looks legit. He looks like a guy that can create his own shot, and he looks like a guy that you can go to when you need a bucket. He's the alpha. Like, hey, we need someone to score right now. We need someone to take over this game. It's Cade Cunningham. He's a legit go-to guy. Some other positives. Duran looks like he's picking up where he left off. Another double-double, incredibly athletic. Isaiah Stewart. Now, he ended up having a good offensive night, Gator, but there are times where I'm like, hey, you're not a young Karl Malone or Dirk Nowitzki. Like, I thought he kind of went a little too offensive sometimes, but overall, you look at his stats, he did well offensively. And we'll
knocked
see.
down 2 of the three-point shots.
Yeah, and so we'll hopefully continue to see that because I think he started last year off night shooting well, and he really tailed off after that. I don't like one of the negatives. I don't like Killian Hayes starting. I know this is way too early, but I'm kind of done with Killian Hayes. Like, as soon as Monte Morris comes back, I think he's going to lose his playing time, and I really like Marcus Sasser. So I think Killian Hayes ends up being the odd man out. Jaden Ivey's on the bench because Hayes is starting. I'm not sure I like that. Well, it's just very early. Monte Williams is still learning his team.
I'm a huge Jaden Ivey fan. Full disclosure, my dad went to Purdue, so I'm always had a soft spot. I know. I've always had a soft spot in my heart for Purdue as well. I just don't let it show as much as Doug does. And, I knew his grandfather I loved his grandfather. So that being said, I root for him a lot. But I'm watching Jaden Ivey play, and he's got all this potential in the world. He's fast as hell. He can knife through traffic and get his shot off. But he's not finishing, and he turns the ball over. It's like he doesn't have it seems to me he doesn't have the ball handling skills that he thinks he has yet.
He can be a little reckless.
Yeah.
He's got
maybe that's a better word.
Yeah, he's got an incredible first step. He can get to the rack. Finishing is an issue. Sometimes when he's reckless, he doesn't even get to finish because he loses the ball or he doesn't know where he's going. He's young. Like I mentioned, the whole team seems very young. I'm not sure if coming off the bench messed with him at all. He didn't shoot well last night. We'll see how this goes. Like I said earlier, Monty Williams is still learning his team. He played a lot of people last night. Wiseman didn't play, so it seems like Bagley's got that backup spot. But we'll see how this season goes. But I'm with you. I'm a big Ivy fan. I think he can be definitely an asset for this team.
248-539-9797, the same number to text and call. We want to hear your feedback on what your impressions were. First game of the season for the Pistons last night. And call your shot. Do you think Cade Cunningham is going to end up being a superstar in this league? Why not call your shot one game into it? Hey, we like to plant flags early, and after one game, I just saw something different about him in the game last night than we had seen in the previous 2 seasons where he had limited duty because of injuries. Your thoughts as we continue here next on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm watching the game last night, and they're down. They were down by like 7 or so in the first half, and they were cutting it to 5, and then it just jumps up, and I'm like, all right, this is typical Pistons. Here we go. Nothing's changed, and they're gonna get down by 15 and 20, whatever it is, and they got down big. They got down by 19. Thought it was totally done, and I'm still watching because I want to see what these guys are going to do, how they respond, and is there anything left? Is there any life in them or not? And there was. They were sparked by defense, and then they start knocking down shots. And when you look at the stats in the game, the Pistons knocked down more shots on the same number of attempts. They out-rebounded them 56-48. They did better from three-point land, or at least they took more, knocked down more three-pointers, 11-8. But the difference, and you kind of hinted at it earlier, was the free throw line.
Yeah, they didn't get to the line.
They didn't get to the line. They got there 15 times, knocked down 9 of the shots, and 60% is not good free throw shooting. But the Heat knocked down 21 out of 26. But they got guys that get there. Adebayo gets there. They know how to get to the free throw line. Butler gets there. Between the two of those guys, I think they're 15 out of 20. Or 15 out of 19 between the two of them. So you get to the line when you have players that are willing to go to the rack and take the punishment. And
I don't think Cade had a free throw last night, did he?
I don't think he did either. He was 0 for 0.
Yeah, and 30 points with no free throw attempts.
Yeah. Nobody had more than 3 free throw attempts in the game for the Pistons.
And that comes with being young, I think. Like sometimes you just depend on your jump shot more than, take it to the hole, work the referees. But you mentioned the energy and effort is there. It's clearly there. They never got down on themselves. They fought back. Due largely because Cade Cunningham, it might be a legit star in this league. It's very early. He's got to stay healthy. He's got to continue it. But I think he showed last night that the offseason did him well. He was working on his game after he got done with surgery.
The last point scored in the game came with 1:44 left.
They had 2 shots at it.
I know.
The Pistons to take the lead.
But they're nearly 2 minutes of playing time, and neither team scored in the last 2 inside of 1:44, which is pretty unbelievable. That Cade Cunningham three-pointer that you played the highlight of from Mark Champion, the voice of the Pistons. Great to hear Mark's voice again. That was it. And I'm watching this game, and I'm trying to think of talking, things we can talk about with the listeners about this thing. And I guess I'm looking at what are it's not necessarily expectations about it, but what do you want to see out of this team, that's going to make you more involved with what they can do? And I think first and foremost, you have to have somebody emerge as watchable anyway. And I think Cade Cunningham checked that box. The other thing is, in order for the Pistons to win games, they're going to have to be better defensively. I think last night showed they played better defensively last night. The fact that they held the Heat to 103 points. I think last year they gave up 114 a game or whatever it was. So it's well below the average from last year. That's good.
They blocked a ton of shots last night.
They blocked a ton of shots.
They were very active. Hands up. That might burn them at some point because for pump fakes, and then once the book gets out, they try to contest every shot, But as far as last night, Thompson, 5 blocks as a rookie. That guy plays defense. He tries to play defense, that's for sure.
Yeah,
the effort's there.
They had 13 blocks in the game. So, it speaks to that as well. I thought the ball, I think what I want to see more out of it is better ball movement, better shooting from a better shot selection as well. Don't just take shots to take them. Make sure it's a good shot that you're getting off. And I think there was some of that last night. The guys were just jacking it up to jack it up. But I think there's some positives to build off it. It's one game into the season, of course, but it's a game that's against the Eastern Conference champions, and you want to, compete with the best. And you think about that. So they're competing with the best in the conference. You look at the Detroit Lions. Who'd they start their season with? They played the Kansas City Chiefs to start the season, taking on the best. And obviously the Red Wings won that game. The Red Wings start off their season against New Jersey and Tampa Bay, decent competition to start off. And so getting that early test, I think, is going to help. But those are the things that I'm looking for. I want to see a better defensive effort all around. I want to see a player emerge that's worth watching. And with a better defensive effort, I feel like you're going to be winning games, and that's what's going to get people to tune in. What is it for you that you're looking for?
I said it the other day, stay healthy. I know it's a low bar, but I got to know what I have at the end of the year. You know? I don't want another, well, this guy was hurt and we don't know. No, I just need to know. Even if it's bad, at least we know and we can move forward with a plan. But as far as just besides staying healthy, I want to see Cade be the guy, and I want to see Duren live up to my personal expectations. Yeah. I know you guys think ever since I ran him to the airport when he was drafted, but
he's
Jalen
my favorite player ever.
He looks like in a league where there's very few elite big men. And if you have one, you have something. Because you know where the league is going. They're getting away from the big men. But if you have an Embiid, if you have a Jokic, and I'm not saying he's there or anything like that, but a guy that you can down low that no one else has. Who's going to check Jalen Duren if he's got to develop his offensive game still, but he's incredibly raw, but he's so athletically gifted.
Like when I said I want them to have better shot selection, better shooting from better shot selection, this is a guy I'm looking at because he doesn't need to shoot three-pointers. I don't need him shooting three-pointers. I need him making damn near everything he takes, though, because he should have great shot selection. And last night, 8 for 11 from the field. Look, I don't expect him to be a 75% shooter from the field or 80% shooter from the field. But it'd be nice if you know that you can go to that guy 10 times a game and he's going to knock down at least 6 of those shots. Or maybe and then he can start to expand that and you're going to him 15 times a game. Can he knock down 9 or 10 of those shots? It would be huge because it's not all about the three-point shooting. You've got guys that are going to do that. Cade Cunningham's going to shoot three-pointers. Ivy's going to shoot them. Harris is going to shoot them. Bogdanovich, when he's healthy, he's going to shoot them. I don't need Ivy doing that. And Stewart he's developing that part of his game, and maybe he can develop that as part of his game. But Jalen Duren, I just want him to be that guy. Be Karl Malone.
To piggyback on your shot selection, because I don't want empty possessions. And last night there was too many turnovers, and those were empty possessions. So, shot selection, you want good shots. I mean, a terrible shot is the same thing as a turnover. They were just too careless with the ball, and I don't know if that's because Killian Hayes was running the point or they're just young, but they got to be stronger with the ball and take care of it more. So as far as gameplay, I'd like to see that moving forward. Hey, possess the ball, to treat it like it's something special, not something you just throw away. Because it seemed like sometimes maybe first game jitters, I have no idea, but they were just throwing terrible passes.
How'd you like the orange shoes?
For Cade?
Yeah. All right. No, I think they were for Killian.
Oh yeah. I don't think you want people to notice you if you're not playing well.
No, I get it. I'm like, oh, well, someone thinks they're special.
I mean, he can defensively, he can be a plus.
Yes.
Offensively, I still don't see it, man.
It's still that work in progress, I guess. Randy is next up here, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Randy.
Hi, Gator. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I
Well,
watched
thanks for
that game. I thought what a tremendous game. We were all entertained, I'm sure. I was very disappointed in the last play of the game. That's all. That's the only reason why I called back.
The last play, you see,
only down by
2.5 seconds left. They inbound the ball in their territory, and the best they got off was
the free throw line extended, and the best they came up with was an inlet pass. 14 feet above the 3-point line to Cade. Of course, Cade. Everybody in the building knew Cade was going to get the ball. I mean, I wish he would have used him more as a decoy. I mean, after all, he's the highest paid coach in the NBA. I'm not asking for much.
I blame Killian Hayes on that. Alex Burke was wide open. And even if Cade Cunningham was your first option coming out of that break, as soon as a guy is wide open, you throw that guy the ball. You don't throw the guy who's double teamed because, yeah, you're right. They knew Cade was going to get the ball.
Well, the good thing is, though, it's all on film. And they can go over that stuff and try to get better. But again, I thought the effort last night was there. I was impressed with the effort, and look, it's not a win, but it's not an embarrassing loss either. They hung with them right to, and they had a chance to win at the end, and that's really all you could ask when you're taking on the Eastern Conference champions. I like where they're headed. I think it's a good direction. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also, don't forget, coming up in about 12 minutes from right now, you got a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox Theater. this Saturday night. Hope you've been listening for the first couple hours of the show. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, Michigan, it's another weekend loaded with college football. And locally, Michigan State is a 7-point underdog at Minnesota. Monday night, we got pro football. Detroit is an 8-point favorite hosting Las Vegas. My listeners in Michigan are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend in the great state of Michigan. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino app right now, and all your favorite casino games are also right at your fingertips. They go wherever you go. Plus, bet on college and pro football. Odds, bets, slots, games, all of that right in your pocket. The casino goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Have fun and get in on all the action. Play with the live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Great offers right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake online casino app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with our producer, Kang. Doug will be back on Monday's program. You want to stream the show, you can do so via the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, Audacy. There's a rewind feature there, which might do you some good if you wanted to win some Seinfeld tickets we're going to give away in about 7 minutes. You get to be listening to the show. We'll ask a question, something that happened in the first 2 hours of the show. If you're the first person to call at 248-539-9797 with the correct answer, then you will get that 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox Theater. You can also stream with video on twitch.tv. Look for 97 The Ticket, and you can find us there. Hello, Twitch crowd. Also on YouTube, if you look for 97 The Ticket on YouTube, you can see us streaming it there. So all different types of ways for you to get involved and watch, listen, participate, whatever you want to do. King, I know we've got some feedback.
Yeah, we got some ticket texts coming in on the Pistons. This one's from an unnamed ticket texter. Cade was awesome, but Killian's defense were probably gonna notice. He completely shut out Jimmy Buckets down the stretch in the fourth. Don't give up on him yet, Piston fans. Here's another one from a ticket texter that did not sign it. Killian Hayes sucks. I think he's the reason why we lost that game. All of his bad 3-point shots. So, battling Killian Hayes tweet or text there.
Well, 0 for 6 from 3-point land. He did have a couple of steals. He had 3 assists in the game. Also had a block shot. I mean, that's the thing with him. He is a defense guy, but you got to be a two-way player unless you're just going to be spot duty off the bench, and he's not. He played 31 minutes last night in starting duty.
He played a lot. Here's another one. Cade at 230 pounds is no joke. I'm very encouraged. The win would have been nice, but I'm thrilled they were down 20 and then fought back into a tight game. That's from Pat in Grosse Pointe. Yeah, the comeback, we both agree. Like there was no, get down on yourselves. And I think that everyone knows that NBA is a league of runs.
Yeah,
so
very
teams
streaky.
Very streaky. Teams are going to make their runs. And they fought back, which was great. And Cade was there all night, though. Cade was he was their go-to guy. And 30 points on no free throw attempts. Once he starts getting to the line a little bit more, make it a little bit easier on him.
Well, I guess that's when you'll know that he's reached superstar status, is when he starts getting to the line, because the superstars get the calls and you're going to find yourself getting extra point opportunities. And none for him last night. 0 for 0 from the free throw line. The Pistons as a team only had 15 shots from the charity stripe, and they end up losing by a point. And there are easy ways to point out how'd they lose. Well, they didn't get to the free throw line. They committed way too many turnovers. It's as simple as that.
What'd you think of Asar Thompson's debut?
I thought it was definitely impressive defensively. He does not look out of place, and anybody that wants to just go out there and ball up defensively on a team that desperately needs defense, I'm good with. I would have liked to have seen him score a little bit more, or at least knock down more shots than what he did. He was 1 for 7 from the field. But for a rookie making his debut, he's putting his stamp down there that he's going to be a defender, and that's exactly what they need. And I like that Monty Williams values that, putting him in the starting lineup. Okay, go for it. Now, how is the lineup going to change when guys like Bogdanovich comes back? How is it going to change? Is it going to push Thompson out? Does it push Killian Hayes out? And you just go with a bigger lineup? I don't know. It seems like because of what they did in the preseason, that, and also maybe even a little bit in the summer league, it does seem like Jaden Ivey is going to be coming off the bench.
That seems to be the plan. Well, after one game, of course, that was the plan.
Well, but I'm just saying this has been put into place. Yes. It wasn't just like it just happened last night.
Yeah, you're right. It's always nice to have some firepower off the bench. The thing with Jaden Ivey right now, he's a bit out of control, maybe reckless. He definitely has the speed to get by defenders. Finishing is an issue. He was 1 for 7 last night. It wasn't terrible, but you got to finish. And if you're not going to finish, you better get the foul call, right?
Well, I can handle if you're going to miss some jump shots, but if you're a guy that's dynamic enough and fearless enough to get to the rack, that's where we say you got to finish. I mean, you're going to. The majority of your shots, if they're going to be taken inside of 5 feet, they're layups. I mean, they're not uncontested layups, of course. I mean, these are battle-tested layups. But make them. Make the majority of them. And that's what'll take you to a whole different level. And he's got that in him. I mean, he's always had the speed factor. He just looks like he's the fastest guy on the court. And in most games, I think he will be. So take that to his advantage. Use that to your advantage anyway. But if he's coming off the bench, those opportunities aren't going to be as frequent as they would if he was starting, for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. But, I posed a question out there. I haven't gotten your answer to it. Do you think that Cade Cunningham will be a superstar in the league?
I think that he, at the end of the year, he'll be in that conversation where, is he the next star in this league? So there's just so many stars in the league right now that are ahead of him, and he's going to make a pretty big leap to get in that group. But I think he gets in the group of, are they next? Are these guys the next guys? And I think Cade Cunningham will get there. I hope the losing doesn't get to him, because it looks like the Pistons are going to lose a lot of games this year. But with the skill set that he has and what he showed last night, he's got the ability. He's got the ceiling is always there. I guess we never knew how high the ceiling was, because he's not like a dynamic type of player. He just gets the job done.
Yeah.
He's not going to jump out the gym. He's not super quick. He's not incredibly strong, but I think he's got a little bit of everything.
But he looked different last night, didn't he?
Maybe it's because we haven't seen him play in so long. That's where you were like, who's that guy? Hey, oh, that's Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, that guy played 11 games last year.
Yeah.
Averaged 19.9 points a game last year. Is that the same guy? I thought he looked a little different, a little quicker. Somebody else noticed he's 230 pounds. I mean, I also think he's the unquestioned leader on the team, which is good.
He can be. He's the legit star of the Pistons, that's for sure. And I think you have a legit go-to guy now, which is huge in this league.
David is next up here in 97 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
It's good. So Pistons, great game yesterday. Actually, first half kind of was not that great. They had 9 turnovers in the first half, I believe. They didn't have those 9 turnovers. I believe the Pistons could have secured that game by third quarter. They had Oscar Thompson had about 5 blocks. They all played together as a team, and they're really young, so they're still getting that underneath them. But I without having Cade going to the line or anything like that, I think he needs to try to get in the paint a little bit more and try to get that going. If he has something like that going, I mean, you have an extra opportunity for an extra bucket or two. So I mean, from what they had last night, I mean, if they keep that intensity up for the rest of the season, which I highly doubt, they might get in that 7-8 seed spot.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, David. I think that's kind of like the dream scenario is that they're competing for one of those last spots.
Well,
I don't think it's likely.
No, yeah, it's more like the play-in spot, not the 7-8 seed, like the 10 seed. Right?
That would be pretty great if they got into a play-in situation, and even then, I don't know. The Eastern Conference is tough, but they showed last night that they can play with the best. It's about the consistent effort. Can you do it night in and night out, or is that just opening night adrenaline keeping you in there?
And at some point, you got to finish. I mean, it's nice to be close, but you got to finish some of these games. That's where you see real progress.
That's where you got to learn to win. All right, time now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld at the Fox Theater on Saturday night. Be the first caller with the correct answer to this question, and that is, earlier in the show, we had a caller say that his dad did this about 12,000 times. And that was something that he was never going to be able to do. What was it that his dad did 12,000 times? 248-539-9797. What is it the caller said his dad did 12,000 times? You're the first caller with the correct answer. You get the 4-pack of tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld on Saturday night at the Fox Theater. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We're going to get into the Lions a little bit. Let's break into the NFL, see what's going on there, and get your pulse and check your pulse a little bit for what's going to happen on Monday night against the Raiders right here at 97.1 The Ticket. Well, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations to Chris in East Point. Chris knew that the answer to the trivia question for the Seinfeld tickets. When I asked the question, I said, what did a caller said his father did this 12,000 times, and it was something he was never going to be able to do. What was it? And the answer was jump out of an airplane, do some skydiving. His father made over 12,000 jumps. It was something the caller's like, I'm not doing it. It just, the older he gets, the more scared he gets, and it just isn't going to happen. So if you missed your chance to win the Seinfeld tickets, sorry. But there is good news. Coming up at 1:41. Be listening around 1:41. We'll be listening the whole show because sometime between now and 1:41, another trivia question will materialize. This time for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for Lions game on Sunday, November 19th. That's against the Chicago Bears. And if you don't win, stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 p.m. for another chance to win. It's courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. But we will have a trivia question coming up at 1:41 to win Lions tickets, and we know how tough those are to come by. Like, for instance, Monday night's game against the Raiders. And I think we look at this game, Kang, and we say this is a very winnable game for the Lions. I'm feeling pretty chesty about it. I think that they're not going to have any issues at all with the Raiders. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Their best quarterback would be Jimmy Garoppolo. But if he can't go, who's going to go? Hoyer or Aiden O'Connell? I don't care. I don't care if it's Jimmy G. It doesn't matter. They're not good enough to beat a team that's as good as the Lions, particularly when the Lions are playing at home. I'm very chesty about this. Very chesty indeed.
You got chesty last week, though. It was late last week.
I didn't get chesty. I thought they'd win by the end of the week. I started the week thinking they'd lose, and by Friday, I convinced myself my heart got the better of me, and I thought that they would win. I wasn't chesty about it. Chesty is like you're like 95% sure they're going to win. I was chesty about their game in Tampa because I have no faith in Baker Mayfield. Just like I have no faith in Jimmy G or Brian Hoyer or in Aiden O'Connell. The Raiders are done.
See, I'm not going to get chesty. I expect the Lions to win, and they should win. But you got Devontae Adams, you got Josh Jacobs, you got Max Crosby. Those guys are playmakers. They're difference makers, okay? So if it's Aiden O'Connell or Brian Hoyer, whoever, sometimes you just got to get the ball to your playmakers, and they can take care of a lot of work for you. I don't think the Raiders are any good, Gator. I don't necessarily respect them, but I respect the NFL. And there's any given Sunday. Well, this is any given Monday, right? And what happened last Monday, by the way? Not one person picked the Vikings to beat the Niners. Guess what happened? Captain Kirk showed up, okay? And even without Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison was there, and the Vikings took care of business at home. Now, I know the Raiders aren't at home, but it's the NFL, and I respect the NFL.
Well, maybe the Niners aren't all they're cracked up to be. They do have a good defense, but they miss some.
But they don't suck.
No, they don't suck. They don't suck at all. But think about it. The last 2 weeks, they've lost to Cleveland, and they lost to the Vikings.
Yeah, 2 upsets, and that's why I respect the NFL. And Nick Bosa said it best. The NFL can humble you quickly. You know, it's a weekly thing.
Without question. But the Raiders come into the game averaging 3 yards a carry. They've got 480 yards rushing in 7 games. That's not good. They've already thrown, as a team, they've thrown 12 interceptions in 7 games. This is not a good football team. This is a football team that has good players, a few good players, but they're not a good team. Devontae Adams, of course, he's great. Love him, right? Josh Jacobs is a very good running back, but he's having a horrible season. He's averaging less than 3 yards a carry right now. Max Crosby is a beast. 6.5 sacks. He has to be accounted for. Well, if he's going to line up on the on our right tackle, I like that matchup, Penei Sewell and Max Crosby. I like the matchup against Taylor Decker, but I think Crosby is the better player, but you can get some help. I just really like their chances. Tyree Wilson this is another player to watch. He's the rookie defensive end that when we got towards the draft, Lions fans like, should we go for Tyree Wilson? Is Tyree Wilson the guy? Well, they passed on him as well to go with what they did in the draft. I feel like this is one of those games that it's, no matter how you slice it, if you believe in up-down theory, then it goes for the Lions because the Lions lost. The Any Given Sunday is the only thing that keeps the Raiders afloat. And with the Lions coming off an embarrassing loss like they did, I just can't see it. I can't see that path victory.
This game is the true measuring stick of where the Lions are at as far as those stinkers are going to happen every now and then. And Coach Campbell said it best. He says, if we don't respond, that's the real shame.
That's the real shame, yeah.
That's the real shame. The Lions must respond. Like I said, I expect them to win, but we mentioned the stars. Now, Josh Jacobs has been a letdown this year, but Devontae Adams is an all-pro player.
He's a great player.
Max Crosby leads the league in pressures.
Great player.
It's not even close, I think, between number 1 and 2. He's a great player. Of course, it's a team game. Other guys have to show up. But it's the NFL, man, and there are professionals on the other side. They're providing resistance. The Lions should win. They should come back from that horrible loss in Baltimore. But I'm not chesty. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
I'm just not chesty.
You're not chesty. You've been hurt.
No, I'm cautious, man. Let's show the opponent, or like I said, show the NFL some respect. Every week there's upsets, man.
I know.
The Bills lost to the Patriots. You thought the Patriots were tanking. They beat the Bills.
What's up with the Bills?
What's
up with the Bills?
What's up with the Patriots? They're terrible.
No, but what's up with the Bills, honestly? What's going on with that team?
It's the NFL.
Bills not that good?
Maybe.
Everybody's questioning themselves when you lose. It's like every team that you think is good and every team that is good. So far this year, they've got a loss that you're like, did you just lose that game? Maybe the only team that can say we're good is Kansas City. Their loss was to the Lions opening night, and they can explain it away. They can say what they want about guys they didn't have on that Thursday night game to start the season because they did play without a couple of big ones, right? And that's their only loss. The other teams in the league, they've all got their embarrassing moments. Lions have lost 2 games. No shame in losing in overtime to a quality team in Seattle. It was a little embarrassing how they handled themselves Sunday in Baltimore. More than a little embarrassing when you get beat 38-6. But it's to Baltimore. At least Baltimore's a good team. But all these other teams have lost to teams that you're like, wow.
It happens,
that
man.
Happened.
It happens, though, every year.
But it's happened more than once to these teams. Like, wow. You guys lost to who? By what? I don't care. I'm chesty. Who's with me? 248-539-9797. I am chesty about the Lions' chances of beating the Raiders on Monday Night Football. Agree or disagree?
There would be one reason why I would be chesty if I were to be chesty. You haven't mentioned it. It's their coach, man. Someone just texted us this, and I totally agree. The Raiders may have the worst coach in the league, and one
you
who the
do not
players
like him at all.
I think he's a terrible head coach.
I think he's a terrible head coach, yes. Great offensive mind, terrible head coach.
Yeah, he might be just, stick to being an offensive coordinator. And it helps when Bill Belichick's calling the defense for you, too. But I feel like this is the last shot for Josh McDaniels, right? And he makes some, not just the coaching, the in-game decisions that he makes sometimes. I don't think the players like him as well, as this texter pointed out.
I don't think they do.
So if I get chesty, it's because I don't like McDaniels. I don't think maybe he's my McVay. I'm sorry. But at least McVay won a Super Bowl, Gator, as a head coach.
Yeah, whatever. No, he did. He did. Had a hell of a team. And they bought a lot of those players. They bought those players at the end to put them over the edge, and they did. They won it. I can't take it away from them. I wonder if I'm able to convince you by the end of the day Monday for you to be chesty. We still got all weekend long for you to get chesty. And the last week, you weren't confident they'd beat Baltimore, and then by the end of it, you were with me. I wasn't confident at the beginning of the week. I didn't think they'd win, but by the end of the week, rallied. Still time for you to rally. There's time for you folks out there to rally. Are you chesty or not about the chances to win on Monday night? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Also, I'm curious, people that want tickets to the games, when you're looking at the Lions season, you're like, oh, wait, it'd be nice to go see a Lions game. Let me check this out. Are you finding that it's really tough to get the ticket? We say it's a tough ticket to get. And I say it because they've sold out season tickets. So I imagine that tickets on that secondary market are tough to come by, particularly when this team is as good as they are. People want to see them. Add to that, this is a Monday night matchup. Have you noticed personally that it's harder to get Lions tickets than it has been in the past? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is my favorite place to go. It's the best place for great food, great atmosphere, and great specials. You want to watch any sporting event, you better think about this place. 24 Seconds in Berkeley. They have the best wings in town. Flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in the sound for all the big games. It's an amazing atmosphere. Plus, they've got the NFL Sunday Ticket. The Lions Shuttle is back for this Monday night's game and for all home games. This way you can save the hassle of driving and the parking. Book your seat right now because they fill up quickly. And for the Michigan State football games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite and Coors Light. Lions games and all Sunday football games, you get $4 drafts of Miller Lite. For Red Wing games and Piston games, are $4 bottles of Blue and Blue Light. And you can catch the World Series there as well. Well, we got Texas and Arizona. Should be a lot of fun. Specials there all day, every day, too, which is great. Lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Go to 24 Seconds Bar on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram for great contests. And you can catch them on everything that they've got going on. Every seat's a great seat. Like I say, you're going to want to go there for the great food, the great service. And check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action all for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with Kang, our producer. And we are proud to take your calls at 248-539-9797. I'm trying to get Kang on board to be chesty about this game on Monday night. I really feel that this is one that the Lions have in the bag. I mean, of course, they got to play the game. You got to make sure you show up and all that. And yeah, and that's Dan Campbell's job, not mine. As a fan, I'm very chesty about this. Why should I not be chesty? Tell me why I shouldn't be chesty.
You're just chesty because of the quarterback situation?
I'm chesty because the team is in shambles. The Raiders are terrible. They're a horribly run organization. They have been for a while now. And they're not getting things right, and they're certainly not going to get it right Monday night in Detroit. You got a complaining wide receiver who people aren't even sure what the hell he's talking about when he says what he says. You've got a unstable quarterback situation, and you've got, by your own admission, a horrible head coach. So why should I not be chesty?
Well, we got some ticket texts that agree with you, Gator. We got Jamie in Ann Arbor. He says, I agree with Gator. I'm very chesty about this game. I expect to win this game by 14-plus points.
Back to double digits.
Ben in Kalamazoo text us, I am very chesty. Just look what happened after the Carolina game last year.
Let's go back in time.
Well,
and
Carolina,
see what happened last year after Carolina beat the Lions. It was embarrassing.
Yep.
We lost 37-23. The Lions took on the Chicago Bears at home, and the Lions won 41-10. And they just manhandled the Bears.
Okay. I am chesty because of the throwback helmet they'll be wearing. You can't lose wearing those helmets from Hassan. What do you think about those helmets?
I was going to bring this up. I have it in my notes.
Oh, you took notes.
My notes.
Doug would be proud.
Yes. Do you like the new Blue Lions helmet they'll use on Monday Night Football? That was my note.
You read that.
Yes.
Is that what notes sound like?
Do you like the new Blue Lions helmet that they're going to use Monday Night Football? Yes, I love the helmet. I think it's amazing. I think it's so good. It's just it's a different look. I mean, just simply going from silver or gray or whatever you want to say it to that Honolulu blue kind of metallic look is awesome. I can't wait to see it in full force with the uniforms. And they had to practice with those last week. You need to, I guess the league requires you use them for a little bit. I think it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a great look. I think we're going to be talking about it on Tuesday. Have you seen them? What do you think?
Yeah, I love them. Remember when they were teasing them? Like what they were coming back? They kind of do look like a Mustang or a car, right?
Yeah.
Like I like them a lot. No, that's cool. But I'm a guy who actually prefers, like, I don't mind the uniform, different uniforms and different helmets. I think it's kind of cool. Change it up a little bit.
I do too.
So yeah, I think the helmet's going to look really cool. You don't want to lose in those helmets.
No, you don't want to do that.
Because then people will be like, don't bring them back.
Exactly. Like Michigan State's uniforms on Saturday night.
Do you think they wasted them?
I mean,
like, cause those,
yeah,
like,
kind of,
right? Like, I think Rico was saying, wasn't he saying, don't do it? Like,
right. It's a great look. It was a great look, and I know a lot of people like the matte black look. I'm not a huge fan of matte black.
What did he do to you? That's a Gator joke right there.
F. Scott Fitzgerald. Why? I do not like the matte look, but I'm okay with it. I'm fine with it. And if Michigan State were to bring that out again, I want them to bring it out again because this season's just a train wreck anyway. But if they go with that same uniform and maybe do a different helmet, I always love the chrome look. I know some people don't like the chrome look. I was talking about this with Rico too, Rico and Mike off the air. The chrome look at night is fantastic if you can get that. In chrome look during the day, some people think that green chrome looks like a Christmas ornament more so than anything else. And it's hard to disagree with that. But I do like the shiny look of that helmet. But the Lions have it with the blue one on Monday night. I'm going to like that as well. Let's go to the phones. 248-539-9797. Tom, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tom.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, and great to thank you for having me on the show.
Well, thank you.
But I wanted to weigh in. No, you have every right to be chesty because we lost to the Ravens. And, I mean, the Ravens always do well during the regular season period. They had their problems in the playoffs, but I knew well going into that one, okay, that could be a good loss. I didn't expect the blowout, no. But at the same time, if anyone could flip the script and get right back on, the horse is, I think, this coach now. And I watched his team since birth, and I gave up after I think I saw Orlovsky step out of the end zone. I'm like, all right, this ain't professional. I'm done. And now watching it, okay, the Raiders kind of look like, where we're at not too long ago.
Well, I have a hard time believing that you were done because you've watched the team play since the Orlovsky stepping out of the end zone. I mean, come on.
I did up to that, and then once I saw that, literally, I was like, okay, I'm done. And then I started watching it last year, game, and I saw improvement.
So you missed, the majority of the Stafford years? You missed the majority of the Stafford years? When they went to the playoffs after that, you didn't do it? Come on, Tom.
I did not. I swear to you,
You're
Gator.
fibbing me right now. You didn't watch the
it.
playoff games when this team made the playoffs?
I did catch half on the highlights.
Come on, Tom. I'll let you go. I can't. I'm not buying it. You buying that?
Since birth, but he won't watch the playoff games at least?
Stopped watching when Orlovsky ran out of the end zone, and you haven't watched him since until last year.
And then they got Stafford and Calvin Johnson and went to the playoffs.
I mean, come on.
Still didn't watch them.
I get the people really want to hold true to the, hey, I gave up on him blank.
I'm Lions free.
But you didn't give up on him blank. You're not Lions free. You're not.
You may really be pissed at the team. I get it. The organization, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But you didn't go.
But come on,
free.
Right? You're not paying attention when a team goes to the playoffs. Stafford throws for 5,000 yards and 41 touchdowns. You're not paying attention to that season? No.
Didn't know.
Did you watch the playoff game in Dallas when Doug's not here, so we can bring it up? When Brandon Pettigrew got mauled?
No. Did that happen?
No.
I had no idea. I've been Lions free since Orlovsky.
Okay, good for you. I don't buy it. Not for a heartbeat.
We got more ticket texts. JD and Macomb, Lions cover the 8 number easy. I'm Chesty. They're going to beat the teams they should beat, especially at home. Donovan Brush Park, bold-ass prediction. Lions come away with the win and Max Crosby. Hooker, Houston, and a second-round pick for Crosby.
Wow. That's never going to happen, right?
No.
I mean, the Raiders aren't going to give up Max Crosby.
No. Love the new helmet, but get rid of the Fruit of a Loom gray uniform.
Oh.
Do they look like pajamas or underwear?
Maybe a little bit.
I'm chesty about the game on Monday, but only C-cup chesty, not double D like Gator is. It's an unnamed ticket texter.
Now, I will give you a reason to be a little concerned, I guess, as I'm trying to look statistically. Is there some kind of anomalation? Some sort of statistical anomaly that leads me to believe that maybe Lions haven't, that they don't have it as good. And that is that the Raiders defensively have been good against the pass. They don't give up many passing yards. So naturally, my next view is to go and see who have they played. And it's not necessarily a who's who, right? I mean, Russell Wilson, this is 4 years ago, it'd be pretty good. But stopping Russell Wilson to start the season is nothing impressive. They got smoked by Buffalo. They lost to Pittsburgh and Kenny Pickett. He's not exactly a throwing machine yet in his career. They lost to the Chargers, and obviously Justin Herbert can sling a little bit. But they beat the Packers with Jordan Love. Congratulations. They beat New England with Mac Jones. Congratulations. And they lost to the Bears, and that was a Tyson Bagent game. It's not even.
The Tyson Bagent?
Yeah, the Tyson Bagent. It's not even Justin Fields. So they haven't exactly played the greatest quarterbacks that are going to be lighting you up for passing yards. So we'll see. We know that it's a different Lions. It's a different Jared Goff playing at home than it is on the road. Goff has been better about that over the last 15, 18 games. Playing on the road, he's improved. But still, his splits are much better at home. I like the Lions' chances of lighting him up a little bit. I want to see Jamison Williams involved. We all want to see more from J-Mo because, I mean, frankly, it being a first-round pick, you got to show more. You have to show more. And hopefully they've gotten on the same page this week in practice. Hopefully the Lions can sustain some more drives this week so that they can go deeper into the playbook other than just playing catch-up for the rest of the game. I mean, 3 and outs to start the game last week was horrible. That's not going to happen on Monday. There's reason to be chesty. The only thing I look at from an anomaly standpoint is the Raiders statistically has been better against the pass. Very good against the pass, actually. It's like 180 yards a game. So there's that. But again, look who they played. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Are you chesty about their chances on Monday night? And if you're not, why? Why aren't you chesty? Please tell me why you're not chesty. You're starting to believe in this team here. I mean, I think people have already believed in this team, but did last week's loss to the Ravens, does that affect you at all? And keep this in mind. With the trade deadline coming up on Tuesday, did that loss to the Ravens, did that expose something about the Lions that they need to, not just want to, but need to do something by Tuesday? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back to the Karsten Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We kind of got into it at the end of the break there that the loss to the Ravens was, I think, stunning for Lions fans. Not that they lost, but it's that they lost by that much and that they were completely impotent offensively and defensively really throughout the game. But the first half was just abysmal. Got down 28-0 before you could even blink. They were down 28-0 with 7.5 minutes to go in the first half before they got the first down in the game. It was just a pathetic display all around. It's a yuck throw in the garbage game, and I would imagine that they're done with it, right? They should be done with it. Dan Campbell said, don't let the shame, it would be a shame if you let that carry over and affect you in the Monday night game. And I think we all agree with that. But nonetheless, with just a few days before the trade deadline's Tuesday. Did the game expose anything against the Ravens? Did that expose something for you as a Lions fan? Said we need to do this. It's not that we want to do this, it's we need to do this. The Lions need to make a move at the trade deadline. I mean, you look at that, then you also see what the Vikings were able to do to the San Francisco 49ers. I know San Francisco played without Deebo Samuel and without Trent Williams, but it's beyond that. I mean, they were able to play physical football. They got Christian McCaffrey to fumble, and they made Brock Purdy look terrible. All the while, the offense for the Vikings, they didn't give up. And when Kirk Cousins threw an interception early, they got over it. They turned over San Francisco, and then they ended up winning the game. They got timely rushes. Kirk Cousins was unflappable after that interception, and Jordan Addison's emerging as one of the bright young players in the league, and TJ Hawkinson is a stud for this team. You kind of couple that together. The Lions, I feel confident the Lions are going to win this division, but the Vikings seem like that's going to be a team that maybe can stick around a little bit. Rico was saying yesterday, take a look at their schedule, and he's right. Their schedule is light the rest of the way. They have a couple of decent games coming up, but beyond that, it's a pretty light schedule. So they can get a rack up a bunch of wins here. This is a team that I don't think is necessarily going to challenge the Lions, but I think it's a team that could compete for a playoff spot when all is said and done. So because of that factor, and because of what you saw last Sunday, do you feel compelled that the Lions need to make a move by the trade deadline? I wouldn't expect any trade to happen today or tomorrow. I expect if it would happen on the trade deadline Tuesday. The Lions have a bye week, which bodes well for them. But they've got the game to worry about on Monday night that they should be able to handle. 248-539-9797, the telephone number, same number to text.
It really depends on your aspirations, if you ask me, because do they need a move to be Super Bowl champions? Probably. I don't think they have enough to become a Super Bowl champions with the roster they have. Now, they can get pretty far with this roster, but if you're telling me that Brian Burns is on this team, okay, I'm thinking legit Super Bowl, right? Without Brian Burns, you're going to need somebody to step up opposite Aiden Hutchinson, or it's just anybody on this line, or even Hutchinson himself has to start playing a lot better. Not that he's played bad, but you brought up, getting to the quarterback is one thing, like putting pressure on him, but sacks is another. They didn't sack Lamar Jackson. You've actually been concerned about the pressure the last couple of weeks, and so you've kind of brought up the fact that, hey, bring someone in the front four. The thing with the Vikings, I don't feel threatened by them, but the fact that they are competing tells me for sure they're not selling, which means you're not getting Danielle Hunter, which would be another guy to kind of put you in that conversation for Super Bowl. They're going to stay with Kirk Cousins. They're 3-4. They're going to wait for Justin Jefferson to come back. And like you said, they may not compete for the division, but that wild card is definitely within striking distance. And you do want to distance yourself from them. You don't want to be too close to the Vikings because Kirk Cousins is a guy that showed you this past Monday night. He can still swing the ball.
Quarterback.
Yes.
He's just a real solid quarterback.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's top 5 in the league, but I think he's in that second tier of quarterbacks. He can certainly play at that level. Does he do it every week? No, but he can play at that level. Now, the interesting thing about the Vikings is, if they think that they're in a playoff run, then what do? Danielle Hunter, the problem with him is he's a free agent at the end of the year. So if you're the Vikings.
But so is Kirk Cousins.
Right. So what do you do? But it's clear Kirk doesn't want to leave. Kirk's not getting traded. He doesn't want to leave Minnesota. He likes it in Minnesota. So the likelihood, if the Vikings wanted to re-sign him, they can't. I don't know about Danielle Hunter. And if you're going to pay Kirk, you can't pay Danielle, I wouldn't imagine. So if you're looking at it from a Viking standpoint, are you going to go all in? Let's take one last kick in the can with this group we've got here, or are you going to say, you know what, we're going to hang on to Kirk. We've got an asset in Danielle Hunter that we need to cash in on, because if he's not likely to come back next year, why lose him for nothing? That's a possibility. I understand what you're saying, and I kind of believe you that in front of the Vikings, you're kind of torn at what you're supposed to do here. How good is your team? You'll get Justin Jefferson back, you would think, by the end of the season. But, do you have enough on defense? Do you have enough offense to get you to that point in the first place where you've got the excessive receiver room? I don't know. It's important for us, I think, that the Vikings lose to the Packers on Sunday. It would help out the Lions in more ways than one. But I think the Lions need to make a move, because I think they are in a position where they can compete for a Super Bowl. We've talked about how important home field advantage is in the playoffs, and the number one seed in the NFC is up for grabs right now. And the Lions' schedule plays out where if they do what we think they can do, they can grab that number one seed. So the Super Bowl representative of the NFC has to go through Detroit. I want to solidify that as much as possible. The guy I want is Derek Brown. I want Derek Brown from Carolina. The reports that came out that Carolina doesn't want to move Brian Burns. But Derek Brown, defensive tackle, who's got the ability to get a push up the middle. He can get into the backfield. He's really good against the run. And I think it makes the Lions better. He and Ali McNeil next to each other, I think, could be a really nice addition there. Plus, I'm counting on getting Houston back before the end of the season. And I'm hoping that Houston can be, and it's a big gamble to take, hoping that Houston's going to be what he was last year, that he can be a menace as the other pass rusher, and then take your pick who you're going to double team, because you got Derek Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, and then you got the speed of Houston. That's my plan of what I would do.
Is that your dream guy, taking Burns off the board?
I think taking Burns off the board, I'm looking at that I'd want, and I don't think that the Vikings are going to deal Danielle Hunter. So my guy is Derek Brown, defensive tackle.
My guy it's a big one, and it's going to cost you, but it's Patrick Surtain. You guys asked me the other day.
Yeah.
I'd give up 2 first-round picks.
Wow.
I would. You're thinking they're going to be late picks, late 20s, maybe 30, maybe 31, maybe 32.
Wow.
I don't know. But either way, that's the cost of doing business. Jalen Ramsey got the same deal. Patrick Surtain's still on his rookie contract, too, so you can kind of wait it out before you have to extend him. That guy's a lockdown, young, gifted cornerback. The Broncos are in shambles. They give up everything for Russell Wilson. They need assets in return. If you want to make that big splash, that's who I go after. And that makes you a legit Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they added him to the team, and I'm not even looking at the future in draft picks, just looking at, and that's how you have to look at this. How does your team look this year if you add one of those two guys? I think it looks better. Adding Surtain is, he's a heck of a player. He's not having a great season, but I think a lot of that can be, look, you're playing in Denver right now, and Denver's, it's just an S show, what's going on there. So I give him a little bit of a pass. But what do you folks think? 248-539-9797. Are you ready to make some moves? Do you think the Lions need to make a move or moves prior to the deadline on Tuesday? I promise we'll get to these calls next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, welcome back to 97 on the Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with our producer, Kang. Doug will be back on Monday's show. Reminder, we got some Lions tickets to give away. We'll do so at 1:41. Hopefully you've been listening to the show. We'll give away some tickets to the game against the Bears. That'll be on November 19th. And if you don't win, you can stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile tonight for Thursday Night Football Feast at Buffalo Wild Wings. Wojo Rieger going to be there from 6 to 8 p.m. for another chance to win. It's courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. But we're talking about the Lions right now. And do you feel that they need to make a move by the trade deadline? I say they need to make a move. I'm calling my shot. I want Derek Brown from Carolina. Can you say they need to?
If they want to be in the Super Bowl conversation. I don't think this team so I guess my answer is yes.
Okay.
Right?
Your answer is yes. and the player
big.
And your player is
It's Patrick Surtain. It's big.
Which would cost a couple first-round picks. Yep. What would you do? 248-539-9797. Matt is next up here at 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Gator and Kang Co. How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I been holding off on this call for about 2 weeks because I've been waiting for somebody else because everybody else is the smartest sports fan in the world, and I don't think of myself as that. But I do recall watching that Bucks game, and we got dusted twice by that Trey Palmer kid, and Mayfield couldn't make the throw. So I'm on board with Kang and going for a big splash in the secondary. Yes, I know the pass rush will help the secondary, but this was just a regular 3-step drop, the one, and the other one was a 5-step drop, and Baker just missed the thrower. That's a tie ball game, and we're talking about the Lions being 0-2 in the last 2 games. So I just don't know why anybody never brought up those 2 blown plays.
Well, they did.
Blown coverage.
People did, to be fair, Matt. And
okay.
The thing is that, Lions miss plays too. If you want to, you can play that game all day long and compare that both teams miss plays. But the other thing is this: Baker Mayfield sucks.
Yeah,
Okay?
I don't disagree with that.
He sucks, and that's why I was so chesty about the game, because I was never worried about Baker Mayfield. If a guy gets open, so what? The chances aren't very good that he's going to hit him because he's not good.
I agreed, and that's why I think they're a playoff team, but do need to upgrade their either secondary or their front four if they want to do anything beyond being just a playoff team. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you. It's interesting. I wonder if they'll do both. I can't imagine they'd make a giant splash, a big splash with both positions. But can they both bolster both spots? I think it's hard to do that. We don't see a whole lot of movement at the trade deadline anyway in the NFL.
Well, we have more recently in the last few years.
We have recently, yeah. But
it's not like Major League Baseball or basketball or hockey.
And we kind of feel like the Lions will. Speaking of a team that used to get involved in a deadline, that the Lions will because of the position they're in. It's a good football team. We expect them to win the division, host playoff games. It's a team that has added a lot of depth to this roster, and they're going through that depth because they got injuries, but guys do get healthy. Guys are getting healthier by the day. They have gotten to the point, I think, where they can kind of play like the Rams did, where they can afford to give up a first-round pick. Kang says, or 2, to acquire the players necessary. And I don't think you'd have to give up a first-round pick for Derek Brown. But I do agree with you that if the cost to be high for Patrick Surtain, and that's an interesting one to have. If I had to give up 2 first-round picks for him, I'm getting a hell of a player in return. And I don't fall in love with the draft picks as much now as I used to, for 2 reasons. One, the team is better off right now. And B, I trust Brad Holmes to be able to make picks without first-round picks. I think he's proven that he's been able to make selections throughout the draft.
What Brad Holmes has done with his really good draft record right now is he's hit so many players in the past couple of drafts that you can afford to let go of some of picks in the future. Sometimes you hope to get 1 or 2 guys out of a draft class. I mean, that's just realistic. A lot of these guys end up, being backups or out of the league. But the way Brad Holmes has done it, the first 4 picks this year are playing big roles on this team this past year. So that affords you to maybe not need a pick or 2 moving forward, right?
Yeah.
When you get Brian Branch in the 2nd round, that guy's a first-round talent. That's like a first-round pick next year. So if I can get Patrick Surtain with a first-round pick next year, and I know it's going to take more than that, I personally am willing to do that. You always say, don't be afraid to give up the good to be great.
Yep.
You get Patrick Surtain on this defense, this is a great roster. And they still got to do and perform on the field, but Jerry Jacobs is already hurt. Mosley basically never even played. You know the attrition in the secondary. CJ Gardner-Johnson's out. We don't know if he's going to come back, if at all. I like to just shore up that secondary. And then you're also getting James Houston back, Pascal's getting healthier. I know those guys aren't Brian Burns or Daniil Hunter, but James Houston could be. I mean, he played really well the second half of last year.
Yeah, he was outstanding the second half of last year. And the more we talk this out, I'm still, Derek Brown's my guy, but you could probably convince me. Like, let's say that they're unable to get Derek Brown, but if they're able to get Surtain, I'm all on board. I'm fine with it. The 2 first-round picks, it's the second one that you give up. You're like, but
it's the cost of doing business, man.
Exactly. It's the cost of doing business. You got a guy who's not going to cost you much salary-wise just yet because he's only in year 3 of a 5-year deal.
We got ticket text here. Unnamed ticket texter says, absolutely, we need to do something by Tuesday. Only teams that are making moves are the elite teams. Do we want to compete or not? Would you, right now, it's Thursday. Yep. We got some time. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being they're definitely making a trade, 1 they're not making a trade. What do you think the Lions are, Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, the front office, are at?
I think it's an 8. I think they're
actively looking.
It's not kick the tires. I think they're actively looking and engaging in negotiations and finding out whether or not it's too much that one team's asking for or not.
Gauging interest, gauging
exactly
what costs are.
Yeah, because let's be honest. The trade's not going. Any trade that's going to happen is not going to happen today or tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday, right? They're going to happen Monday or Tuesday, and probably a flurry on Tuesday. And with the Lions playing on Monday night, we'll see what the health situation is on this team. Hopefully they can go unscathed on Monday Night Football and not add to the list of people in the infirmary. That they'll be in a position where they're getting guys back. Is Jonah Jackson coming back? How far away is David Montgomery from coming back? Are they worried that Montgomery can aggravate that injury? Is an injury it's aggravatable, or is it's once it's healed? I don't know. But they know these questions. They know the answers to those questions. But they're going to get some guys back. And then the bye week happens at a brilliant time for the Lions with this as well. Because when you get somebody at the trade deadline, you want them to play right away. Well, fortunately, they would have the break of having the rest of that week off because of the bye week. So that player gets extra time to acclimate himself to the playbook and everything else. I think it's a good situation the Lions are in. But I think they need to take advantage of what they have. Take advantage of the resource that is your general manager who knows what he's doing when it comes to acquiring players to get your team over the edge. He was part of an organization that did it. He wasn't the GM in Los Angeles, but he was part of that team, and he saw firsthand how they did it. Can they replicate that here in Detroit? I think they're on the right path to doing that, and I want to see somebody here. I think the team needs to see that player here on Tuesday so they can compete for a Super Bowl.
Brad Holmes' ultimate job is to acquire talent for this team. That doesn't mean he only has to draft talent, or it doesn't mean he only has to sign free agents. It also means trades. And like you said, with the Rams, he saw they made big trades. And I wouldn't be shocked if they went after someone big. So we got this ticket text from Marlon. Guys, if we have Will Harris on the field, we have a problem. We lost 2 guys in the secondary from Holmes' offseason moves. I don't trust Jerry Jacobs that much. They should have went after Randy Gregory for penalties, but I don't want to trade. This is all over the place, but I don't want to trade 2 first-round picks for a cornerback either.
Well,
but you got to give up something to get something, Marlon. I guess you wanted Randy Gregory, but
Randy Gregory, the defensive end, who has got a checkered past, and I don't know if that would fit into what the Lions' culture is, or if he would even fit into the locker room. People say, "Well, look where he's at now. He's in San Francisco." Okay, fair enough. But Lions are trying to do things their way. I understand why that wouldn't have happened, but I think they need to make some moves to shore up what they have. And the caller or the texter doesn't like Will Harris enough or doesn't trust Jerry Jacobs. I get that, okay? And I think you can find upgrades from those players in trade. What are you willing to do? Are you willing to go full bore and say, Patrick Surtain, we want you. Let's talk to Denver. Let's give up a couple first-round picks. Or is it going to be something else? What do you think they need to do? Maybe you think they don't need to do anything. We'll discuss with you next year. 97.1, The Ticket. And welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with our producer, Kang. We're taking your Calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Looks like the Lions might still be without David Montgomery for Monday night's game. Looking at the Kyle Meinke column today. And, well, of course, now things just froze up. Awesome. Love when things freeze up. We'll see. It looks like he's probably not going to. He did return to practice, but David Montgomery won't be with them when the work begins for their matchup against Vegas on Monday night. Best I can tell you on David, he just continues to improve, head coach Dan Campbell said. So it looks like he's still going to be out. That means more Jahmyr Gibbs. They put Jamar Jefferson on the practice squad, so we'll see if he gets elevated. I imagine he will, given that what happened to Mo Ibrahim, who's now back to the practice squad / injury list with his dislocated hip that he had surgery on to put it back in place. Can imagine how painful that must be. That's why he went into surgery, because to pop that thing in, it's so painful that they had to put him under anesthesia. We'll continue to see updates with the Lions as they come through, who's in, who's out, as the week goes on with tomorrow. Let's go back to the phones, 248-539-9797. And we're asking people if you think the Lions need, N-E-E-D, do they need to make a move by the trade deadline to secure the run into the playoffs? Joe is next on 97 on the ticket. Hey, Joe.
What's happening, guys?
Hey, Joe.
All right, so I got 2 points. Really, major one I have is you got to go after Surtain, because honestly, what this will do, this will solidify everything that the Quinn Patricia era did, especially with getting rid of big play Slay. You need that help. We're too thin on the secondary. We need that help. And also, man, why not go after Derrick Henry? I mean, you need a power back, and with this offensive line and the holes that they can create, why the heck not? I mean, honest to God, he could probably end up taking Jamal Williams' record from last year on touchdowns with our team, possibly.
Well, he'd be an he'd be an upgrade over Montgomery. He's not playing well this year, not as well as he has in the past, but he's still outstanding. I like Derrick Henry a lot. I just don't know if that's where I want to allocate my resources to improve the team. I mean, I think they need more from a defensive backfield. I think they need more up front on the defensive line than they would in the running back room.
What about possibly going after Sue then? I mean, he's still out there free agency. You can get somebody in the middle and even throw him on the end and have him rush.
Well, but he hasn't played in a while, and was he anywhere near what he was? I mean, is he still effective? Is he even better than any player that they have on the roster now?
No, but all right, I got one for you. Just don't let Crosby leave after Monday night's game.
I'd love it if they kidnapped him and said, you're not going anywhere. But thanks for the call, Joe. That'd be a hefty price to pay as well. But I just don't see the Raiders moving an edge rusher as good as Crosby is.
And on top of that, the fact that Crosby's all pro is one thing. And the other thing is that organization has no stability right now. And he's actually one of the leaders and culture setters of that team. So I think for the locker room, for the players' purposes, they'd want to keep Max Crosby around. They just locked him up for a long time. I get like you want to get some assets in return if the season's not going as well, but I think the next coach would want Max Crosby on his team.
Yeah.
If they do fire Josh McDaniels.
Unless Max Crosby's like, get me out of here.
Mm-hmm.
If he talks to his agent and says, get me out of here now, that could be an easy switch. Just switch locker rooms and you got it. But I don't expect that or anticipate that happening, because put yourself in the Raiders' shoes. You let him go, or is that a guy you build around? I mean, what are you building around the NFL these days? You're building around a quarterback, certainly, but then you need a dominant pass rusher, need a really good offensive lineman, and that's where you start. And with Max Crosby, you'd be off to a good start there, so I don't think the Raiders would move him. Gerald is next up here on 97 on the ticket. Hey, Gerald. Gerald. Hello. I'll put him back on hold. And let's go to Chris, who's next up on 97 on the ticket. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. So I have a suggestion. I don't think Surtain is attainable. I believe the Broncos kind of said that he's kind of an untouchable, but crazy things happen. But somebody else from that defense, I think, would be attainable for cheap and would help us out is Justin Simmons. He's an all-pro and a Pro Bowler. He's a vet. And losing C.J. Gardner-Johnson at the beginning of the year, that was going to be a big boost for our defense. And losing that was not great. But bringing in somebody like Simmons, who's been around the league, and he's a veteran, he can help out the secondary. I think he's more attainable, and I've heard, as low as a third-round pick.
Well, I mean, I haven't followed him to see how he's playing this year. I'm just looking at his contract right now. And his contract, you'd end up paying probably close to $9 million prorated for the rest of the year. There's a potential out of that contract after this year if you wanted to, but there'd be a little bit of dead cap. And then you'd have him next year if you wanted to for $14.5 million next year. It's a lot to spend on a defensive back, but given that Gardner-Johnson was a one-year deal, right, King?
Yeah.
So you'd have this guy for an extra year. I mean, it's an interesting thought. I haven't heard that one yet, and Lions could always use help in the secondary, and I'm open to it. I don't know what the price would be. I mean, you're saying if it's like a third-round pick. I don't know what the price would be, but if it's something like a mid-round pick, it's definitely intriguing.
Yeah. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Just curious about this. Do you know much about him, King?
Well, the question I want to ask you about him is, how much better does he make your team? Do you want to get it marginally better? Do you want to get a little bit better? Do you want to get a lot better? Or do you just want to get better? It doesn't matter how much.
Yeah, I kind of want to get a lot better.
Right?
You want to take a chance on somebody big, and he's not as big. He's played in 5 of the 7 games this year. He's made 28 tackles. He's got a pick. Just curious his game log. Is he out right now? And no, he played against the Packers last week. So seemingly he's healthy, ready to go. I want corner more than I want safety. So if I'm going to go for it, I'm going to go for it with a corner.
Well, I mean, Tracy Walker has started for this team and played well before, and it looks like he kind of seamlessly stepped in once Gardner-Johnson went down. Kirby Joseph is a guy that even that horrific game in Baltimore, Dan Campbell said he was one of the bright spots.
Yeah, he singled him out, and there was a one play where he got owned, and after that...
It happens,
yeah,
right?
I
don't think it would have mattered. I think Lamar was scoring anyways. But yeah, so I mean, I think the safety spots are locked. You got Brian Branch in that nickel spot. It's the other corner spot, and I think that Jerry Jacobs has done a good job. He's been kind of underappreciated, but he is hurt, and you always say it, guys in the secondary tend to get hurt a lot.
They always get hurt.
That cornerback position.
You need to get some.
And as much as I like Jerry Jacobs, Patrick Surtain would be a huge upgrade. That's no disrespect to Jacobs. Surtain's one of the best cornerbacks in the league.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. And, I mean, to me, like I said, my guy is Derek Brown, the defensive tackle. Your guy is Patrick Surtain. I like Surtain a lot.
But if you're going secondary, you'd go with corner over safety.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. I go corner over safety. That's not much of a hesitation. Now, if you're going to say it costs you a mid-round pick for Justin Simmons, I guess you got to think about it, but you have to look and see, is he appreciably better than what you have? You don't want to give up picks just to give up picks. I'm not going to do it just to get marginally better. I'm doing it because there's a definite upgrade at that position. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number to continue this conversation about the Lions, and do they need to make a move prior to the trade deadline? Well, if you're getting ready for the weekend and you're going out to maybe a Halloween party or you're going to go to a tailgate or whatever the case is, don't show up empty-handed. Bring something good with you. Something good I've been talking about for over a year now, and that's Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's made in Holland. It's Holland, Michigan, I should say. It's not Dutch. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family. You know it's quality. It tastes great. You want to do shots with your friends to celebrate an event, go ahead and do that. You want to drink it neat or on the rocks, it's delicious as a sipper. You want to mix it with some ginger ale or some cola. It's a versatile spirit. Drink it any way you want. And listen, it's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget. No one's looking at you side-eye when the bourbon police isn't going to come out here. It's a delicious bourbon. It's an affordable bourbon. There's no gimmicks about this. There's nothing pretentious about it. It's just good old-fashioned, approachable American whiskey made from the Maverick at heart. And, of course, you're going to love the taste. It's got hints of vanilla and ripe stone fruit. It's so smooth. You're going to want to come back for more. Trust me. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. This way you get to stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive. So a reminder, we've got some Lions tickets to give away coming up in about 20 minutes. Actually, about 25 minutes, actually. Listen to your chance to win a pair of Lions tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game coming up on Sunday, November 19th. That's against the Bears. Hey, if you don't win, you can stop by the Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 p.m. for another chance to win. It's courtesy of Miller Lite and Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question coming up around 1:41 for your chance to win those tickets. So hopefully you've been listening over the last couple hours, and if you paid attention, you'll have a chance. Also, we've got NFL questions coming up. Our Wide Nine Around the League Blitz thing coming up at 1:30. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're asking people if you think that the Lions need to make a move by the trade deadline on Tuesday to solidify this run into the playoffs. Do you think they need to? I say they need to, and I'm calling my shot. I want to go after Derek Brown, the defensive tackle from Carolina. I say that because you can get penetration from the defensive tackle position. I think he's very good against the run. He's just a really good player. Add to that I think that the Lions are going to get Houston back. And when they get James Houston back towards the end of the season, it's going to be an even bigger get for the Lions because he's a great pass rusher. So I'm shoring up the defensive tackle position, and I'm counting on Houston coming back and being that other threat on the other side. Kang is of the belief that they do need to do it, and Kang's all in. I mean, you are all in and going after a big prize.
Yeah, Patrick Surtain, and he's going to cost you 2 first-round picks, but that's the cost of doing business. I mean, that's what the Rams did when they went and got Jalen Ramsey. Obviously, that helped them win a Super Bowl. There's no guarantee Patrick Surtain is going to help you win a Super Bowl this year, but if he's going to be on your team on this rookie deal, he's going to help you moving forward as well. He also has a 5th-year option that you can exercise if absolutely necessary, if you want to really prolong paying him, because you're going to have to pay him at some point. But he's one of the best young cornerbacks in the league right now. And when talent becomes available, and he's not necessarily available, the Broncos have said, the rumors is they're not shopping him, but people are they're calling about him.
Absolutely.
At some point, you get an offer you can't refuse. And Sean Payton, he's going to need some assets. That team gave up everything for Russell Wilson, including cap space.
And it was a colossal mistake.
They need to draft young, affordable players. Now, what I know the next thing you're going to say is, well, Patrick Surtain is one of those players, right? But
he's already all pro.
Yes, but he's only one player. Maybe you can get more players if you trade him. So hopefully the Broncos are listening and the Lions are making that call.
Now, he's in year 3 of a 5-year deal because he's on that rookie deal. So he's affordable, Surtain is, and you'll have him for a couple more years. Derek Brown is absolutely affordable. You'll pay about $1.5 million for him for the rest of the season this year, and you'll have him for next year too at $11.6 million in his base salary. So you get him this year and next year. I like that for a guy who's in his mid-20s right now. I think he's a force up the middle, and it's a way the Lions can get a lot better in a hurry. And I think it's something that they need to do is shore up the defense. Kang's going to do it with the defensive backfield. I'm going to do it on the defensive line. What do you think they need to do? 248-539-9797. Luke is next up here at 97 on the ticket. Hey, Luke.
Hey, boys. I'm coming at you without specific examples, so I'm sorry about this.
It's all right.
But I feel we're talking about, trading draft picks for immediate talent. I would argue that Brad Holmes, his most effective draft picks have been, kind of further down. So I would caution trading around mid-round picks for immediate talent, That's, again, I don't have specific examples, but, that's the overall feeling, am I correct?
So, yeah, he's done very well picking throughout the draft. Whether it's the first-round picks that have fallen in his lap, or it's guys he's moved up in the second round, or guys he's taken in later with Amon St. Brown, James Houston are some examples of guys he's gotten. He's done really well. He's had some clunkers too, but for the most part, I think we're all very happy with how he's drafted. I think that's another reason why Kenny and I are in lockstep here. If you got to give a first-round pick to get somebody great, go ahead and do it because we trust the GM's going to be able to find talent throughout the draft.
Right on.
If you had to, would you go with a defensive backfield, a defensive front, wide receiver? Where do you think they need to add before the deadline?
I would do a wide receiver personally because when everyone's healthy and everyone's back, which you can assume will be the case by the end of the year, I think the defensive secondary got so much better that if everyone's there, then they're good, and I would go for a wide receiver. I'm not ready to give up on J-Mo yet, but there's evidence that he might not be it.
Yeah, thanks for the call. There's definitely evidence, unfortunately, because he hasn't come out as quickly as we want him to, but Monday night's another chance for him to show something. And he's got the speed. You got to find a way to get him the ball in his hands, and he's got to find a way to hang on to the ball when it's in his hands. And then we could maybe fully see what his potential is because we know you see the separation. Jameson Williams, it's there. It's just it's not showing up yet, and it's a short start to his career, 6-7 games, whatever it is. Doesn't have many receptions. Doesn't have many. He's got less than 100 yards receiving so far in his career.
He's only got 12 targets this year.
Yeah,
so He's still in the infancy stages of his career because of last year was almost like a throwaway year with the injury. And then this year started off with the suspension, the injury.
I don't really look at last year.
Yeah.
To me, what's disappointing is the route running. And maybe that he's not on the same page as the quarterback. That I would have expected with a full off season that he'd be up to speed and would be running crisper routes. But it's also disappointing to watch Jared Goff not throw him good passes. I mean, the 2 games we've seen him play this year, been some ducks up there, man. Monday night, no excuses. Playing at Ford Field.
No wind.
There's no wind. And Jared Goff wasn't using that as any excuse. In fact, he was very dismissive about the wind. He's like, no, man, it wasn't any winter. It was a previous week. So there's no excuses. Just go out there and make the plays, make the passes. And let's see if J-Mo can hang on to the football. But that's the other thing in this, Kang. If Jameson Williams gets his act together and starts to show that he's worthy and has, 3 impact plays a game, it could make such a major difference in how this offense looks because it frees up everybody else.
Yeah, he's a game changer. He's one of those game wreckers. That's why they traded up for him. He's just not a guy out there. I mean, at least that's not the way they envision Jameson Williams. You said it. He can run by people. He's getting open. I'd like to see him get a clean ball, though. Unfortunately, some of these, it's one shoulder or the other. And I think it's chemistry issues. I just think they don't have enough reps together. So hopefully.
Yeah, and I agree with you, yet I also understand why people don't want to hear it.
I get it too.
It's been a long. You've had a long time to work this out, and they haven't yet. And I understand. Joe is next up here. 97 the ticket. Hey, Joe.
Hey. I was calling about the Lions. I think they should be buyers, but more free agency. Don't give up the assets. There's a lot of guys still sitting out there that could help, and I feel like we need to address more than one issue. We could use a receiver, running back, edge rusher, and a corner, and you could pick up 4 guys right now on free agency. Ingram's one. There's Landry. If you want a receiver, you got Fournette at running back, and address multiple places. I mean,
why do you think that? I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I always look at these lists and see who's still available, and I ask myself, why are they still available? Teams have had real issues with running backs, right? Running backs have gone down a lot this year. Yet there's Leonard Fournette still available. Why is he still available?
Well, look at this. I mean, a lot of it's just the system, and I'm not saying which of them we should take because that would be a decision for the coaches. But look at, like, Hardman. Hardman was doing nothing this year. They trade him to the Chiefs for a 6th-round pick, and he's an impact right away. So a lot of it's the system and what you can get out of them. And there's probably only a handful of teams that are buyers at running back that are in contention and have cap.
Yeah, but I guess at this point, and thanks for the call, I appreciate it. I'm not against looking at that list of free agents of players that are still available. The problem is that we're halfway through the season. How long is it going to take to get them up to speed? Not that it matters so much for the Lions because I think we like the schedule and how it's working out here. But I do question why Leonard Fournette hasn't signed on with somebody at this point.
Well, cap is not an issue for the guys that are unsigned. Those guys are going to be cheap.
They're not going to sign.
It's not like, these guys aren't.
They're getting 6-week contracts.
And it's going to be low. It's not going to be some kind of $15 million deal. I think people are hesitant to give up draft picks, and I understand that. You don't want to just give up draft picks. But you got to remember, you're not just giving up draft picks. You're trading it for an asset right now. So if you trade for Derek Brown or you trade for Patrick Surtain or you trade for Brian Burns, you're getting something right now. You just don't have that future pick. People fall in love with draft picks. Draft picks are the most valuable thing when they're not used. As soon as they get used, it's worth like half of what it was. It's like buying a car. As soon as it leaves the lot, it's not worth what you paid for it, right? Everyone loves draft picks. But don't forget, you're getting something in return. You're getting something right now, and you're expecting something really good.
Yeah, I wonder, is it worth going after like Desmond King in free agency? He was released by Pittsburgh. I think that's somebody that you bring in on a Tuesday and you see if he works out.
You absolutely would kick the tires on him, and if he doesn't work out, it costs you nothing.
Yeah.
So for the people that don't want to give up draft picks, you're going to be going after guys like that, though. Desmond King and Patrick Surtain are not in the same level.
No, they're not. Not even
So if you don't want to give up picks, sure, try Desmond King, which I actually think they should try him out. But if you want to go for great, you're going to have to give up picks.
This is true. Coming up next, we've got the football questions, the Wide Nine around the league blitz thing coming up here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm really looking forward to that big voice guy adding that stuff in there, King. Get on that, please. Please. All right. Here's your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Miller Lite Tap Room for the Lions game on Sunday, November 19th against the Bears. If you don't win, stop by Buffalo Wild Wings in Livonia on 6 Mile tonight for the Thursday night football feast at Buffalo Wild Wings with Wojo and Rieger from 6 to 8 p.m. for another chance to win. It's courtesy of Miller Lite and the Buffalo Wild Wings restaurant. Here's the question. In the show, we've made 2 very specific movie references on the show. What were the movies that we referenced on today's show? What 2 movies did we reference on today's show? Be the first correct caller at 248-539-9797 with the answer to that question. And those tickets are yours. We'll reveal the answer and the winner and finish up the show with you guys next year at 97.1 The Ticket. And welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Taking your calls and texts, 248-539-9797. We've been talking a lot about the Lions second half of the show and whether or not they need to make a move prior to the trade deadline to really solidify things going into the playoff season. And I think they absolutely need to. Kang thinks they need to. I say do it on the defensive line. I'm looking at Derek Brown from Carolina. It doesn't cost much in terms of how much it would eat up in cap space. He's signed through next season. He's in his mid-20s. He's a defensive tackle who can rush the passer. He's very good against the run. I think he's just an all-around really, really good player. And I don't think he'd cost you anywhere near what it would cost to get Brian Burns, who's the edge rusher. Kang likes the idea of going after Patrick Surtain Jr. from the Broncos, the cornerback. Now, that's a big get, and that one's going to cost you. And the rumored price would be a couple of first-round picks. Kang's willing to do that. Would you be willing to do that? 248-539-9797. And let's pick up the next call, which is Randy, who's next up on 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Randy.
Hey, how you boys doing?
Doing good, Randy. How are you?
Good. So I think the whole city of Detroit is delusional.
Okay, how so?
How so? We just get ran over left and right. We can't play against a running quarterback. We can't do anything. You think Lamar comes in, takes us out? Jimmy G's coming in hot. We in big trouble.
How is Jimmy G coming in hot?
He's coming in hot with his arm.
Is he? Did he play last week?
He was off last week. I get that.
He was hurt.
Yeah, Brian Hoyer played.
Why are you worried about Jimmy Garoppolo?
He's coming in hot.
How so?
Hotter than Carl.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hotter than Carl, he said. Nice. Yeah, don't Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, is anybody worried about Jimmy Garoppolo?
I'll say this. I think people are overreacting a little bit to the Ravens game. Like, do you think that's who the Lions are? Yes, there were times Lamar Jackson had all day to throw.
Lamar Jackson is a different level quarterback.
And he didn't even run. He beat him with his arm because he had all day to throw. And he moved around the pocket enough to get
he beat him with his feet and that he was able to buy extra time.
Sure. But I think also part of the game plan was to keep him in the pocket or not actually. This sounds weird, but I don't think their goal was to sack him. It was just more to kind of put pressure on play coverage, right? And I think that the coverage was too loose. Dan Campbell kind of said it by saying, well, he actually did say it.
Did you play too soft on the receivers? The response was yes.
So I think that there just was a disconnect with the game plan and execution. Do they need to put pressure and sack the quarterback? Of course they do. But I don't want to overreact because there were a couple times that Lamar Jackson had 9+ seconds to throw the ball. That doesn't. The Lions actually are one of the best teams in putting pressure on a quarterback.
Yeah, I think the last caller was having fun with us there.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to take something out of it.
No, I know. I'm just relaying to our listeners. Don't think that I'm falling for it. Okay, I get it. I got it.
I'm sure.
Jimmy G's had a rough year. He's had 8 interceptions and 7 touchdowns when he's played. And if you're worried about the run, hey, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, the fact that he's got like 30 yards rushing this year, I don't blame you for being concerned about that. He's trouble. He's just trouble. Congratulations to Suzanne in Grosse Pointe Woods. She won the Lions tickets. We asked the question, what were the 2 specific movie references that we made on today's show? And, that's the advantage of just doing the show with Kang and not Doug.
We've seen movies?
Yeah, we'll throw out more than just one. We made an over-the-top reference talking about the arm wrestling. And then, Kang, you went into a little Varsity Blues.
Well,
with I Don't Want Your Laugh.
Yeah, that was actually a connection to the first quiz question.
Yeah.
Because the caller had a dad who went skydiving, 12,000 times?
12,000 times.
And he's never gone. And I made the reference that I don't want your life because he didn't want to be a skydiver.
Right. Doesn't want to be there in West Canaan, Texas doing that kind of thing.
West Canaan, Texas.
I understand. Football just means more there.
Oh, it means a lot more.
Yeah.
It's life.
Yeah. It totally is. Which is hilarious about that. But with the Lions, big game on Monday night, I'm excited for it. Monday night atmosphere. Look, Monday Night Football is not the same as it was 30 years ago. Early 90s, Monday Night Football was everything. You'd go out to the bar on a Monday night. You were like, I'm going out. I'm watching the game. Great atmosphere. Enjoy it, right? You'd find your sports bar and you'd head out and you'd watch the game. Over the years, it's changed, obviously. I think the biggest change is TVs. People want the comfort of their own home and watching on these giant screen TVs and all those comforts. It has changed. It's still great, though. And to be at the game, that kind of atmosphere is pretty awesome. I think that the difference is with watching Monday Night Football is it's just not as festive as it used to be. There's still plenty of interest. Obviously, people have interest in it, and players still know that it's the only game in town on Monday night. That's what you're going to want to watch. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see and hear how loud Ford Field will be on a Monday Night Football atmosphere. People can have all day to enjoy it. People do still tailgate, pre-party, whatever you want to say. It's going to be a nice day. I'm expecting to be. I'm very chesty right now when it comes to the Lions' chances against the Raiders. I'm not worried about the Raiders. I'm not sure. Nobody can articulate a reason why I should be worried about the Raiders. It's just not going to happen. Coming up next, Lenny and Rico.
Glad you're chesty.
I'm very chesty about this one. I mean, I'm more chesty about this than I was against the Bucs.
You know what?
And I was chesty against the Bucs.
I am too. I guess it just got tempered for me after watching my team lose to Cousins on Monday night. I'm just like, I guess anything can't happen in the NFL. Kirk Cousins
twice
turned into Dan Marino.
But it happened twice. You guys lost to Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland's got a really good defense.
They
Everybody
do.
knows about
you can't deny that.
You missed a kick at the end of the game.
Myles Garrett's pretty
prime time. Like Cousins was unbelievable. Like, who is this guy?
He can play like that though. That's the problem with him. Is
not in prime time.
He has the ability to play like that.
Yeah. But no, you're right. This is this Raiders game. This is the get right game, the feel good game. People will be back, and right now, you didn't know what it felt like to lose. I mean, every game was double-digit wins. So. Yeah, it was a little reality check. Let's call it was a reality check that you're not going to win every game in the NFL.
Of course not. We spent the first half hour or so of the show talking about the Washington Post story from yesterday.
Yeah.
And then I didn't realize until 20 minutes ago that there's even more layers to this onion that I'm sure you guys are going to peel when it comes to perhaps helping other teams scout, which is really interesting.
From Football Scoop, allegedly, you got to say allegedly, or you upset every Michigan fan out there. But yeah, allegedly they helped out another team derail a potential college football playoff team. So looks like it was South Carolina going up against Tennessee.
This is like, I mean, if you're a Michigan fan, this has to feel like a slow torture right now because every day there's more. It's more of a news dump that comes out, and it's just more damning for
Gator,
potentially damning.
Look, not the power ranking type of thing, and you know what? It's just going to be me and you talking. No, everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Doug's not here. Mike's not here. It's just strange that when you think about it, State loses 49-0. Your coach gets popped on sexual assault type stuff. Your board of trustees is just a complete
mess.
Show.
Yeah.
And you may have still had a better week.
Well, it's true.
You may have still had a better week than Michigan.
It's been a rough week. It's been a rough week for Michigan. I don't know how they get out of this. You've got the face that is fiercely loyal, obviously, the unconditional loyalty, but even that is being eroded.
According to the Washington Post, man, it looks like this was a highly organized type of thing where you had a payroll and a budget, and an independent source found out that they had their own system that was maintained by the staff where they could go in there and find out the stuff. That's organization. That's not a lone gunman anymore. I think we're long past that. Well, he was just rogue. No, he was being bankrolled.
No, definitely not. I know you guys will have the update for the folks coming out of the gate or at some point during the show. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Just get it over with. Let's tear the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, there's a lot there.
We actually had a real show all for the week and this stuff just kept coming
Keeps
out.
coming every day.
Because I think people just think that, oh, Mike and I was like, oh, what else? We actually had like other topics.
Well, of course, but let's not, paint it any other way. We're relishing a little bit. It's kind of fun to see this happen, but
no, it's just like, wait. Now each time you're like, wait, what? Can't get any worse. Here's your over/under, Gator. 0.5, the amount of scandals that will happen in the Big Ten for the last 6 weeks. They've already been 3. Will there be another one?
Well, we'll find out next on the Lenny Show with Rico on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Red Wings look to extend their point streak to 7 games tonight when they play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Lucas Raymond is very pleased with the Wings' chemistry so far this season. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat will be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. The Lions were back on the practice field today and have their Monday Night Football matchup with the Raiders. Detroit, an 8.5-point favorite over Vegas. We'll look at the injury report later this afternoon. Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bills 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on the Bet 1270. The Pistons off tonight following yesterday's season-opening loss to the Heat. They take on the Hornets tomorrow night in Charlotte. The home opener at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night against the Bulls. And the World Series starts tomorrow night in Arlington. FanDuel has the Rangers as the favorite to beat the D-backs and hoist the Commissioner's Trophy. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
good afternoon. How is everybody? My name's Mike. I didn't play pro football, but I have integrity and I have a brain. So we're going to go with that for the next 4 hours and see what happens.
But,
hey, Rico. Don't care.
Let's get into it, shall we?
Play a little high school.
All right, so apparently we're gonna do the Michigan scandal in 2 shifts. We've got a day crew and a night crew because stories break before 2 and after 6. And last night the Washington Post article came out, and now you got another report this morning, and I'll outline all of it real quick, and then I'll give you where I'm at with it. And I'm sure we're gonna fight for the next 4 hours. It's gonna be sick. Here's the Washington Post piece. I'll cliff notes. Ready? Here we go. Sign stealing investigation began after an outside investigative firm approached the NCAA with documents and videos the firm said it had obtained from computer drives, maintaining and accessed by multiple Michigan coaches. According to 2 people familiar with the matter, evidence suggests the scandal's impact could broaden beyond the suspension of Sergeant Stallone. Stallions played a major role in overseeing and coordinating the efforts. The outside investigation found the firm's evidence suggested he didn't act alone. I guess we can scratch that talking point. The outside firm didn't present evidence directly linking Harbaugh, according to people with knowledge. But again, that's never been important. This is about the cheating. Mm-hmm. And as my good friend Bo Schembechler's always said, you don't get to say you didn't know. Among the pieces of evidence, those people said was a detailed schedule of Michigan's planned sign-stealing travel for the rest of the season, listing opponent schedules, which game Michigan scouts would attend, and how much money was budgeted for travel and tickets to scout each team. Top the list, you guessed it, Ohio State. The team you couldn't beat for 15 years, but now magically delicious have demolished. Michigan's top rival, scouts plan to attend as many as 8 OSU games, costing more than $3,000 in travel and tickets. Next on the list was Georgia, a potential opponent in the CFP, with 4 or 5 games scheduled for in-person scouting and video recording, costing more than $3,000. In total, Michigan's sign-stealing operation expected to spend more than $15,000 in a season, sending scouts to more than 40 games played by over 10 opponents. Outside firm presented the NCAA with photographs of people investigators believed to be Michigan scouts in action, including current students interning with the team. Photos showed these people seated at games and Michigan opponents aiming their cell phones at the sideline. Days later, the firm tells the NCAA cell phone videos depicting the coaching staffs from these games were uploaded to a drive that was maintained and accessed by Stallions as well as, quote, several other Michigan assistants. Now, add to that the Football Scoop report today. Now, Football Scoop generally follows coaching searches. That's kind of their game.
Right.
You can go grain of salt. You could go gospel. I think both would be mistakes. I think you got to take this one in the middle at best. But Football Scoop says a source with direct knowledge indicated that Michigan may have attempted to assist the opposition of a playoff team last year in an effort to disrupt the team's potential path to the playoff. Per multiple sources, on a condition of anonymity, investigators have focused on trying to determine if Stallions, forbidden per NCAA rules from wearing an official coach's headset, was on the sideline because he wasn't designated by the staff to do so per requirement. Could potentially have had other means of communication for staffers. All right, so let's do the download. Where are we at today? I think what we can do on our bingo board here, if you're following along at home, we can get rid of the he acted alone thing. That's gone. I think we're well past it's a silly rule. That's gone too. I think you can also drop that there's no competitive advantage. So I'm going to explain 2 things. Being that I didn't play pro ball because I wasn't blessed with the ability, but I'd like to think I'm still honest with my listeners and I have a functioning brain. 2 notes. I heard John Clown Car caller, which I always appreciate. It's fun. But when you're talking about football in the early to mid 90s, nobody cares, John. That's not even the same sport that is played today. The offensive and defensive schemes and philosophies, it's evolved to a point it's not the same game. You don't believe me? Turn on ESPN Classic. Watch an NFL game from 1994, 1997. Watch a college game from 96. And then turn on Oklahoma, Texas now. Pre-snap motion, formation substitution, the verticality of the sport, the way this thing's played. Back in the day, it used to be about just smashing your opponent's face in. So knowing what they were going to run maybe didn't help you as much. Noted. But in the here and now, when you haven't beaten a team for 15 years, when you're giving up 50, 60, 70 to them, coaches are losing their jobs because of it. Well, yeah, when you scout 8 of their games, here's how this scheme worked. You scout 8 games because it takes away the ability of well, just change your signs, bruh. Well, they do. And you know when you have 8 games of data, do you know what you can do? You know their every move. You know every hand signal that's a primary, secondary, tertiary. And here's what I'm thinking.
Well, you made a chart.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. The reason Michigan struggles in the first half to then turn into Leviathan in the second half, it takes Stalions a half to retabulate his data, learn what portion of what he's learned they're doing today.
Because they've changed it, but where out in the rotation is this A, B, C, or D? And they're running the D.
And at halftime, he's able to present the comprehensive advantage for them to go out and defy any common sense. It's a working theory. It's a theory that I think is reasonable.
Well, your theory also holds weight, Mike, with the fact that they did not cover for their non-conference games because those were opponents that they did not scout. They just flat out played them. They were better than them, and they beat them.
And lost to TCU, who, once again, they didn't scout. Now, where are we at now? Now, the football scoop thing, I'll be careful with it. It's no secret what the rumors are about. The rumors are that they dimed out Tennessee to get him out of the playoff deal, and they did it against South Carolina. Can't prove it. It's a rumor. Everyone's seen it. I'm not going to avoid it and act like people don't know what I'm talking about. That day that may have happened, might have happened, might not have happened. South Carolina out of nowhere turned into the Kansas City Chiefs and scored on their first 6 possessions. And Hendon Hooker blew his knee out. Look, here's the bottom line. We've reached a point now where we're not going to do this whole everyone's doing it routine. They're not. Everyone steals signs. Not everyone has an elaborate travel agency to go live and do it. So just stop with that.
Yeah. Stealing signs because you happen to see something during the game is one thing. You happen to see, somebody lines up in a certain spot and then this happens. But yeah, this was organized.
This isn't that. So again, people like I saw Jeff Saturday, who's a half-wit, he's on ESPN this morning. Well, everyone's doing it. And it's like, Jeff, do you even know what you're talking about? No, you don't. You're an NFL guy.
Oh, I can one up.
You don't even watch college football, Jeff. We all know it. Stop it.
How about this Sports Illustrated article? It's a myth that the college football head coach knows everything going on in his program.
Who wrote that?
That's Michael Rosenberg.
Where'd he go to school?
Michigan.
Thank you. Your integrity's gone. So let's keep it moving. And I would also refer Rosie to my good friend Bo Schembechler's book, Bo's Lasting Lessons in Leadership. You don't get to say you didn't know. And here's the other thing. According to NCAA bylaws, it won't matter if Harbaugh knew. So take that talking point, move that to the side. Guys, I've reached a phase of here's what I think should happen. I think might happen. The one bridge I'm not ready to cross is the Big Ten title game. It won't be the NCAA who does that. It would be unprecedented. The NCAA doesn't move fast enough. And if you're to believe that the NCAA is here today and is interviewing coaches, they're in a gathering phase. They will present the official allegation. Michigan smartly will take 90 days to respond. That will get them past the national title game. But I go back to what Rico and I said yesterday. The Big Ten Conference does not have to wait, and the College Football Playoff Committee does not have to wait. I think right here, right now, I would tell you got about a 1 in 3 shot of Harbaugh being back next year. I think Harbaugh could absolutely the baby could get thrown out with the bathwater. I think if you're Michigan, you're going to do everything in your power to make sure you play and make sure, even if there's an asterisk, you go down the road with this and play the games. In order to do that, do I think there's a shot Harbaugh's done coaching? Yeah, I think there's a shot.
Yeah, because I think that when this comes down, it may be you got to sit for a year, and he's not going to sit and wait for a year.
Well, the other issue I take is this. If these things are true, and frankly, the WAPO report, I have no reason to tell you why it's not. The football scoop, I will deal with the the possibility. I'm not ready to use that as gospel. I think that's irresponsible. Now, if that were true, Well, now we're on to something completely different. The difference between this scandal and, say, Kansas basketball is Kansas was about recruiting. It wasn't real-time cheating. It wasn't in-the-moment cheating. I have an issue that I can't solve, is that if I'm Terry Petiti and I'm running the Big Ten right now, how do I ensure the integrity of my contests as we hit November, and it's no secret the games that have to be played? Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State, Penn State. Ohio State, Michigan.
Right.
How do I ensure integrity in those contests? If the Big Ten felt this was serious enough to go to each member institution, including Michigan State, present them with the evidence, warn them, and offer them the option of not playing, then it's clear you've moved past the phase. And we've gotten somewhere different. The College Football Committee is fascinating because they actually could do nothing and never have to justify a thing. They could just keep Michigan out if they decided. Because reality is, who are your friends, Rico? Not yours personally.
Nobody.
Who's a friend of Michigan in college football if it is found, and as we sit here right now, why would anyone support backing this school? Now, you want to say the TV executives? Noted. Nope, wrong one. The point is,
ironically enough,
the point, I want to know where you're at, because here's what I think is going to happen. I think you're absolutely going to get a hammer dropped on you. I don't know that coincides with right now. That's what I want to happen. Oh, there'd be no way in hell I'd let you play in the Big Ten title game. None. But that's me. And that's not responsible for me to tell you that's what will happen. No, I don't think that's going to happen. That would be for the Big Ten to do. That would be for the College Football Playoff Committee to do. But do I think Harbaugh survives it? No. Do I think multiple assistant coaches are going to get caught up in the wash and let go? Yep. Do I think the NCAA will end up vacating your Big Ten title? Very plausible. Because here's how this is going to work. Michigan's going to have to make a peace offering, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to. This is getting worse. And by the way, more is supposed to come out today.
Mike, there's a fourth option that we have not talked about.
Talk to me.
I'll give that to you next. 97.1.
Do you want to do radio like me? Hi, I'm Rico Beard. All right, listen. If you're stressed out, order some pizza. Your team lost 49-0, order some pizza. Your team's going to win 49-0 on Monday night. Order some pizza. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. All of this pizza you'll be consuming goes to a great cause. What is that cause? Very simple. The month of giving and donating $5 million to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. Hungry Howie's, a portion of the proceeds of every pizza bought, is going to donate to a great cause to try to make a difference and get in the fight against cancer. So if that sounds like something you want to be involved with, you eat some pizza, you make a great donation, you're in. You're winning. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. All right, Rico promised a radio tease. I'm going to get to the phones, and shame on me, I didn't throw the number out. I want your reaction to the Washington Post report, because now your bingo board of talking points has got cut in half.
That's because you don't have experience.
Or if you want to do what the people did to Rieger last night, you just call up and say, Wapo's a left-wing nutbag. All right, we can go that route too. But guys, bottom line, what?
Our guy dropped the phone call.
I don't care. I actually take it as a blessing. 248-539-9797. So have you seen enough now to where we can leave a few of these things behind and we can begin talking about realistic outcomes?
Mike, here's what's behind door number 4.
There's a door 4?
I mean, we talked to NCAA. There's the College Football Playoff Committee.
Okay.
There's the Big Ten. There's a 4th door. This door has already been used this year.
What's
I think
that?
we forgot about it.
Hell?
No.
Oh.
And it would likely cause a split like you've never seen before and may cost this man his job. Ward Manuel can just come out and unilaterally say, guys, there's a lot going on, not on my watch. I'm not putting up with this. Remember, the suspensions earlier this year, self-imposed. That came from Ward. That didn't come from the NCAA. Ward could see the body of work building up and knowing that there's more coming down and see how organized this is and simply just step in and say, I'm going to save you from yourself because I don't want us to get hit with year-long suspensions and penalties and bowl bans. What if we just sacrifice right here, right now, and just say we'll play the season out and Ohio State will treat like a bowl game because we're not going to do anything after that. It will tick off Michigan fans, but it could stop and cauterize the bleeding because now when more things come out, it looks as if you try to attempt to help out the NCAA and you self-imposed.
They're going to self-impose something.
Right.
I don't think from a rational standpoint, you can sit here and say they're just going to fight, go damn blue. It will make it worse. You will get to a point where the NCAA will go, I hope you had fun. And even though you have your memories, we're vaporizing everything the last 3 years was. Like if you fight it and disrespect it and needle, they're going to have to offer something.
Because this is the first time that I could ever remember this is happening in real time. Normally it's the thing that I hate where
5 years later
it happened 5 years ago and the current players have to pay for those crimes. You could actually have the people who are committing the crimes pay for it. And before you tell me, well, the players had nothing to do with it. Yeah, they did. They're benefiting from this, okay? When you see all the hype for JJ for the hype, he's benefiting from this. War can just step in and say, like he did earlier this year, enough's enough. I've seen enough. We're going to go ahead and we're going to police ourselves. We're going to remove ourselves from this situation.
You want the middle ground? I'll give you the middle ground. He suspends Harbaugh the rest of the season. Sharon Moore becomes the acting head coach.
It could.
And that's the peace offering. Now, that is essentially the equivalent of firing Harbaugh because Jim Harbaugh would never tolerate it. But I've already told you since summer I didn't think Jim was coming back. All of this just furthers my point.
But think about it. By doing this, you are now telling the NCAA, we're taking this just as serious as you are, okay? And show us some mercy. If more comes out, we've already addressed the problem. We've already done this. So we're kind of going to grandfather everything else that you find out and say, well, we've done this already. We've taken care of the problem.
Here's the problem. And I get what you're saying, and it all makes sense about...
Well, David, I want to introduce you the appropriate way. There you go, buddy.
When you're talking about,
What's your experience?
suspending Harbaugh, putting Sharon Moore, some assistant in place. The problem is we don't know to the extent which coaches were accessing everything.
And remember this. If Ward does this, this is you don't get to break this glass but once.
Yeah, but what if Ward knows he's done? Look, the reality is there's a very slim chance both Ward and Harbaugh survive. I think there's actually a decent shot neither guy's there next year. Truthfully. So it has nothing to do with them playing for the national title. Now, again, if we cross a bridge of criminality, or if we cross a bridge, if this football scoop thing is true, well, then we go to a different place, and I will tell you, whether it's Petiti or the CFP, you have to step up and go, look, here's the bottom line. We don't run the WWE.
Right.
You're not playing.
The problem is, Mike, as you know, you're blue blood. Blue bloods get treated differently than other football teams.
Yeah, I don't have to care about that.
No, I'm just saying, but this is what Petiti, this is what the College Football Playoff Committee, this is what ESPN, this is what everybody. But it is Michigan, and do we want to ruffle those feathers? Do we want to go down that road? Their fan base, their fans watch our games. Their fans buy the products that we advertise.
Well, then good. Do it whatever way you want. They don't do 2 to 6 here in the afternoon. I don't care. Need me to say it to you again? I don't care.
It's your experience.
What? Here, you know what, Rico? I've never ran college football, so I guess I can't talk about it. 248-539-9797. David, ticket text. We'll go to the callers.
Come on, Mike. Don't listen to everyone else talking about this. This is not a big deal. It's hashtag minimum advantage gain, or since Harbaugh wasn't named, he was not involved, and so on and so on with the talking points.
Because here's the thing. Every day it was all, remember it was, well, where's the proof? Well, here's the proof. Well, who knew? It was a lone gunman. Well, it wasn't a lone gunman. Well, it's like every day each excuse just gets tossed to the side. And now you're saying that it may have gone past Michigan to you helped out other teams, allegedly.
Honestly, what we need to do, I think this is my retirement plan. I'm going to invent for college football cultists across America goalposts with wheels on them. That way they can easily keep moving them. And I can retire. Like the guy who invented the Flowbee is already retired. I bet you ShamWow guy's retired. Look at the goofball with his magical tape that he seals his boat up with and cruises. Woohoo!
What about the slap chop?
Whatever. I'm going to get Jansen a set of goalposts with wheels on them. Because his are always moving. It'll be easier for him. He can just slide them versus having to pick them up.
No, I think what you're getting right now, I think a lot of Michigan fans initially were like, no, we need to wait and see. But a lot of them are now saying, yeah, this is getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty damning. It's just the absolute diehards who just refuse. No, this is not happening. Not at my school, not Michigan.
Right. Okay. I don't care about talking to those people.
No. I'm just saying, but those are the people who are still defending. Because right now, when an independent company comes out and finds this, it's like, well, who's the company? It doesn't matter. They found the information.
Yeah, guys, here's the other thing. I mean, your favorite NFL team employs security companies. And those security companies aren't staffed by some slimy PI. The security companies largely who handle high-level stuff, it's ex-CIA, ex-FBI, chiefs of police, retired detectives.
Right, Navy SEAL type of things. Yeah.
Stop asking the wrong questions and focus on what we're talking about. Go ahead with the ticket text. We'll get to the callers. I'm at a point where that Washington Post report changed a few things for me. And the idea that you scheduled to scout live illegally Ohio State 8 times, it starts to explain this giant split between first half performance and second half. And I'm telling you, that's not an unreasonable claim.
No.
I agree with you guys. He takes the first half to determine which pattern they're on. I guarantee it, teams don't have 12 entirely unique sets of signs.
Not in game. Week to week, month to month, yes. But that's exactly why, in my opinion, he scouted 8 games. You don't worm your way out.
It also goes to how I feel about just the college football playoffs, where all of a sudden the Ohio State team that we all thought was done and buried and Ryan Day just doesn't know how to coach goes up against Georgia and Kirby Smart. And it's like, wait a minute, they're still good? Well, yeah, this is what happens when you only scout them the regular way and you don't go to 8 games to dissect everything that they do.
And let me say this. Now, again, I want to be careful with this because I don't know it to be true. I don't have the level of believability that I would put behind the Washington Post. No disrespect to the fine folks at Football Scoop. But if you go and look, I remember that game vividly because I bet on that game. All right? And South Carolina walked in. Their offense was terrible. And they scored on their first 6 drives. Tennessee could not stop them at all. And you went, what is going on? Tennessee's offense, broken. But here's the other thing.
Was that the Spencer Rattler when he just looked like all of a sudden he was back to being like he was that Heisman Trophy guy, Rico, and it was like maybe he doesn't stink.
I think they were up 28-0 at one point. They ended up scoring like 55 points. But Then factor in Clemson couldn't stop them the next week. Who else scouted them? So if Michigan, indeed, if that report is true and they dimed out Tennessee, why wouldn't they do it to Clemson? And if South Carolina, here's the other thing. Go do the research on this, fellas, but I'm 90% sure I'm right. Look up Shane Beamer, because I'm pretty sure he got popped paying for game plans about 15 years ago. Go look. I just brainstormed this while I'm sitting here. But the bottom line is, if they're impacting other people's games, if it went to that next level of manipulating results that you're not even there, but it's something you want, then we've arrived at a different place. And I'm using if heavily.
Yeah, Shane Beamer received info from Wake Forest while at Virginia Tech and was fined $25,000 for accepting the league game plan information.
Okay, so not only does this man know every mascot, every city, every coach, every color, but he ever knows every scandal that happened in college football.
And that story's from 2016, yes.
Strong J.
You know, in the words of Freedom Williams, things that make you go, I'm just saying. Do what you want with it. Grain of salt it, throw it in the garbage. Don't use it as gospel. But the point is, the more that comes out, the worse it looks. And these levels of deniability just disappear. And I go, all right, well, what are you going to do? What I'm telling you, I think there's a real shot Harbaugh's toast. Let's talk about that. 248-539-9797. Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. How about that eye comfort Eco by Serta, supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, straight to the people. See where you're at. Washington Post report broke last night, this football scoop thing, and really the question of the day. But you don't need to have played ball to have an opinion. You just need to have a brain. Come on into the clubhouse and join us. Let's do this. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm not going to lie. I'm a big Michigan slappy, so I know you probably won't agree with what I have to say. But to me, first of all, if it's going to be vacated, cancel the season right now. Like, what's the point of even going through this if it's all going to be for naught? Like, it feels like wasted time, Well,
I think, and in fairness, Mike, I think that's why, and I'm just surmising, I think that's why you're going to make a big peace offering here during the bye week to preserve this season. Mike, I understand what you're saying. Here's why it matters. You're going to have the memories. Like, you can't tell an Auburn football fan that didn't win the national title with Cam Newton. I mean, they were there. It happened.
Mike, yeah, I don't know how old you are, but, the Fab Five happened at Michigan. You could erase all of that, but they happened.
But here's what's going to upset you. Not you personally, Mike. I'm saying if people have this belief of win it and I'll deal with it, no one will respect it. No one's going to take you seriously. Essentially, they're all going to laugh at you. Now, if you don't care, that's okay. I'm just saying you can't ask the rest of the world to not go asterisk mode if that happens.
Well, the next couple things I have is, one is, the Patriots kind of did the similar with Spygate, and they're still Super Bowl champ. No, you rarely hear that getting mentioned.
Well, hold on. Let me address that because it's a good point. They got hammered by the league and lost draft picks. But the reason you can't vacate wins is because there's a collectively bargained agreement. That's just not how it works, pro versus college. But they got hammered for it, Mike.
But, and here's another thing. I've heard coaches say this too, like, Dion and Matt Rule, a lot of coaches are downplaying this. Like, it makes me wonder, like, if they got something like that, I would have thought these coaches would have been like, oh, look at Michigan. And Ryan Day didn't even want to say anything.
Well, Ryan Day said no comment. There's not a win for Ryan Day to make a comment. Second of all, Dion just wants to stay relevant. Now, if you want to play the game of coaches talking about it, I listened to Matt Rule. And if you took the first half of what he said, you felt like he agreed with you. But the second half, he straight up said it. If you go above and beyond and did the live scouting, you've broken the rules, and that's wrong.
Right.
Oh, I know. You guys don't think I see what Michigan fans send in and how this all works? Here's the other thing. Did you hear Rick Neuheisel today? Former coach, does a national radio show. He eviscerated you.
We have it?
No, but I do have Bob Stoops.
Oh, I just thought you were about to do some Holy Ghost stuff right there. He was putting his hand up like we were going to baptize somebody.
He's got that power shirt on.
Bob Stoops also spoke about this.
I'll probably be on some BS.
David, do the robot like the guy in the video.
From his weekly appearance on the Sports Animals on 98.1 FM in Oklahoma City. Here's what he says.
That's Bob Stoops. Now, if you want to just say he's an ingrate and a scumbag or whatever else you like, you can. You know what Rieger just sent me? I want to shout Jeff Rieger out on something. Now, this could be totally unrelated, but what did we just talk about with Football Scoop? About the Tennessee stuff. Don't know if it's true, but it's according to their sources. Okay. Do you know who Tennessee's defensive coordinator is?
No.
Clayton White.
Oh.
Do you know who Clayton White is?
Wasn't he on Harbaugh's staff?
At Stanford.
DB's coach.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not just Mike knows this stuff.
Yeah.
No. South Carolina. I said Tennessee. He was the DC at South Carolina.
Right.
What school got tipped off?
South Carolina.
Allegedly, South Carolina. Now, could mean nothing. I'm telling you what it looks like.
You just keep connecting wires here and lines here, and wow.
I really don't know how Harbaugh survives this. Whether he knew or not really doesn't matter. In fact, it doesn't matter because Bo told me it doesn't matter. Second of all, the NCAA bylaws say it doesn't matter. And again, guys, I'll be honest with you. If I'm a Michigan fan, I'd throw him off a bridge to play for a national title. My loyalty wouldn't be to Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh doesn't care about you. Jim Harbaugh doesn't pay your mortgage. He doesn't pick up your kids from school.
Ironically enough, this will boil down to using a Bo's thing, the team. Do we stick with the team or do we stick with the coach?
You stick with the opportunity to play for a national title, asterisks be damned.
That's the team.
That's what you try to do. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Mike. Hey, I did a deeper dive into this when you were talking about 22-10, I believe, was the spread record over the last 32 games. Go back and look at all of the second half lines in any of these games where they have a little bit of meaning. And I'm not going to take this East Carolina game or the UNLV game, but
they didn't scout him, Matt.
Exactly. That's why we're going to pass on these. Indiana this year, 31-0. Minnesota this year, 28-0. Nebraska this year, 17-7, was still a cover in the second half. Rutgers, 17-0 cover. Ohio State last year, it was an even game at halftime, and they pumped them 28-3 in the second half. Penn State last year, 25-3, pumped in the second half. Purdue was giving them a run last year, got pumped in the second half. TCU, they scored 39. Michigan State this year, they put one in with 8 seconds left to cover the second half.
If gambling is ever brought into this, they are dead. And I can't prove that it is. And I only used, and Matt, just give me a moment and I'll let you finish. The reason I brought up the point spread wasn't for this direct corollary. It was to show you that they are this outlier against the number. And what the number is Vegas's expectation of how to balance the market. No team in America has outrun Vegas like Michigan. Then you start to go Washington Post, scouting OSU 8 times. Matt, what you're bringing up, it's what led me to going, wait, now I get it. It takes him a half to retabulate what he has, crack him live with the illegal info he's got as his backstop, and that's how they do this. I agree with you totally.
You look at all of these teams, these competitive games, they just don't get thrown out of balance in the second half. And there is game after game after game after game after game supporting this data. Or pull all of any of the SEC games, meaningful games. These are not lopsided second half games.
No, and here's the thing. You have to. Here's the way I would describe it, Matt. It's a great phone call. Here's the way you have to describe it. Having a great half happens. Going on a hot streak happens. It doesn't happen for 3 years. And moreover, let's do critical thinking now, not tribalism. Ready? Which one of these is more likely to be true? We have an unfair advantage, an undefined unfair advantage that we deploy systematically to get the result we want in the second half, or we have simply the greatest halftime adjustments in the history of football that not even Las Vegas can get a handle on. Now, which of those is more likely to be true? You know the answer in your heart.
Yeah.
Whether you admit that to a couple of scumbag Sparties, I know. It's okay. I still love you. But you know the answer. Okay?
No, you're right.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls. We're just getting warmed up on a Thursday here. Lots to do. And I'm sure another news story will drop at 6:02 like it did last night. Can't these people time their stories up? I got a show to do. Come on, Wapo. You couldn't have dropped that at 5 o'clock?
It'll be something else. Let's wait and see. We'll just wait and see.
All right, Old Nation. Come on, you know the deal. Hey, maybe you're on that national title drive. You're Michigan. Have a beer. Your team just lost 49-0. You probably need a beer. The point is, Old Nation's got a complete lineup. maybe you're going to settle in for some good old NHL action tonight. Check out, Kenny, we're leaning on you for picks. Old Nation Brewing, huge lineup, the M43, B43, the Oktoberfest. They even got the Big Boss Tweed, which is this is a Kenny Cott beer right here. 19.2 ounces of 9.3 ABV. Kenny, you'll think you're Mark Messier by the third period. All right.
Wow.
Get Old Nation wherever you buy your beer. Check, my God, oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. All right, David, we'll get back to the calls. People have been great so far today. Updating on the Washington Post piece about Michigan. Far less credibility, not taking a shot. I can't put them on the same plane as the Washington Post football scoop, and connecting some dots and just where are you at with this now? And look, I still won't believe it till I see it if anything happened to you this year. The NCAA does not work on that timeline. So it's never been about the NCAA to me. It would be the Big Ten or the playoff committee stepping in. So I'm not sitting up here like Sparty McSparterson I don't know what the penalties are. But for a guy like me who had doubts that Harbaugh would be back next year regardless, which I've said since summer, all this does is further my point that maybe that's the peace offering altogether. I mean, the reality is Harbaugh doesn't call the defense and he doesn't call the offense. He chews tobacco and looks weird. Maybe you can just get this done without him, give the NCAA the head on a stick that they want, and you protect 24 to play for it all. That's not about what should happen. I'm talking about what will happen. I try to live in reality. But do I think the NCAA eventually will hammer you? Will eventually, yeah. I mean, it's just, if this is, look at what we're talking about. David, go ahead.
Someone's saying, you are assuming the result manipulation, if it happened, was to help U of M in the playoffs. What if it was for financial reasons? Remember, Tennessee was a 22.5-point favorite in that game.
David,
they jump into conclusions.
And I can't.
Yeah.
If that happens.
That's a whole different kettle of fish.
If you have any inclination, and we have none of it so far, but if there is any profiting off of this, if Stallions was selling these things, if they were gambling, then it goes to a different planet, and I'm not going there because I don't have evidence of that. I don't even have a report of that. Not going to do that. I may not like these people, but I'm going to be fair to them.
Well, we do have in the Sports Illustrated story, it was talked about he was communicating with another Power 5 student that was trying to also rise in the rankings. But again, that's all speculation.
The only place I'm going is there's no way he acted alone. There's no way that this wasn't organized. There's no way that it didn't give him an advantage.
There's no way that people didn't know.
Exactly. Now, at that end, that's as far as I'm willing to go. David, a couple more ticket checks, then we'll go on the board.
Mike Rico, could the Big Ten suspend the known coaches and Harbaugh pending an NCAA investigation for the integrity of the game?
Short answer is the Big Ten can do just about whatever they want with approval from their executive board, but I don't know what they're going to do. This is a brand new commissioner who, to my knowledge, his last gig was baseball, and he dropped the hammer on the Astros. I don't know.
Yeah, and if he did that and suspended all the coaches, at that point, you might as well just cancel the rest of the season because now who coaches the team if all the coaches are done? Unless you set them up in shifts and say, well, you guys get these games and you get these games. But, yeah, if you unilaterally go across and just say you're all suspended, you might as well just, cancel the season.
But the NCAA, if they're in town today like we think they are, they don't turn around on a dime. So I'm not trying to sell you good news or bad news. I'm just trying to shoot you straight. I have a hard time believing the NCAA would do anything to interrupt your year now. But I've said to you the people you need to be worried about would be the Big Ten Conference and the College Football Playoff Committee.
And see, that's
different.
But see, that's why I said Ward Manuel could be another option. Ward may say, let's just fall on this sword because I don't want this to continue. We screwed up. Stop looking. I'll let
you offer the choice at 3. Okay. 99% of fans, I know what answer they're going to give you. Doesn't make it right, wrong, or indifferent, but I think I know my audience. As we like to say, we have the pulse of the people.
Gotcha.
David, let's go on the board briefly. Well, people, we got Thursday night upon us. I'm not touching this NFL game with a 10-foot pole because I can't trust Baker Mayfield. Leave me alone. Can't do it. I know the Bills' defense has been ratty. I know it's a ton of points. Boy, Baker Mayfield, last 2 weeks, straight pumpkin. Kenny, I want to ask you. There was one game I was interested in hockey. I need you to reveal it. And it's not my team, your team, it's our team.
Who would that be?
Would it be bomb pricing? The Mighty Ducks of Anaheim.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. That is irresponsible.
We had them the other night.
I do not endorse that
They're
pick.
like plus 7,000
Do you
tonight.
know why? They're against undefeated Boston.
All right, what's the play in the hockey tonight?
So I have a pick that I like, and I also have a question for you being the gambling expert of the show.
Okay.
I like the Flyers at home at plus odds, plus 105. You can get them right now. They're against the Wild. All the nerdy metrics are on my side. I could explain to you expected goals, Fenwick and Corsi, but that would bore you to sleep. I do have a question about the Red Wings game, though.
Oh, boy.
So the Red Wings opened at minus 115 favorites.
Yeah.
And now they're plus 115 underdogs.
I would play the Jets.
Earlier in the day, DeBrincat was questionable because he didn't skate the day before. He skated this morning. Now he's a game-time decision.
I'd play the Jets.
You'd play the Jets.
And I don't want to be in the business of hurting the people and playing against the Red Wings. If you're asking me, I'd play against the Jets. You know what scares me with the Flyers? Planet Earth is on them. I don't ever like being on the side where 90% of Chad and Brad at the sports book are going to be there. I don't like that.
See, you value that a lot more than I do because in hockey, I've seen that a ton.
I know.
And it's always you get maybe 2 out of 3 that you hit and you miss the other one.
What about the Maple Leafs at Dallas?
See, that one I was also interested in, but the Maple Leafs they hadn't put it together yet. They hadn't looked right.
Give the people a pick. I can't do this.
My pick is the Flyers at home against the Wild plus 105.
All right, Rico, what do you got? Anything in the association tonight? Wembanyama threes hit.
Yeah, it did. And
how about can we make a PSA? Mm-hmm. Hey, referees, nobody paid to see you tonight. I didn't tune in to watch Wembanyama sit the whole effing game because he's in foul trouble. Will the NBA just get rid of fouling out? Every foul past 6 should be a technical free throw. We're here to see the players, not you. Carry on.
Yeah, he covered, I think, in his first 2 shots. He hit them, and boom, they won. Cade almost got it. Pistons came back.
Monty Williams, what was that play design? What?
I think they just didn't execute. Young team. I think he drew something differently, and they didn't know how to do it.
I needed a couple more rebounds, and Cade would have hit that low parlay. It wasn't even a triple-double. It was just a triple Cade. Anyway, tonight's game. Let's go to football.
We're going to McLean Stadium. Enter Sandman. VTech Syracuse.
No.
What about my guy Dino Babers? Come on.
Yeah, I'm calling the number. Thursday night game. Steph Diggs, Mike Evans to each score an anytime touchdown, plus 450.
I wish you good luck. Baker has looked awful the last 2 weeks. All right, David, you're clapping. What do you got?
The Buffalo Bills.
Their defense, they're injured. Daquan Jones, out for the year. Matt Milano, out for the year.
The beauty. I just need Mike Evans.
White, out for the year.
Mike Evans just need 1 touchdown.
Well, Mike Evans drops a lot of passes this year. His hands, it's like he's wearing the hamburger helper person on his hands. I don't know what the hell the problem is.
Need one.
David.
So I'm on board with that one because I was going to give you Steph Diggs anytime score, which is plus 100. Or you can do the alternate receiving yards of 110 plus yards for Steph Diggs at plus 188. He's pretty much done that in every game but 2. But if you want to parlay both of those, that is plus 290.
All right, whatever you do, don't be a moron. Be careful. I got a college player I really like. I'm going to give you tomorrow. That's on the board. All right, Thursday Night Football. You know the drill. No sweat, same game parlay tonight. Rico, David, they're addicted to these things. That's fine. I know America loves them. I'm just too old and too simple, I guess. Bucks, Bills, Evans touchdown. Baker looking confused.
Says the man who knows the point spreads for the last 15 years.
Just things. NFL same game parlay, FanDuel.com/ticket. Don't miss out on your chance to get a no sweat same game parlay, America's #1 sports book. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. The Lions return to the practice field today ahead of their Monday Night Football matchup with the Raiders. Head coach Dan Campbell says Detroit is laser focused on a bounce back. The Lions are an 8.5-point favorite over Vegas. We'll have a look at the injury report later this afternoon. The Red Wings aim to stretch their point streak to 7 games tonight when they play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat will be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. Today is an off day for the Pistons after yesterday's season-opening loss to Miami. They'll play the Hornets tomorrow night in Charlotte. The home opener at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night against the Bulls. The Rangers and D-backs score off in Game 1 of the World Series tomorrow night in Arlington. FanDuel has got Texas as the favorite to win the Fall Classic. And Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bills are a 9.5-point favorite over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on the Bet 1270. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I mean, quite appropriate to play that today. Couldn't just lose to TCU in morning show talking dew points. I mean, after all. Hey, John, what's your experience as a horticulturalist? Now, why don't you offer the fans where we're at? I'm going to keep it simple because you have a question you want to ask them.
I do.
Washington Post article came out last night. I think it shed even more light on the scandal. And if you believe that the NCAA is in town, what happens next? And it's really, I have never said and I won't say. Like, I don't believe it's ever going to be on the table because big brands don't get hit that way. I don't believe they're going to stop you from playing the national title. The NCAA doesn't move fast enough. But do I believe they're going to hammer you at some point? Yes. That puts you in a weird spot. So Rico's going to ask you a question. I think I know. I have the pulse of the people. I think I know what you're going to say, but I wanted to give Rico a chance to ask.
Well, it's a fairly simple question because, as I stated before, I think that Ward Manuel can step in and kind of put a halt to all of this and say, stop digging. We'll take our punishment right here, right now, and you guys can go back to, your work investigating other people. So here's your question. Ward Manuel steps in and basically says, we're not doing anything. This season's done. We won't play in the playoffs. We won't play in Indy. We won't do anything else for the rest of this season. We get to keep all the accolades from the past 2 years, but this season's over with.
And you can't touch him in the future.
And we're done. We'll take our punishment this year and this year only. Next year, business as usual. The previous 2 years, will you keep all the banners and all the flags and all the T-shirts? Only this year. Or you basically keep going forward. You take your chances. You have nothing happen to this season, but you end up with about 5 years of sanctions. You can win a title. You can go back to the playoffs. You can win the Big Ten, but it will be clouded in 5 years of sanctions starting next season.
I tell you what, add something to the list. Let's alter a little bit. Forget about the 5-year thing. I want people to be able to think clearly and just call up and answer the question. You do the Stoney FU plan. You go out and they play for the Natty. And I have no idea if they win it. I think they got a damn good shot. But this ends up with the last cup, all of it vacated, and a postseason ban next year.
Okay.
So you get the right to play. They're not going to stop you.
Wait, not just this is vacated. All your success in the last 3 years, including this year,
The
all
only thing you
vacated.
have are the memories.
Yep. And you can't go anywhere in 2024.
I think 99 out of 100 fans are going to say, F them. I want to play for it all. And whatever happens, happens. Because it's easier to do that. And then when it happens, they're going to go, wait, what?
But option number one, last 2 years, untouchable. Next year, untouchable. This year only.
Very touchable.
Gone.
So, Rico's not predicting anything. He's asking a question. David, ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. 248-539-9797. What do you got, buddy?
Few of them is smart. They throw themselves to the mercy of the Big Ten and NCAA and gives them anything they want in exchange to not mess up this season. So he's already answering the question before you even put it out there.
Listen, and I'm putting myself in the shoes of a Michigan fan. I probably do the same thing. Because, let's face it, by the time the NCAA gets done with their investigation, it could be years. Now, I mean, it could be the offseason, but either way, it won't impact you taking your dad to the national title game.
Right, but
and hanging that picture up, and like if they vacate it, I mean, what are you going to do?
No, it is a little bit of a gamble, Mike, because, okay, right here, right now, the bird in the hand is you take this deal, this season's over. Who's to say you beat Ohio State or Penn State this year? Because if that happens, this is all a moot point. You aren't going anywhere anyway. And they still can go back and retroactively take away everything that you've done, or you just simply say, okay, you know what? I don't want this cloud over our head. We get to save the memories. We get to save the banners and T-shirts from the past 2 seasons, the rings, trophies, everything stays in Schembechler Hall. And next year, we can start from scratch, and no, you can't touch us. This year, we'll burn to the ground. Or you finish this year out, whatever happens, happens, knowing you may lose it all and have no bowl game next year.
Can I throw a wrench into the bicycle wheel?
Yeah.
If you're like me and you believe Harbaugh isn't back next year regardless, that also shapes your answer too.
Sell your soul. Sell your soul. That's what you do.
Coming up this Sunday at Greater Life.
Roberto, going to need that as a drop.
David, Pastor Hull.
Sell your soul.
Oh, my God. All right, let's get to the people. So you got a couple different ways to play it. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. I'm not defending Michigan here. I just want to go the Rico Beard, Harvard lawyer route that is probably going to get Michigan off on a technicality, and Jim Harbaugh too, and people are going to be upset at it. But this is the glove is too small, that I wasn't present type of legality that he's going to get away with. The rule is written for monetary purposes for smaller schools, and when that gets vetted out, like, they're not even in trouble for the cheating part. They're in trouble for just going to the games. So if you break this down, what they're going to get in trouble for, you can't overcharge somebody if they didn't break other rules, obviously, like if they're going past that. But if they're just getting charged with going to the games, you can only penalize them for that. Isn't that correct?
No. Here's why. It's the difference between you went 60 in a 55 or you went 110 in a 55. The severity.
Okay, I'll let you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To hell with it. Go ahead and finish.
No, I was just asking you because it was just the technicality things. It just feels like the way Harbaugh spoke with what he said last week and the way things go with this man, I feel like they knew, like, if whatever rule they broke, they can only go after him for that rule.
Okay, but here's your problem. By your theory, you're telling me he knew, and that flies in the face of everyone from La La Land. So if you want me to go along with this, you have to be willing to tell me he knew that.
Well, I'm saying he did not. That's what I'm saying. Harbaugh and Michigan is going to get out of this loophole, and this guy's going to be the fall man because Harbaugh's not at the game. This guy's at the game, but this guy's being accused of going to the games. They're not charging him with the video evidence and all that. They're charging him for buying tickets and being present at the game. That's the actual crime, correct?
No, the crime is you can't be at the games, period, you or anybody else. And also, who funded it? See, Josh, you have a real problem on your hands here because this guy doesn't have the money to fund it. And his parents are teachers, so don't give me the Scrooge McDuck thing, all right? Sergeant Stallone doesn't dive into a tower of coins. DuckTales was a favorite of mine as a child. The point is, I don't even know what we're doing here. There is no technicality. There is no out. It's egregious. It's so over the top. It's so beyond the pale. People who are saying everybody does it are arguing the wrong thing.
Right.
No, everybody
loophole.
doesn't do it. Nobody. I have never in my life heard of an organized attempt to live scout and illicitly tape other teams. Haven't. Maybe in the 60s, where like a GA and his border collie showed up at your practice and pretended to be a farmer or something. Maybe.
Right. And the coach that did it for Baylor turned himself in, and that's when he got hit for a game.
He realized, they told him, you can't be here, and he went, my bad.
Yep. And he immediately turned himself in, and got suspended for half a game.
Play Bob Stoops. Give me Bob Stoops from Oklahoma City Radio. Here's Bob Stoops on it for the whole everybody's doing it. Now, do you think Bob Stoops is a horrible human being? Or do whatever you like. I view Bob Stoops as a damn good college football coach, retired a little bit early for my taste. But the point is, here's Bob Stoops on the whole. It's a nothing burger. Everybody does it. So again, I'd like to leave some of the more primitive talking points behind as this story evolves. Yeah. Could we join it, please?
If everybody did this wouldn't be a story.
If MSU's doing it, they really need better people.
They're out there with the Duplo box. Speak and spell.
Why do I see MSU's sign stealer just making balloon animals?
The cow says...
Speak and spell? Gee whiz. All right, Rico, tell him.
The horse says quack.
All right, tell him all about it.
It's broken. Horses don't say quack. That's why we got that play wrong.
I need better intel.
All right, the World Series is going on, and you also got college football, pro football. I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action, and Xfinity connects me to more of the great games I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price, so there's no more frozen screens, no more pixelated videos, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that'll make your head spin so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. It means I can get the latest scores as they happen, the latest injury updates, heck, the latest scandal updates, and fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, Circa, you know the drill. Stadium Swim, America's place to watch games, largest outdoor venue to do it. 6 pools, 3 levels, massive sports book. Really no better place for a football weekend. So whether you want to make a trip for the OSU game or the playoff or whatever, dude, if you go to Vegas to watch sports, you do it at Stadium Swim. It's Circa Resort and Casino. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people. We go to Brian. He's been very patient, and he is up next. Hello, Brian.
Hey, Mike. Good to talk to you, Enrico. Love your show. Love the way you keep Rio.
Thanks, B. Appreciate that. What do you got today? What's on your mind?
I know coming from me, it's just hearsay. So I guess you could take my word for it or not. There is a video that was shown, taken during last year's Ohio State-Michigan game. And Ohio State had the ball on the 20, and the video was from the sideline. So you could see both teams lining up, and you could see the Michigan coaches in the background all in a row.
I've seen the video.
Okay, where Stroud turns around to go and get a new call.
And Stallions looks at the sideline standing right next to Jesse Minner, whispers to him, then initiates the hand gestures, then everyone on the sideline emulates.
Yes.
I've seen it.
So you can't tell me that the players didn't know, because the players and Mentor and Stallions were all jumping down, making the same signal with their hands.
Yeah, listen. I mean, it doesn't look good. Now, here's the thing. It's not going to work every play all the time. Like, that's another place
you still have to execute.
Yeah, I've been frustrated with other shows at this place. Like, this idea of,
you know what
it has
is?
to work every time. No, it doesn't.
You know what it is? And Brian, Mike, it's like the shift in baseball. You can move everybody over to the left or the right side of the infield. It doesn't mean that somebody can't still get a ball through there.
That's right.
But analytics say you're going to hit it here. So if you stack the deck over here, chances are you could stop this player from making it to first base.
And there's going to be times where a ball is smoked right into the shift.
Right.
So I just believe, Brian, I've said it from the beginning. I think the attitude that there's no competitive advantage is just intellectual dishonesty at its peak. Now, how much of an advantage is a debate for the ages? I just think if you're cheating and if you've gained an advantage illegally, it's wrong. So, yes, Brian, the video looks bad. And even though on the play, I think OSU gained yards or scored, like you're going to be able to do some things. But when we take the totality of it and you look at what they've done against the number, what they've done in second halves, the idea that the first half, they struggle. And in the second half, they turn into transformers. I think there's absolutely some corollary. There's something there. Think about the OSU game you're citing. OSU was ahead 20-17. They got bombed in the second half. I think there's something to this where it takes the system a half, and they have this 8 games of data, this copious amount of data. It probably takes them a half to retabulate and go, all right, this is what they're doing today. So orange slices and electrolytes, and here's what we're doing. I don't think it's unreasonable to think that.
It's not. Especially when you see it game after game. Your second half, you're unbelievable.
Go to Evan, 97.1. What's up, E? How are you?
Good, man. How's it going, Mike, Rico?
It's going okay, buddy. What's up?
All right, so this is coming from a lifelong Michigan fan. Obviously, I don't need to say it. It's a bad situation. It's a very bad look. And it sucks that it's my school, But at the end of the day, we live in reality, okay? With the things that have come out, I just recently read the Washington Post article because I didn't know it came out yesterday. If this goes outside of Michigan and this is a thing where we're going to other schools and we are messing with the integrity of not only our own games, but the games of other schools and that we're not even really involved with. that's a bad look. That's a really bad like that is. It's definitely in my lifetime the largest scandal that I've ever heard in at least in the NCAA aspect.
Right. Listen.
Right.
Now, if it goes there, we're talking differently. I think what's interesting, and again, I don't have any belief in the NCAA, but Pete Thamel just confirmed the NCAA is in fact at Michigan right now, and it shows the priority they're putting on this case. I'm not trying to scare you. I still think there is a 0.01% chance that the NCAA says you're ineligible for a bowl game or something. I just don't see it.
NCAA works like the feds. They work so slow that it'll be 2 years before you finally get the final data analysis of what is going on right now.
Evan, let me ask you a question, if I may. So knowing everything going on, and we have no idea, do you win the Natty? Do you not? Do you make it? Do you not? Is Harbaugh back next year with all of this going on?
No way.
No, you're
I'll even take it a step further. I really don't want him. Not with everything that's happened and everything that's gone on. Obviously it came out and said, "Oh well, I have no idea that this is going on." But there's no way you don't know. There's just no way. Of course he's going to say that. Of course he's going to say, I don't know.
Evan, I'll ask you this question. So would you take a punishment this year, but it saves the last 2 years and next season? Or do you just go for it this year and you may end up having all of it taken away and a bowl ban in next season?
It really is tough. I mean, I've thought about it, and honestly, I'm willing, and I feel like I'm willing to just sack this year. I mean, I'm willing to just keep what we've had and move forward with this. And I know, and look, it's hard. It's so hard to say that because this team, as a team and on the field, regardless of everything, is a really good team.
Yes.
Really good team.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, you don't want this to get out of hand. You can't let this get out of hand.
Well, here's what we need to see. And this is not my version of let it play out. No, I mean, we're reacting in real time to everything happening. Evan, there's certain lines that if it crosses those, you may not have a choice. In the here and now, you have a choice. But I don't see the wisdom in not offering something to maintain your season. And what that is, I don't know. But I just don't believe that the NCAA is ever going to do a damn thing to U of M. I don't.
It's the burden of hand, though. You could offer something, but I think for Michigan fans, you already have those titles. I don't think you want to give those up. I don't think you want to give up those trophies. I don't think you want to give up those memories.
Well, you don't have to give the memories.
No, I mean, but you know what I'm saying, where it's people are like, well, did it happen? It's like the Fab Five. Well, no, technically, you never went to the Final Four. You did.
Right, but what you have to do in that sense, they're very good at. You just have to only associate with members of your cult. No, you can't ask anyone to respect you when all that stuff gets taken away. You have to appreciate it for what it means to you.
No, true.
But the minute you step foot outside your house, ain't nobody trying to hear it.
But this year has yet to happen. So you can't miss what you never had. You give this year up knowing that next year there is no cloud. You can start fresh. If you go 16-0 and win the national title or however many games it takes now, that's it. You're in. You're done. But you lost this year.
Yeah. I'll be interested. I'll tell you. The key for me is the money. I need to know who was paying for it because it wasn't Stallions. You'll never convince me it was Stallions.
No, when you allegedly have it's organized that coaches have a database that they can go to. Yeah.
Rico, when you start talking about going to 40 games, I mean, I'm going to LSU in a couple of weeks, and it's not like they're playing some top 10 team. Unfortunate news. It's not cheap.
Yeah.
Okay? So like going to
you're going to SEC title game.
Right, going to 40 games?
Yeah. Good luck trying to get a hotel in Atlanta and trying to get good seats to the game.
So here's where it would get murky. If. But I mean, if you had staffers paying for it, stuff like that, oh boy. But see, these are the things we got to find out.
What if it's a booster? Is that okay?
Hell no. I'm sorry, what did Nevin Shapiro on line 7?
I'm just saying, because I'm just that next caller. What if it's a booster?
No, it doesn't matter.
Just trying to keep the goalposts from moving.
The one that Mike has wheels on it.
I told you I came up with the invention.
I know.
John's going to get the first one.
Does it have the little beep?
Yeah, like when you reverse your goalpost back or you move them forward, there's going to be a little boop, 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 boop. Okay. But, John, there's video. John, there's sworn testimony.
Read him
John,
something.
we found a body.
Read him something. Furnaces.
Fantastic. Your schedule is packed this fall. You got to get the kids to all their sporting events. The Acadia from Moran Buick GMC might just be your answer. Seating up to 7. Lease the 23 Acadia for 24 months, $266 a month, $19.99. Moran Buick GMC. You know, Brian, what do I got to do to get? We got to get David an Acadia. I want to create a greater church life. What the hell's the name of your church?
Greater Life.
I want to get a Greater Life shuttle for David. Let's talk.
Greater Church.
Greater Church.
With the license plate, sell your soul.
God won. MoranExpress.com. They got all the deals. They got you covered. So check them out. It's where you always get the best price, period. Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Red Wings look to extend their point streak to 7 games tonight when they play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat will be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness the last couple days. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. The Lions were back on the practice field today, getting ready for their Monday Night Football matchup with the Raiders. Detroit's an 8.5-point favorite over Vegas, according to FanDuel. We'll have a look at the injury report coming up later this hour. And Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bills 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on our sister station, the Bet 1270. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people. We'll get to Derek Stevens at 3:45, but obviously we're reacting to the Washington Post report. Pete Thamel reporting today the NCAA is in your midst and where you're at with the story. I mean, obviously it's evolving. It's getting worse and worse and worse. There's been no piece of information that has come out that makes you look better. If you believe that's intentional, fine. I don't care. There are only a couple of things we know to be true. Right here, right now, I think Rico and I can walk together on this and say that there is no belief, no faith that the NCAA will take you out of the playoff this year. If that's going to happen, it would be the Big Ten or the committee. The other thing that's true is you got to evolve your talking points. We got to stop with the everyone's doing it. No, they're not. We got to stop with, well, the rule's silly. Great, so are speed limits. And stop with the lone wolf. It is becoming very clear this man had a lot of help.
Yeah, see, I think the lone wolf has gone away. Now that you're starting to see that it was organized, that the coaches allegedly had access to the system and could get the video and the data points, lone wolf, crazy fan, boy, yeah, that's gone. But everybody does it. We still hear that.
Yeah, but no, it has stopped. I mean, there were people, you know what, I was going to say something. Forget it. I won't. I'll say it to you during the break.
It's good for America, remember.
Right. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, B? How are you?
Hey, not too bad, guys. How you doing?
Good, B. What's going on?
It's just sad. You know, I mean, something that didn't have to happen or something that they didn't even need to do based on the teams that they've had, but it's just sad. But, you know, in answering your question, I say, you know, if you can offer peace offering this year without sacrificing the season, by all means, go ahead. But I say you go for it and try and nuke everybody else on your schedule and try and play for a national championship.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, to me, it's the only move you got. Because look, they're not. If they turn around and they vacate it or whatever, you deal with it then.
It is what it is. Everybody already thinks that we cheated regardless if they get vacated or not. It doesn't matter if we keep them or not.
Brian, it feels that way, doesn't it? And I mean, look, Brian, obviously, I mean, Brian, I'm a well-adjusted human being. I don't like Michigan, but it doesn't stop me from like having a beer with you and we can talk about our differences. I'm telling you, I would do the same thing if I was in your spot. If this was happening at State, I would both firebomb my school and I'd say, well, F it, they got us. We may as well play. I totally understand the perspective.
Yeah, it can't get any worse.
You tend to always give us a fair shake, but, you know, Rico never does. We could be favored by 100 over Ohio State. Rico would still pick us to lose. So him saying, like, we may not win the rest of the way, we may not, but I'd like to at least try because I think we have a better team this year than Ohio State.
Brian, I just simply asked the question.
Yeah, I know you do. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know.
No, I would say that, like, a future bowl ban, though, for us, Rico, you know, like next year, like, we suck in bowl games. You know that. Michigan does terrible in bowl games.
Maybe that's because you can't scout them.
Probably, but it doesn't threaten me anymore. It doesn't make me feel any less likely to give up this season.
And Brian, it was just simply one of those, would you just fall on the sword right now, knowing you can keep the last 2 years and next year is free and clear, but you got to give up this year? Or you just say, forget it, I don't care.
Yeah, and I would have no problems, even at the end of the year or even mid-year, lighting both Ward Manuel and Harbaugh on fire.
I don't know a single Wolverine, Brian, who likes Manuel. Like, that's not Sparty narrative when I always make fun of Ward. I legitimately do not understand how Ward Manuel has a job. I don't. Your athletic department the whole thing's in chaos. You're the athletic director. The basketball program's in the toilet. You're coached an embarrassment. You had the Mel Pearson hockey program nonsense. You got the mystery volleyball coach thing. You have your football program in the crosshairs. I don't know how he's here. So you saying, I don't like Ward, buddy, I don't know a single Wolverine who does. No. It's pretty amazing. Let's continue along. We'll go to Eric, 97.1. What's up, Eric?
How are you doing today?
Good. What's up?
Man, I know there's a lot of callers and people calling in. I want them to go to the national championship. The hell with anything else. I don't even want to talk about it because I believe Harbaugh's gone anyways. If we win everything and there hadn't been any of this, I think he's gone. I think he's jumping in the NFL, and I'd rather watch him on TV because I think a lot of these people calling in don't even remember the 1997 championship because we had to split it with Nebraska. I just want the national championship.
The thing about that, though, it's like, I know we all say, yeah, he's going to go to the NFL, but I still ask the question, does the NFL want him? He's done all of this stuff for the last 2 years, and he still keeps coming back to Ann Arbor.
You ready?
Yeah.
He's going to be the Bears head coach, and they're going to draft JJ, and they're going to go as a package. I'm going to get David a Bears McCarthy jersey.
Yeah.
I'm good on that.
But no, Eric, I totally understand it, and I'm with you, Eric. I've thought since summer there's no way he's coming back.
You sure he's going to the Bears though?
No, I was just having fun.
Right, because you know who runs the Bears, right?
McCaskey?
Well, Kevin Warren.
Oh, they'll fire him. I mean, that's easy.
Okay.
No, he's getting him a new stadium. They're not firing. They're not bringing Harbaugh in.
Fine, he coaches the Raiders. I don't know.
Right, exactly.
I'm just saying, Kevin was like, no, not him. Get somebody else. I dealt with him as Big Ten commissioner.
All right. Listen,
it's just a scenario.
It was a bad idea. I just tried. I thought he played there.
I just wanted to come in with like your Shane Beamer information.
Noted. No, well done by you. Yes, yesterday, if you missed the show, a Wolverine caller was so upset. He said that if you're going against Michigan, you're going against America. I don't know what type of thought process that leads you there, but it's a great drop. So thank you for that. Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on? How are you?
Doing all right, Mike. Thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir. What's up?
Well, I hate to throw a lot of cold water on what you guys have been saying, but you asked a question of what do I think the Big Ten is going to do? Could they possibly get involved? And I think the Big Ten is going to do nothing, considering that Kevin Warren last year, a guy who we know does not particularly like Jim Harbaugh, campaigned for two Big Ten teams to get into the playoff. So I think you have to look at the fact of who rules college football right now. It's the TV networks. It's the money, right? So for the Big Ten to say, well, we're going to sit this one out because of something that even the NCAA has said, if you read their bylaws, I hate to sound like a lawyer here, but if you read their bylaws, it says that, sign stealing, number one, is legal, and two, like this type of infraction does not constitute a major advantage. It's a minor advantage.
All right, we're going to do this again. Jack, sign stealing is legal. Off-campus sign stealing and videotaping is not. So that's one. Two, I agree with the base violation. But what we're seeing is this isn't just a base violation, which is what took place at Baylor. This is a network. Mm-hmm. This is big. So I agree with you that it will have no impact on this year. And I agree with you. I don't think the Big Ten's got the chops to step up and do it. Cash rules everything. We know this. I don't disagree with you, Jack. But we got to stop with the sign stealing.
Also, the Big Ten moved mountains. Like they changed their rules to try to get Ohio State into the Big Ten championship in 2020 when they didn't have enough qualifying wins because they knew that Ohio State had a really good team and make a run at a championship.
The difference in all of it is they weren't under dual NCAA investigations. So I don't think that really plays a role. Look, I'm not telling you it's going to happen. I'm just telling you if it did, it wouldn't come from the NCAA. You're fighting someone who's not here. May I?
Everybody does it.
Oh, okay. Northville Lumber. We talk about right now. I want to take a piece of Trex board and smash myself across the face with it. Northville Lumber. Go buy some. They got more product than anybody. What do you want?
Ran into Stu.
Good. He's a good man. He's having a tough time right now as a Sparty. It's tough. Northville Lumber. Listen, 26 football fields worth of product. They're going to get you right. Take care of you with the lowest pricing in the industry. You want to get that outdoor project done, they got you covered. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. The only thing left to do is call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we do it every week at this time. We talk to our man in Vegas from Circa. You always hear me talking about Stadium Swim. It is Derek Stevens joining us. Derek, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, excellent, man. I had a question for you with the Lions playing on Monday night coming up. And I look around, and I by no means, I don't know if the data will match. But the Lions are the biggest public team this week. I mean, the book needs the Raiders like oxygen. What are you seeing? I mean, the number has gone from 4.5 all the way out to 8.5, 9. Are you getting anybody betting the Raiders at all?
No, I mean we're currently hanging at 8 right now, but it's going to be Lions money. Remember, we have a chance to see the Raiders, and we'll be honest about it, they're terrible. It's going to be all.
Yeah, you get to see them up close and in person.
Yeah, it's going to be home favorite money that's going to be coming in. If you have a chance, if you like the Lions, I tell you, if you could go find an 8, find it now. If you like 8, if you have an 8.5, I'd find it now. I think the number's going up. If you're going to bet a teaser with the Lions with another team this weekend, again, I would bet it now because I do not see buyback coming. And now we've got this uncertainty with regards to who's playing quarterback. I'm not predicting this in any way. That's not what I do. But I could see this turning into a Monday night blowout. Think back when the Lions played at home on against the Bears quite a few years ago. Ford Field will be loud. It'll be very, very difficult for the Raiders to operate.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, just because I like to understand, what would it take to get this number like 9.5 or 10? You see occasionally some lines in the NFL get into double digits. I mean, what do you think it eventually gets out that way to try to get some Raider money?
Nah, I think after the way the Lions played at Baltimore last weekend, you're always going to have some people nibbling. So I'm not quite sure you're going to see this getting up to 10. But I can tell you we're not going to see a lot of Raider money coming in. They don't travel to the East very well. Historically, they've not done a good job doing that. And they've got a quarterback situation that's tough. This is a team this is a perfect spot for the Lions. Frankly, this is exactly opposite of last week, which was a terrible spot for the Lions.
That's true. Talking with Derek Stevens. Derek, going over to the college game, are you seeing much action on the USC-California game? I mean, simply because USC now really has nothing to play for, so you got to wonder how motivated Caleb Williams is going to be.
Yeah, it hasn't stood out. It's nothing that's even hit any of my charts at this point. I don't know if this is going to be one of the top wagered games of the weekend. I think you look at Duke Louisville. That's going to be a pretty heavily wagered game. Obviously, Notre Dame's always going to be in the mix. But I can't say Cal at home against USC is one of the top games of the weekend in any manner.
No, listen. I just don't even know if Caleb Williams wants to play football anymore. The kid's body language is awful. He's eating gummy worms on the side like he's hanging out at the sports book, Derek. It looked awful. Hey, just one question, and then I'll let you go. I just had a question about a game in the Pac-12 because Utah and Oregon, and the number has just sat 6.5 all week. And I wanted to know, like, what side is getting bet there? Really tough to go into Rice Eccles, but the number ain't moving. It's just sitting there. Are you getting perfect two-way action on that game?
Well, we haven't really moved. We haven't moved either. I mean, but they're going to take the road. They're going to take the road dog. So we're seeing a little more on Oregon than we have on Utah at this point.
All right. Well, Derek,
hold on, Derek, real quick. Go head over to the association.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Well, the NBA did start. Who are you seeing as, I guess, that early betting favorite right now for the title? And also, are you getting much interest coming in for the Spurs now that Wembayama is there?
Well, obviously that's what we have to put. That's what we have to put up because that's what everybody wants to see. We're seeing a lot of prop action on that. Tonight we got a couple of really great games. A TNT doubleheader with the Bucks game early, and then obviously on the West Coast, the Suns and Lakers going to be a great game. So we're going to see a ton of action on the two basketball games today. Certainly, the San Antonio Spurs are in the mix of one of the top watched, and I would say probably top bet team here for at least for a little while. They have this honeymoon period coming up here, so it's been good so far. I mean, tough loss. I saw Cade got 30 yesterday for the Pistons in a tough loss.
19 points so down, and it came back, but they lost by one.
Man. But no. So far, NBA's been real good. It's a good start to the year.
Well, Derek, appreciate it. We'll take it to the bank. Lions by $1 million, and away we go. We'll talk to you next week.
Hey, have fun at Ford Field. Go Lions. Restore their work. Happy Halloween, everybody.
Appreciate it, brother. You got it. That's Derek Stevens. And again, that rate, I mean, literally. I don't know how you bet the Raiders. But I'm not telling Lion fans to do it because the number's huge.
And they're breaking out the new helmets, so
Well, there is that too. All right,
nothing goes wrong when you break out new helmets.
No, never happens. Big yikes. All right, let's go to the people. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, buddy? How are you? Timmy.
Tim.
And Tim. And I guess not. Boy, problems. Let's go to Alex, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good, Alex.
Good, Alex.
Okay, I'm kind of a little busy, so I kind of be quick. First off, the reason why War Manuel has a job is actually due to Ross, and he's actually a Ross alum. There's a huge aspect for why he has the job. It's due to that. Second reason, the reason why the Stallion kid, he's a rich kid. Literally, there's a report that his parents helped pay for his Manhattan penthouse. Well, those types of kids, all right?
Yeah, his parents are teachers,
real reason,
so thanks.
The real thing that I really want to get across right now is kind of the NCAA. I personally believe, yes, this happened. I'm a Michigan alum, so
I can tell. I can tell by your general tone, but I'm not impressed by it. So you can just keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, you're busy after all. I don't want to disturb you.
No,
he's busy.
So my question is, overall, this is about finances as a whole, and how I look at it is looking at Michigan. I personally think this is not going to amount to anything, and I think this entire thing is just going to run out the clock. So, for example, we have the NCAA. The NCAA is not going to exist in like 3 years. And Michigan has all the resources to literally drag this thing out until they disappear. And I think that's going to be a huge factor.
You know what, Alex? I'm kind of busy. I got to run. I mean, F you. First of all, you can't be that busy, Jack. You held for 40 minutes. Second of all, it's probably not a great idea. Now, I know we get some people here at this place who talk down to folks. But I'm happy to have a conversation with you. But you bore me. All right, newsflash. The kid is Scrooge McDuck. The school's got more money than God. We're going to spend our way to freedom. God bless. I wish you all the luck in the world. Go Blue. Enjoy. I'm kind of busy. I got to run. 97.1.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. The Red Wings look to extend their point streak to 7 games tonight when they play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Lucas Raymond so far very pleased with the Wings' chemistry. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat will be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness the last couple days. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. The Lions were back to the practice field today, preparing for their Monday Night Football matchup with the Raiders. Detroit, an 8.5-point favorite over Vegas. We'll take a look at the injury report when it comes out. Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bills 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on our sister station, the Bet 1270. The Pistons off tonight following yesterday's season-opening loss to the Heat. They take on the Hornets tomorrow night in Charlotte. The home opener at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night against the Bulls. And the World Series starts tomorrow night in Arlington. FanDuel has got the Rangers as the favorite to beat the D-backs and hoist the Commissioner's Trophy. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. I'm busy, you know. David, couple of ticket texts. Well, I'm glad you got a laugh. I mean, I'm not going to.
I got one for you, Dave, before you get to that. I can just see the Lambda Phi Mu cardigan tied around his neck. Smarmy U of M fan.
Oh, I mean, it's just, it was absurd.
Well, excuse me for wasting your time, sir. Someone else says, you did Alex dirty, but I'm dying laughing in the car.
And I do it for you. Remember, roughly 97.1% of your audience will never call this show. I am about you. If I anger a caller, too damn bad.
Please tell me that I'm kind of busy will now be another drop, Kurt. We're working on it.
That just depends on whether, or the other one is, I'm a Michigan grad. Okay, Carlton.
Ward Manuel to the NCAA today. I'm a little busy.
Yeah, I'm a little busy, guys. Can we hurry this up? Who the hell sits on hold for 40 minutes to a radio show and goes, I'm a little bit busy, so I'm going to keep this brief? Oh, well, you're doing me the effing favor? I got a million people who want to talk to us. I didn't realize we had, what do we have here? What do we got, Trump and Biden on line 3? What do we got, POTUS on hold for 37 minutes? Hey, a little busy, guys. I got to fix what's going on in the Ukraine.
Someone says, savage, LOL. Jeremy from Algonac says, I'd send a longer text, but I'm kind of busy.
Would have scouted TCU. Was a little bit busy.
Sorry, a little busy, guys.
So look, here's where we are. And I think it's been a nice discussion outside of a couple of speed bumps. We just had one. But overall, people have been good about it. And I think Rico and I are shooting you straight on it. Like, the Washington Post thing moves it forward. The NCAA being in town, it moves it forward.
How does this end? We don't know.
And I think the one thing we can try to at least, we're dealing in reality. We're not getting on the air and doing spite radio. It's just simple. I don't think the NCAA would dare or would move fast enough to impact your 2023 season. I just don't see it. You get the Big Ten Conference, maybe. CFP, maybe.
Now, I think in a perfect world, this would have happened in the offseason, so therefore they can just go back and take away what happened. But I don't ever recall something happening live.
Yeah.
Right here, right now.
No, and look.
Where they're going to have to make choices and decisions, and it's going to affect a lot of future events and teams because they're going to harken back to, well, how did you treat Michigan?
If more stuff comes out, the opinion evolves. So here's what we've arrived at as a show. I mean, it's really not hard. I'm just not going to do intellectual dishonesty. You're not allowed to come on the show and say you didn't have a competitive advantage. You're not allowed to say he acted alone. You know, like it's okay to just say, yeah, you did some dirt. So we arrive at something where, yeah, do I think the NCAA will eventually hit you and hit you pretty hard? Yeah, I do. It won't impact this year, which means you just got to go play.
Mm-hmm.
But Washington Post is one thing. Now, understand, I do not put these two reports on the same level. This footballscoop.com, generally a coaching search website, but has a following, and they've gotten some stuff right. Take it with a grain of salt, throw it in the garbage. Don't use it as gospel, but just hear me out. You're getting some rumblings, according to sources. Michigan is being accused by some of diming out another playoff team to get them beat and to get them out of the way. And the accusation would center around Tennessee and South Carolina last year, where Tennessee is a 22.5-point favorite, went out, and all of a sudden couldn't stop South Carolina. 6 straight, I think, touchdown drives to open the game. It was crazy. That's also the game Hendon Hooker blew his knee out. That's also the game that South Carolina came out in wristbands for the first time all season and made Tennessee look stupid. Who's South Carolina's head coach? Shane Beamer. Shane Beamer's been busted before and fined for taking a game plan from someone else. Who's Shane Beamer's DC? Clayton White. Who's Clayton White? He was on Harbaugh's staff at Stanford and was a secondary coach for 3 years. I can't prove any of it.
Didn't realize they broke out the wristband.
But I'm painting pictures for you. So, look, all I could tell you is you cheated. Now, to what level? And where does it end up? Like, do I think Harbaugh's back next year? No. Do I think there's a chance he could be gone in season this year? Sure. Because that could be a peace offering.
See, I think that there's a chance also that Ward Manuel just steps up and kind of falls on the sword.
Well, he's a Ross grad, you know.
Well, that's why he still got the job there, in case you did not know. But yeah, Ward Manuel, he's behind door number 4. Just like earlier this year where he basically said we're going to go ahead and self-punish ourselves. He could do the same thing. And there's a lot of smoke. The NCAA could say, hey, Ward, here's the other things that we haven't put out in public yet, but this is going to happen. And Ward just kind of comes up and says, hey, you know what? What if we just turn ourselves in and sacrifice right here, right now?
I think knowing
to alleviate any further embarrassment.
I think you do whatever it takes to protect this season. I'm putting myself in Michigan's shoes, and if this was happening to State, I'd bomb my own school verbally. So, like, you wouldn't get the cultist routine.
But see, I think a lot of it depends on what else is going to come down the line.
And that brings us to the next phase. Yeah. But in the here and now, if this year's not impacted, Ward's job is to protect as much of the past and future as he can. Because you can't protect. If the NCAA wants to vacate stuff and go that route, they can do whatever they want. And look, you'll turn around and do what UNC did. You'll sue them, and it'll be litigation and whatever.
Penn State did the same.
So I just, you want to have a different debate about what should happen? Well, we can have that too. Let's go to Alex, shall we? 97.1. Alex, how are you?
Hey, Mike, how are you? I'm not the same Alex that called you earlier. I just want you to know that.
Alex, I know you're incredibly busy. Thank you for donating your time.
Thanks for calling back.
What's
not
up, buddy?
Same guy, but Mike Rico, pleasure listening to you guys. Nobody's talking about the recruiting that's going to affect Michigan now.
Yeah.
That's what I see that, you know, I'm not going to fall on the sword if it's going to affect my recruiting.
Well, Alex, here's what I tell you. A place like Michigan, you're always going to recruit really well. If Harbaugh's gone, you'll hire someone good and they'll recruit well too. I don't know. I mean, Alex, there is no death penalty anymore. You know, they're not going to take away 15 scholarships or something. It's just, that's not on the table. I wouldn't worry about it, Alex.
I'm talking about future recruiting. Future recruiting is going to affect if you fall on the sword now.
Okay. All right. So don't. I'm not advocating doing it. I'm saying you have to make a peace offering. And you have to be willing to do certain things in order to get this thing off your back. But none of that has to do. Look, Alex, no offense. If you could win a national title this year, do you really care what the next 3 to 5 years mean?
As a Michigan fan, you probably don't.
Okay. So,
but see, I think that it's like a bargaining chip, because if you go out, Alex, and you lose, let's say you lose to Penn State, you don't have that same leverage anymore. Like, okay, how about you just take this year from us? No, you had that opportunity.
I'm fascinated by the fact it's the bye week and that the NCAA's here, and somehow they've rushed this thing into top priority. I don't know. And Alex, appreciate it. Look, I don't know if they're horned up enough to move quickly because they hate Harbaugh. I've never seen the NCAA move quick. But this is also a real-time thing. Like, here's the part, Michigan fan, you're not going to like. And I'm not going to apologize for it. Everyone has a right to believe you've cheated. And we have no way to prove you're still not doing it. The only way we got the immediate, hey, they're still doing it, Stallions was trying to execute the caper at this weekend's Penn State-Ohio State game. He had purchased tickets for it. The Washington Post article that comes out. You went on site at OSU for 8 games. Like,
you've been following them.
If I'm any Big Ten opponent, look, in a dream world, I tell you what, but see, this isn't real, so we're not going to do this as a radio show. If I'm the rest of the Big Ten, I'd go straight up. We're not playing him. I told you. I would have been Latte Larry if I was Michigan State. I never would have played him. I'd be like, yeah, due to an abundance of caution and blah, blah, blah. F you. We're not playing.
We're a little busy.
We're a little busy right now.
A little busy this Saturday.
I just wouldn't have done it. If I'm the rest of these teams, I'd be going to Petiti in the conference and going straight up. These guys are cheating. Why the hell do we have to be subjected to it? We're not playing them. If nobody played Michigan the rest of the way, they ain't going to the playoff. But that's a fantasy world, and we're not doing that on the show. Mm-hmm. So dealing in reality, I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. What's the money trail? How far does the data trail go? Who was funding Stallions? These are all things that we need to figure out. But if this crosses over, and I've said if it crosses over into Stallions selling his tapes,
or aiding other teams.
Well, now you've crossed into something where, no, I would say it with a straight face. There's no way you can let him play. But in the here and now, I can't railroad their season because I know the NCAA is not going to do it. So then you arrive at Big Ten and CFP. What's your faith they'll do it? About a 2 out of 10.
Well, that's what I said. Probably the only way that any action happens, it's Ward Manuel just steps up and says...
And he's a Ross grad. When did you meet Stephen Ross? So that's what we're rapping about. And I think we're having a decent time doing it. I don't think anyone's really yelling at anybody. NBA action. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book right now. New customers get $5. I keep saying get. It's like saying San Diego Chargers. They're in LA. It's bet $5. Get $200 in bonus bets. I'm an idiot. All customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place $5 bets on the NBA. You know, this legal copy will probably take the same amount as your free trial. 3 months. Here we go. Ready, everybody? FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA, official partner of 97.1. Here we go. Must be 21 and over to... Wait, I know you're going to... Stop. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I'm actually reading something.
Okay, must be 21 and over in present Michigan. New customer offer.
And?
No. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer. $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Ward Manuel's a Ross grad. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NBA League Pass local blackout restrictions apply.
My experience is my friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you.
Yeah, but did you play?
Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies so you can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them, they come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. 833-WINS-BIG. You tell them Rico sent you.
Hatchet, give me a few of the ticket texts. We'll get to the callers. Loaded phone lines as we meander our way through the Michigan scandal and kind of are reaching, what will happen phase. NCAA is here, according to Pete Thamel. They are interviewing members of Jim Harbaugh's staff. Washington Post article makes it sound pretty damning that staffers knew. Whether Harbaugh did or not, I've never really concerned myself with because my good friend Glenn Bo Schembechler told me it doesn't matter if you knew. So I'm just going with it. I'm a huge fan of Bo's Lasting Lessons on Leadership. Fabulous book if you pick it up.
I'll just read this here. Someone's asking a question. It says, I think attending games in person to scout is against the rules, correct? Regardless of videotaping. Is this true?
No, it's the recording. Look, it would be ridiculous of me to pitch a fit because you sent your Nona Gia to Ohio State to watch a game.
And they came back and said, hey, you want to watch that Marvin Harrison Jr.? He's pretty
Maserati.
good.
Imagine your Nona comes home just screaming Maserati. So
who's Maserati?
Okay, thank you. But when you're recording it, then you are uploading the recordings to the cloud on the line. And then you are syncing up those recordings to the game, play by play, to then catalog, study, and code break. And you're doing it in continuum with your opponents to then go into game week seeing every adjustment they've ever made that season. You're able to then still, as Brian McKnight once said, end up back at one. You're cheating.
It is. It's the difference in if you go to sit at a blackjack table and you have your own rules. You split tens. You hold on this number.
Well, are you a pro blackjack player?
What's your experience?
Yeah.
Or you count cards. There's a difference. Okay, I'm going in there, and when this happens, I'll split these tens.
Well, are you a card counter? Because you can't talk about that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, good talk.
Just trying to help people out.
Ben in Southgate says, I'm surprised Jimmy still has a job. He needs to get fired ASAP. He's been nothing but a headache since he got here.
He may be a headache, but he's bringing you success. So you know what happens? You put up with it.
Look,
it's just like in any relationship. The more you get out of it, the more you'll take.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but in many ways, it depends on your persuasion politically. He's a presidential candidate. He knows his base. He puts that chum in the water. He knows what's up.
Pick up the phone.
No, I'm saying whether you're left, right, center, like people go all out for their candidate. The candidate gives them what they want to get the vote. Jim has the pulse of his people. He knows.
And
he does.
Did you hear Jim say it's a nervous bird? I mean, they love that stuff.
And he plays, so he has experience.
Ooh, Jim. Ooh.
He played. He has experience.
All right, let's listen. I don't think he's going to be here next year, regardless of what happens. He is not going to put up with the NCAA over his head again. He may not have a choice. I think the fact, look, have Ward and him been in the same room outside of slandering MSU's players?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do they like each other?
I don't think so.
He's a Ross grad. The point is, if you know the guy's leaving anyways, then just give him a little push in the kidneys.
Okay, but I don't know.
They can still win it all.
Look, I don't do interviews with Jim, but I will say this. I'm starting to wonder, Mike. If you're Harbaugh, we always say, he's going to leave. This is going to push him out the door. This may actually make him stay.
Oh, double down?
Yeah.
Double birds in the air?
I need to show you I'll go the whole season, and I'll still win with Orgy at quarterback, and we're going to still win the Big Ten.
Okay.
Now what do you got to say, Big Ten? Now what do you have to say, NCAA? I could easily see him. You're not going to run me out of town. I was about to leave, but he, it's like a dramatic scene in a movie. He just drops his briefcase at the door.
I like it.
Looks up, turns around, and says, "No."
No, I like it because then if he's around next year, it gives Urban a chance to go to Ann Arbor and beat him.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. I need at least one more shot against Jim when we have a functioning team. I need one more. Who am I kidding?
You never know, man.
That's all right. I'm just
you know what?
Just gonna hire Danny Enos and be happy.
I heard he's available.
Yeah. Talk about a Tech Mobile playbook.
Oh, we just go get Central's coach.
Oh, McElwain?
Yeah.
Coach Mac. Fun fact.
All the goldfish you can eat, Jim.
Cookies told me he lives in a barn.
Sure, why not?
I'm serious.
I thought it was an aquarium.
Oh, okay. That wasn't him. Go to James, 97.1. James, I'm sorry about that. Welcome. What's going on?
Man loves his fish.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, James.
Jeez. No, so I just want, the Rico question there, and Mike, you kind of jumped on it there too. Should we give up Jim, try to go in without him, whatever, and avoid any serious punishments? And I say no for a couple of reasons. First off, I do think they have a legit shot at the Natty. Penn State didn't look very good against Ohio State. Ohio State's not as explosive. Georgia's vulnerable. No Brock Bowers. I think we got a legit shot. I don't think the playoff committee, Big Ten, NCAA, nothing's going to happen before the end of this year. So it makes no sense to offer up Harbaugh and miss out on that chance at a Natty. But the other reason you don't offer him up, it's not going to be, I don't believe anyway, that severe of penalties, really. I mean, there's a lot that's being leaked day to day, right? Seems very strategic. That's why I think you see the NCAA acting quickly. They know they got to respond and have a voice, because right now the NCAA is absent, right? Michigan can't say anything. It's these leaks. But, you want to talk about sources a bit. You got to ask yourself, why the Washington Post? Why did they have the article? Why that author? Look into that journalist, right? He was writing for student paper at Boston College, same time writing for sports, same time Ryan Day was there as a grad assistant. Now you have a lot of sources, Michigan sources, the same people who earlier today said NCAA was on campus before. Pete Fan will confirm. It's being suggested now Ryan Day has hired a PI firm, and they may have obtained that information from Michigan computers illegally. Look at the 2011 investigation into Miami with Shapiro. They couldn't continue the investigation because they had illegally obtained evidence. So I'm waiting to see what actually gets confirmed by the NCAA. I got to admit, the optics look terrible, right? What advantage did it play? I don't know. We'll look at 2021 Ohio State second half. We ran the ball every single play. They couldn't stop. So I don't think it mattered then.
Well, James, listen, you've solved the entire caper. It's nice and convenient. And,
I didn't say I solved it. I'm just saying.
No, you solved it. I mean, the writer's a scumbag, and he knows Ryan Day. And
everything we're talking here is conjecture, right? So nothing's been confirmed by the NCAA.
No, James. It's interesting. It's a little bit of a stretch, but you know what?
Well, I'm saying, why the Washington Post, out of all the media outlets out there, why would the Washington Post get that article?
Because they got it. Because the writers got it out to get you, and he's Day's puppet, whatever you like. You know what? He's Day's puppet the same way the Detroit media is Jim Harbaugh's. We'll just call it even, James.
Well, I'm just saying, but you make that same assertion with Michael Rosenberg because he went to U of M, even though he was the one that broke the stretch case story under Rich Rod.
Yeah, because Rich Rod was not a Michigan man, and half the school didn't want him there. He was actually helping the school with that.
Okay,
he actually came out with a story today saying that
right, we're on the wait and see phase, right? I'm saying, and at the end of the day, when this all gets said and done, you're talking about, okay, Stallions is gone, fine. There's going to be a fine. Jim's going to serve a suspension if he's around for it next year. Not convinced he will be.
I agree there.
I don't. And if you look 2 years ago, the NCAA asked the Rules Committee to take this rule out. That's another reason why I don't think the punishments are going to be that severe.
James. Okay, you're done because you won't shut up. God, you're an annoyance. Now, my turn. I don't care about 90% of what you're saying. You're cheaters. That's what this is about. We know the NCAA can't do what they used to do, but they're on your campus. You want to go with the fact that this writer at WAPO went to the same school as Ryan Day? I don't care. Do whatever you need.
And that Ryan Day.
No, do whatever you need. I don't care.
Hacked the and got the information.
Sure, done. We've solved it. Calling Dick Tracy. You cheated. Oh, but we ran the ball. I didn't realize that code breaking only impacted passing plays. I didn't realize that it had no impact on your defense. Dude, you cheated. Like, just end it. I mean, what are we doing here, man? I mean, James, you can do whatever you like. It's well proven the media is in Michigan's pocket. Oh, well, you said this about Rosie. Yeah, I did. Because he wrote a nonsensical article about, well, coaches don't really know what's going on.
No, it's a myth to think that coaches know everything that's going on. You're like, are you kidding me? They know try walking into a building, the coach, who's this guy? Why is he here?
So here's what we're going to arrive at. You cheated. Nothing's going to happen. Go blue. Good. Don't waste my time. All right. Comer and Cross. It's a lot easier to get a new Comer and Cross garage floor for the winter. They install it all winter long, but they do it in one day. Use the new Comer and Cross garage floor. You're never going to go back. You're going to, bottom line, when you get a Comer and Cross garage floor, you're going to gain about 500 square feet of finished space to use all winter long. Your garage floor, stained, cracked, concrete, that ends. That never happens again. And they move this stuff out for you, and they'll store it for you. Comer and Cross right now. You call them, they're going to give you a guaranteed installation before the holiday. 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or you go to comerandcrossgarage.com.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. The Red Wings look to extend their point streak to 7 games tonight. They play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat, he'll be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness the last couple days. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Lions were back on the practice field today, preparing for their Monday Night Football showdown with the Raiders. Detroit, an 8.5-point favorite over Vegas. And Thursday Night Football tonight, the Bills 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on our sister station, the Bet 1270. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, you know what we're talking about? More and more just keeps coming out with Michigan. The question I asked was very simple. If you're a Wolverines fan, because I do think that Ward Manuel will probably do something before the NCAA, before the Big Ten, and before the College Football Playoff Committee. I don't know anything. It's just speculation, just us talking. Would you take Ward just sacrificing this year, but you get to keep the last 2 years and you get to keep all future years? Or don't care, move forward. You can win it all this year. It all gets taken away from you the last 3 years, plus you're on a bowl ban for the next season. But you ended up with the Natty this year. 248-539-9797. David, a couple ticket texts before we get to the phone line.
Yeah, we're getting some intelligent texts now. As a Michigan fan,
I'm a little busy right now.
I cannot believe how far their heads are buried in the sand. They cheated. They now have the evidence. They have released some of the evidence already, and these fans still think they did nothing wrong.
Well, and again, like, I don't think I can be more fair. You got one of the best teams in America. I sure as hell don't think the NCAA is going to stop you from playing for it all. And we're not at a point where the Big Ten or CFP will react. We don't know what the reaction will be. This thing is unfolding day by day. But to act like you didn't cheat, that's just crazy to me. Just own it. Like, what the hell, man? Like, Barry Bonds didn't need to do it either, but he did it.
Someone says, this is what us Michigan fans wanted. We wanted to be Alabama at all costs, and I will gladly take the criticism and controversy if it leads to winning. This is much better than 08 to 2019. Well, he's honest.
If you're honest, respect.
Right. I got no problem with that. Heck, once again, if Urban Meyer came to Michigan State and brought them a title in the next 3 years and then they had to vacate it,
your memories will still be there.
Hey, I still got the photos.
Stallions was not at the games. A random person he bought tickets for was. Come on, guys. This is nothing. Okay. Now we have the unintelligent.
No, we're not. It's already being shown he was at some of these games. Guys, please.
And random person.
Stop. Just let some of it go.
Payroll. They had a budget for this. This is not something that you just call up your buddy and say, hey, last second, but I got gifted 2 tickets and I can't go to the game. You want to go?
Plus, I'm sorry. And by the way, guys, like, some of this is showing he had interns for the football program going to these games. So, I mean, just come on. Can you just let some of it go now? Good Lord.
This one's for you, Rico. You brought up what Jim Harbaugh would do. He says, yeah, Jim Harbaugh does the Wolf of Wall Street scene.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I ain't leaving.
You know what? You got to go. I ain't leaving.
Okay, let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Saw you guys in Vegas last year. It was awesome.
Oh, thanks, man.
So I want to preface that I'm an Ohio State grad, and I know that Michigan fans will probably think I'm unemployed, but I have a lot of time. So
wow.
But I have a lot of time. I'm just laughing at all this because the optics are so bad that even if Michigan does win the national title, there's going to be an asterisk. You cheated. Just like I laugh when they talk about 1997 and their national title. I was like, well, you also shared it with Nebraska. So I'm just laughing to the bank and loving all this.
So here's my question. As an OSU fan, now that you've seen it, I know you're going to be predisposed to say, well, that's why they beat us. But I mean, look, as State fans, we think we saw some irregularities when they played us. But, like, watching this unfold, Ryan, how much of an advantage do you believe they had?
I would like to say it's like in Tecmo Bowl when you look at the other team, the other players' controllers. I don't think it's that much. Does it help? Absolutely. But the big telling numbers of what you guys already discussed was those second half Vegas numbers. And wow, I didn't realize that. But wow, is that telling?
And again, it's a talking point. Could it be totally unrelated? Sure. But it is damning because, again, look, right now, I think, what are they, 18-5, their last 23 against the number? I mean, that's a 77% rate on the biggest brand in America, the biggest public team in America.
Yeah. And
like, that's Vegas doesn't take kindly to stuff like that.
Well, yeah, and their last 3 times they did not get it was the 3 non-conference opponents, I believe, this year.
Oh, you're right. They did. Well, yeah, because you wouldn't be scouting.
You didn't scout UNLV.
Poor East Carolina's only win is over Gardner-Webb. You're wasting a plane ticket there.
And maybe that's why we all thought, man, this team just doesn't seem right. They're just not playing like Michigan. And all of a sudden the Big Ten started, and they started playing like Michigan again.
Yeah. Let's go to Derek, 97.1. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? I'm not a Michigan grad, but I got all the time in the world to annihilate the interior opposition here, praying for our demise. A couple points. First, if this is so egregious and not conspiratorial, how come you guys haven't brought up the booster that Bacon was reporting about, that as soon as he became the infractions committee director or whatever, or involved with the committee, then the Burgergate came into fruition. And then he just has a total vendetta against Harbaugh. I mean, that speaks volumes about how egregious.
Hold on. So you're referring to Jim Stapleton. I'm familiar because Costa keeps me abreast of some social media stuff. But what I was told is John doesn't have time to write about this because he's writing a book on the Edmund Fitzgerald. So which is it?
Yeah, I don't know, but that seems pretty wild to me. And
listen, maybe Jim Stapleton is some overlord. I don't know.
But Stapleton did come out in a statement and basically said the explanations has become necessary as a result of claims made by John Bacon, an Ann Arbor-based writer, in quotes, concerning my alleged involvement in all the latest issue, but also uninformed, ignorant statements he has made previously, in my involvement in the case of the Committee of Infractions is continuing to examine with respect to allegations of COVID period recruiting violations. And he basically just goes on and on to say Bacon has no idea what he's talking about.
So pure coincidence that guy gets on the infractions.
Look, I don't know, but here's the thing. I mean, Jim has made some enemies. Is this guy his enemy? I don't know. I don't care. I guess, Derek, I'm past the part of why. I'm dealing on what is. You're still going to get to...
My second point, as far as what is, I understand you guys are saying, it's not a court of law, it's the NCAA, they're going to punish based on the theoretical context. But if our douchebag liberal admins have any backbone, this thing ends up in court. And in court, it says that you can't have a paid staff member at the game, which there wasn't.
Yeah, except he was. Derek, you got to keep up on this. These reports coming out are saying he attended some of these games personally.
And here's the other thing.
And I agree with you that you will turn around and sue them.
Yeah.
But you just, man.
Tickets bought in his name, and they can pull up the surveillance video and see who's sitting in the seats and match up the face with the photo that you have on your Michigan website. It's not that difficult.
248-539-9797. When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, slip and fall, David Femininio, the guy you need to call. I've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve, and he won't take a fee until you get paid. If you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getpaid.com.
All right, you guys want to talk about this, so we will. David, 1 or 2 ticket texts. We're going to jump back into the phone lines.
Michigan fan here. They have no integrity. If they get a natty, they cheated to get it. I'm done. Eric in a yellow van. Someone else says, as a Michigan fan, it's all about this year. Losing a lot of starters in Harbaugh next year anyways, just feel like we have to survive the year.
See, I'm just really starting to believe, I don't think you're going to be losing Harbaugh. Because if this goes bad, Jim Harbaugh doesn't walk away in disgrace like this. He burns it down, which means I got to come back, middle finger. As a matter of fact, that may be the play call, middle finger, that he says. Middle finger, NCAA. And the quarterback repeats it over and over again as they drive down the field. What's that play called? Middle finger. That's Jim.
Well, you talk about burn it all down. Someone just sent this text in. I think James Harden and Jim Harbaugh are the same thing. They both burn it all down.
I could easily see that. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Who's been holding the longest? That would be Dave. Dave, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, hi guys.
What's up, David?
Long-time listener. First, I got to say, you guys have been, especially Mike, incredibly fair on the coverage of Mel Tucker, which I appreciate. But I'm a Michigan and Ross grad, double whammy. But I think
you got time for us?
Yeah, I got plenty of time for you guys. Harbaugh's got to go. I mean, you're talking about the irony of WAPO breaking the story. 50 years ago, WAPO broke another big story called Watergate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay to
Before you
have
guys were born.
I'm okay to have a little fun. Like the guy calls up and goes, "Yeah, this guy went to school with Ryan Day." All right, maybe that's the case, but I'm not going to take away from did you do it or did you not?
Yeah,
Well, here's the analogy. 50 years ago, Richard Nixon had his guys break into Watergate to steal his opponent's signs and signals. True story. Big deal? No, he still beat his opponent in a landslide. He didn't need to do it. Probably would have been a misdemeanor, gone away. It was the cover-up that forced him to resign.
Crime is always worse than the cover-up.
Cover-up's worse than the crime.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
And did he need to do this? No, probably not. Did he feel he could get away with it? Yeah, probably so. I think it's time for him to go. We just don't need the taint. We got a good program.
You got a great program.
I don't think he's going to put up with the NCAA and all the rules and regulations. I think he'll try and go all the way this year. Then he's out of here. He says, I'm done with this. That's fine. We're kind of done with you too, Harbaugh. So why don't you take it, your rule violations, and move on and go back to the NFL or something. But you guys are straight on both schools, and I appreciate it.
Well, thanks, Dave. I mean, we try. I mean, like I said, I don't have to like somebody to respect them. I mean, I respect the hell out of what you've done on the football field.
And
but
that
if you had an advantage, I don't know how I can sit here and say, oh, well, it's a nothing burger. It's not.
But it goes to, you've seen it so many times. And it's funny that he brought up the Watergate thing. Yeah, Nixon was going to win regardless. But he still went in there to try to get the information on his opponent. You have a team that's good enough to beat everybody, especially in this year of college football. There's no dominant team in the SEC. You didn't need it, but great teams and great people and great athletes always want that extra edge. They do that. Now, some do it where they'll go in the gym and they'll shoot an extra 1,000 free throws or, catch like Amara. I'm going to go out and catch 200 balls after practice to be better. And then others use other means to get that extra leverage, like, Roger Clemens dipping his hands in rice.
I think he would. You know what? I'm letting it go.
He's in the box.
Jesus. Good Lord. Let's go to Brian, 97.1. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys.
Hey, what's up, B? How you doing?
Doing good. I'm following off of Rico's tinfoil hat theory with the TCU game, and I'm going back a year. Remember Michigan's OC who got raided?
Matt
for
Weiss.
Undisclosed reasons?
Yeah.
And they took his computer and everything?
Yes.
Maybe some of the files that they found there led into the sourcing for this Washington Post and the other guy's article that just came out.
Well, everything that is being reported is that Weiss has absolutely nothing to do with the scouting.
Yeah.
So I can't go there.
Though there is a rather confusing story out right now with Weiss, and I'm still lost. I've reread it 3 times in the commercial break, but I don't think that Weiss's computer had anything to do with this. I get what you're saying, Brian, because you're hearing like, well, it was computer crime, but I don't think that that's what it was.
Yeah, I also haven't seen the article you just mentioned about Weiss yet, so.
No, it's okay. Brian, listen, it's just it's yet another problem they have there. Look, I've made the case. I mean, it's truly stunning when you zoom out. And this is not a defense of Harbaugh. I'm just making a point. The problems in the Michigan Athletic Department under Ward's stewardship are remarkable. And that he still has a job, remarkable, because he's not best friends with the football coach. Depending who you talk to, I don't even think they speak. But you've got multiple programs getting in trouble. You have multiple programs that have cratered. And the football program's phenomenal, and that guy, from the sounds of it, doesn't want anything to do with you. And it is really an incredible thing when you piece it all together. Now, that's not a defensive.
No,
Jim.
it's not. But Mike, I think it's what I've always said. Every other program in Michigan can burn down to the ground and nobody cares so long as football is good. Nobody's watching, nobody's paying attention. When football is bad, then yeah, you hear about the hockey team, the softball team, the basketball team. You hear about all that stuff. Right now, no one cares.
No, and it's not about caring. I'm saying if you want to build out, hey, is Ward the ultimate fall guy? I don't know. Look, here's your issue when you talk about this stuff and why I think Harbaugh, I didn't think this summer he'd be back next year. I don't think this is doing anything to help that. I don't know. I mean, Rico, you know this. I know it. I know Wolverines know it. Like, Jim Harbaugh is a very acquired taste. That school is not 100% behind Jim Harbaugh. There are plenty of people there. Like I understand the whole Stapleton thing came out. It's like, that's a metaphor for the greater thing. There are plenty of people at that school that don't like him or don't like that football program. It's a very bizarre place in that regard. They don't embrace it. There are plenty of people who do. But I just feel like if he was going to leave anyways, is that one of the chips you offer up? I'm not saying you do it. I'm not saying it's in play. But I'm trying to think about how can you get through this where they don't mess with your season and you give yourself the best chance for them not to go back and just dot everything with asterisks. I don't know. I mean, they have a real shot to win the whole thing.
Well, that's what I said. The only way you get through that is you self-impose and you just come out and say, we're willing to sacrifice this, but you stop digging. And anything else that comes out, we're grandfathered in. You cannot punish us for this. If you know that there's going to be more, It's easier to say, we'll take the punishment now. Please, sir, put the laptop down. Stop searching. We're just going to walk away from this. Let's shake hands on this and never speak of this again.
Sounds right. Let's go to Mick, 97.1. Hi, Mick. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Hey. What's up?
So, I am a diehard Michigan Wolverine fan. 53 years old. I've rolled with them forever. With the scandals that's coming out as far as our football team is concerned, there's been a lot with Jim, sorry. And I'm looking at this on two sides of a coin, and it's hard for me because I'm a diehard fan. If you try to claim you had nothing to do with it, me as a fan, as an NCAA representative, whoever you are, tell me how you didn't know this. Because if you didn't know it, how does it help you? What does it do for your team? How do you defend yourself saying, I had nothing to do with it? Well, then, how would it benefit you if you didn't?
Hold on. I want to make sure I'm answering the right question here. Are you asking me, how does it benefit Harbaugh if he doesn't know?
Exactly.
Oh, easy.
So to deny it, I'm asking you, well, if you didn't know, how does it benefit you?
Okay, well, first of all, the benefit, hold on. I want to make sure I'm answering this right. Mick, are you asking me, how does the advantages that this guy was presenting benefit you from a football standpoint? Or are you saying by saying no to the NCAA? What am I answering?
No, I'm saying, how does Jim Harbaugh deny knowing this? Because if you didn't know, where's the benefit?
Well, I mean, the same. Well, first of all, it is already. Well, go ahead. You want to take the lead?
No. I know. I'm saying he's saying, how did Harbaugh say he did not know this?
The same way that he told him he didn't break the rules during COVID. I mean, you could just lie. You could say, well, no. You could say, prove it. He could say plausible deniability. I don't know. Oh, sure, I benefited on the field, but I never asked where the numbers came from. I just thought he was a genius. There are lots of ways you can play it. Now, in the real world, yeah, I'm sorry. This guy was talking to him, talking to his coordinators, and just putting him in. Come on. Come on.
And contrary to popular belief, head coaches do know everything that's going on.
Go ahead.
So,
all right, we'll get more to calls. Take care of some business. 97.1.
Make me proud.
We're going to do this, Rico. The Lions return to the practice field today ahead of their Monday Night Football matchup with the Raiders. Head coach Dan Campbell says Detroit is laser focused on a bounce back, that is. The Lions have released their injury report today, not practicing Jonah Jackson, Benito Jones, David Montgomery, Frank Ragnow, Malcolm Rodriguez also did not practice. Limited practice for Vaitai. The good news, though, Jerry Jacobs was a full practice. The Lions 8.5-point favorites over Vegas. The Red Wings aim to stretch their their point streak to 7 games tonight. They play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat, he'll be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1. It's an off day for the Pistons after yesterday's season-opening loss to Miami. They play the Hornets tomorrow night in Charlotte. The home opener at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night against the Bills. And Thursday night football tonight, the Bills 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff is at 8:15 on our sister station, the Bet 1270. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
.504. Yep, we're talking Jim Harbaugh. We're talking Michigan. We're talking everybody does it. Does everybody
Ross
does
grads.
it? Ross grad. Hey, do you have time for us?
Do you want me to attempt to reset this?
Yeah, go for it.
Also, I'm pretty sure I saw Luke grabbing his update out of the garbage. Did I see that correctly?
You did.
Yeah, having printer problems, so he had to grab the old one from the trash.
Luke, true or false, you were reading a piece of paper that was crumpled 17 times and from the garbage.
Not everything in here was disgusting. There's a water bottle, a tissue box. I have the trash can. It's not too bad.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I'm accurate with what I saw. A true professional. Let me give you the Washington Post piece from last night and then the football scoop piece. And again, I don't think those two things are equal. And the NCAA, according to Pete Thamel, the NCAA is here. They're interviewing your staff, the whole bit. Here's the WAPO report. Sign stealing investigation began after an outside investigative firm approached the NCAA with documents and videos. The firm said it had obtained from computer drives maintained and accessed by multiple Michigan coaches. According to two people familiar with the matter, evidence that suggests the scandal's impact could broaden beyond the suspension of one low-level assistant, which would presumably be Stalions. Stalions played a major role in overseeing and coordinating the sign-stealing efforts. The outside investigation found that, but the firm's evidence suggested he wasn't acting alone. The outside firm did not present evidence directly linking Jim Harbaugh to the sign-stealing operation, according to people with knowledge. Among the pieces of evidence the firm presented was a detailed schedule of Michigan's planned sign-stealing travel for the rest of the season, listing opponent schedules, which game Michigan scouts would attend, and how much money was budgeted for travel and tickets to scout each team. Atop the list, no shock, was OSU, Michigan's top rival in the Big Ten, and scouts plan to attend as many as 8 OSU games. 8. I'll give you my theory on why later. It costing more than $3,000 in travel and tickets. If there's one thing I do question here, by the way, people, I don't know how you're going to 8 OSU games for $3,000. Just throwing that out there. Next on the list was Georgia, a potential opponent in the college football playoff, with 5 games scheduled for in-person scouting and video recording, costing more than $3,000. Again, try going to a Georgia game. In total, Michigan's sign-stealing operation expected to spend more than $15,000 this season, sending scouts to more than 40 games played by 10 opponents. Outside firm presented the NCAA with photographs of people investigators believed to be Michigan scouts in action, including current student interns for the football team. The photos showed these people seated at games of Michigan opponents, aiming their cell phones at the sideline. Days later, the firm told the NCAA that cell phone videos depicting the coaching staffs from these games were uploaded to a computer drive maintained and accessed by Stalions, as well as several other Michigan assistant coaches. Now, the separate thing, and I want to give you a disclaimer, I do not put this on the same level as Washington Post. I'm not trying to slam this website. I'm saying you can't be called Football Scoop and have the same credibility as the Washington Post. Now, if you think the Washington Post is garbage, well, then I guess we're even. But Football Scoop is a coaching search website. They got a very big following. They have gotten some things right here. I will read this to you and encourage you to just do what you want, what you will. Do not take it as gospel. Don't do that. A source with direct knowledge indicated that Michigan may have attempted to assist the opposition of a potential CFP opponent in an effort to disrupt that team's potential path to the playoff. Per multiple sources this week who spoke to Football Scoop on a condition of anonymity, investigators have focused on trying to determine if Stallions, forbidden per NCAA rules from wearing an official coach's headset on the sideline because he was not designated by staff to do so, could potentially have had other means of communicating with Michigan staffers. So the first part of this, we just briefly said, here's what it means. It's everywhere. That the team in question was Tennessee when they played South Carolina. Tennessee was a 22.5-point favorite, and they got their doors blown off by a very mediocre South Carolina team. The thought process that is out there is that you help South Carolina. Now, why would you do it? Well, who's South Carolina's coach? Shane Beamer. Beamer's already been in trouble once before, about 10 years ago, for taking game plans from another team, and he got fined $25,000. Moreover, who's Shane Beamer's defensive coordinator? It's a guy named Clayton White. He was on Harbaugh's staff for 4 years at Stanford. I can't prove any of it, but that's the accusation, and if proof comes of that, then this goes to a different place. That's not the world we're operating in right now. I'm giving it to you because I want you to understand everything that's come out. Where do you go from here with the NCAA in town? I think the idea is Michigan will have to make some kind of offering, if you will, just to pat the NCAA on the head and get them the hell out of the way. Yeah. That's the thought process. So what I've said is, look, Rico, I know you agree with me. The NCAA is not going to step in and take them out of the playoff. It's not going to happen. They don't even work that fast.
No. By the time the NCAA comes up with any type of a review, it will be probably next summer. Well, they'll say, here's the conclusion to our investigation, and we'll be reading this in like June or July. So yeah, they don't move that fast.
Now that they're here today, Pete Thamel said that is a indicator of how they're prioritizing the case. I said since yesterday, if you want to fear something happening this season, it would have to come from the Big Ten Conference, and we explain the disciplines there, or it would have to come from the College Football Playoff Committee. Not saying it will, not saying it should. Here's where we've arrived at. You did some dirt, and it looks awful. And I do believe you gained an advantage. And it's treading on the line of me saying, hey, something should happen this year. But I'm waiting for the rest of this to come out. Now, if some of this other stuff is true, where you're impacting teams you got nothing to do with, God help you if you're doing it for money. Or if you find out you're being funded to do, like, there are ways this could get worse. Mm-hmm. We don't know that yet. But again, it's like as the world turns with this thing, I think where Michigan fan is at, it's where Rico and I would be at if this were our school. Well, no, Rico and I would crush our school and be angry. But we'd also say you just play the year out. You guys arguably have the best team in the country. And you got to just see what happens. I don't know that there's not another way to approach it. You're not going to derail your season now.
But see, it depends. And I'm not saying that they will, but Mike, it does depend on what the NCAA knows, what they share with Michigan, what they share with Ward Manuel. Because if it's something even more out there, then maybe you're going to keep playing, but maybe you just sacrifice this year so that you don't have something major. So let's just end this now. We're going to tap out and we'll move on. Please stop digging. We don't want further embarrassment to happen to the school.
I have some kind of an update here. Aiden Hutchinson has been asked about it finally. Media was finally allowed to talk to him. It's late week this week. And he answered, I think, the way a typical Michigan former player will answer. First says, I didn't have a relationship with him. He's kind of just one of the coaches upstairs that you don't really ever see. So I don't think any of the players really had a relationship with him. But I think this is the one where I think Michigan players will answer. Says they're doing all their investigations and they're coming at Michigan when Michigan's got a shot to win the national championship this year. So I don't know. It is what it is, I guess. The time will pass and people will forget about it and move on once we're the champs again.
I mean, Would you expect him to answer it any other way?
Nope.
And
That's as on brand from that school as it gets.
And I don't know exactly what's going on in Ann Arbor, but this is from a tweet just came out from Angelique.
Is it still called a tweet, even though it's not called Twitter?
I call it Twitter.
Is it called an X? What do you call it?
A statement.
Okay. A missive.
Multiple sources have told me that the NCAA has not yet interviewed any of the Michigan football staff. The coaches attended practice Wednesday and are on the road recruiting. Michigan does not have a game on Saturday. So I don't know.
Pete Thamel says this, she says that.
I don't know. No, they're in town. They just haven't interviewed any of the coaches yet.
What the hell are they doing? Checking out Zingerman's?
It's an overrated sandwich.
Well, the story also said that they're in town, but they are also looking into the computer stuff.
Right.
So that's maybe what they're doing. I don't know.
Oh, God.
So
Okay.
the Matt Weiss stuff, not this.
No, they're actually looking into computers related to the sign stealing investigation.
Okay. So that's everything. We go to you, the people, next. That's your full reset. 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Why? Because you're sitting there, you're listening to us, and you say, you know what? I think I can do that. I want to go on the radio. Or maybe your dream is to go on to television one day, or you're a graphics design artist and you want to be working freelance from your home. Specs at LTU can help you get to your goals. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and the graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. What does that mean? We're not going to waste your time. You're going to hit the ground running. You're going to be learning what it takes to make it in this business. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling at Specs at LTU certificate program today.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They got you covered, man. 24/7, locally owned. 40 years. They're going to back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators in stock, too. And if they don't get to you same day, they're going to take $100 off your next day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, David, actually, you know what? Timeout. Out of respect, I got to put callers before ticket texters. They've been patient.
They have.
A zillion people with a lot to say. We're just going to go right to the people. We're going to go to Gerald, 97.1. What's up, Gerald? How you doing?
Oh, my God. Hello, you guys. I've been listening to this last couple of days. I'm 59 years old. You know, I was born in 64. I was raised in a Michigan household. You know, I'm not a Michigan fan anymore. I'm a fan of another team. I won't get into that. But I tell you something. You know, what's tragic for me is my father was a huge Michigan fan. And I tell you, I was a huge Michigan fan when I was a child. You know, and I tell you, if my father, who's gone now, he would be extremely disappointed in this situation and all this cheating nonsense what's going on. You know, and that's a tragic thing. And I'll tell you something. You know, what's crazy. If I'm Vegas, I would be extremely not happy. I don't know about betting, you know, but whatever. But anyway, you know, what kills me is the cheating of this, and we all know it was cheating. But I tell you and I hope, and this is the thing, I hope that they win the national championship this year, because they would say, see, you could have won it without cheating. Now, that's the thing.
Look, in the end, I mean, Gerald, how do I put it? I mean, I think whatever penalty you're going to pay in optics is going to be more than anything the NCAA is going to be able to do to you. I mean, realistically, look, if you go out, you play, you might have the best team in America. You go out, you play, you win the national title. And then years down the line, the NCAA goes, yeah, you remember that? It didn't count. I mean, you already been through this with the Fab Five. The whole thing you've lost is the ability to ever claim you're better than anybody else, which anybody paying attention to is a bunch of happy bull junk, as Coach Prime says.
Thank you.
But you're going to be associated with cheating. I mean, it's just what it is. Now, you can make it. Look, you don't get to control other people's reactions. You just handle it yourself. But, yeah, I mean, how do you not say it? And again, what the NCAA ends up doing, they want Harbaugh. They want him bad. But reality is, I didn't think Jim would be here next year anyway. So maybe they get what they want. You end up winning the Natty.
But in all fairness, Mike, Jim didn't think he was going to be here for the last 2 years.
I know.
He tried.
I know.
But see, I think this time he's going to come back and say, nope.
The double down?
You are not going to force me to leave. I'm going to show you. And he's going to make his plays the most basic plays, going all the way back to Bo to show I can win just running the ball 3 yards in a cloud of dust. I don't need analytics. I don't need anything.
Well, they can't do it this year.
Well, no, not this year.
Their running game is not nearly as good as it was last year. Now, the quarterback play, look, JJ's good. But
very elusive, makes great throws.
But I got to see it against somebody with a pulse. That's not being disrespectful. It's just reality.
No, right. I mean, Michigan State, they probably get better competition in practice going up against their second teamers.
When Cal Halladay was covering Roman Wilson, you may as well just turn the TV off. Like, how? Right. Where's our sign stealers? How did this happen?
Like, why is Jordan Hall going up against their best receiver? Right. What happened here?
How did this happen?
Why? Jordan, let me talk to you for a second.
What type of videos did we study?
He's wearing a number 1. You don't check him.
Ever.
You check the guys with the big numbers, not number 1, single digit. Oof. No, let him run past you, let the safety get.
Let's go to Rob in Brighton, 97.1. Hi, Rob.
Mike, I gotta hop on this Zoom conference call, man. I'm really kind of busy. I don't know if I can talk to you.
You know what, Rob? I have to tell you this. I never realized that one caller was going to be so popular with every other caller. I was
offended,
fantastic.
Mike. I was so he. What was the point of waiting to be on the phone with you guys? He was obviously someone that has never called the station before. And by the way, how do you know someone went to the Ross School of Business?
Because they let you know
They'll
about
tell you in the first 2
seconds.
sentences. That's how.
Just ask them. They're going to ask you where you went, so you can ask them. Exactly. That is, I wanted to talk about Ward and Jim, but just real quick. You said that guy's, his tone of voice, right? How kind of John is condescending to callers who call in about Michigan. There was a guy this morning who called in and said, Jim Harbaugh has the most integrity out of anybody in the state of Michigan. He was on between 8 and 9 this morning with Stoney and Jansen. That kind of arrogance is why people cannot stand that university and the fan base, because that arrogance, that they feel like they're just a smidge above you, and it just gets under my skin. But like as far as Ward Manuel goes, if there's going to be a fall guy, I think this is the perfect opportunity for the university to cut ties with him, just based on all of the incidences with Juwan and Harbaugh and the hockey program. And, it goes on and on, right? They're going to need a fall guy, and I could definitely see it being Ward Manuel. I truly could.
Rob, I'm not going to argue. I don't know any Wolverine that likes Ward. From a fan perspective, I certainly, again, I'm sure there are certain people who do. But yeah, Rob, I just, don't you feel like they've got to give a little bit of something here to move this thing along?
I don't think Jim makes it through the season, guys. I think stuff is going to keep coming out. You're seeing right now with the Weiss story breaking right now on the front page of the Free Press. Stuff is just going worse and worse for Ward. And if there's going to be someone that's going to come out of this, I don't think he makes it.
Yeah, Rob, I can't argue it.
I don't know.
I'm just saying I can't endorse it, but I can't argue it. And Rob, you call all the time. You're very vested in college football. I don't think it's crazy to say that, next year, could you have a new AD? Could you have a new coach? I don't think that's that far-fetched.
I don't think it's far-fetched at all. And also, I totally agree with you guys as far as they need to go all the way this year, because they're going to have a ton of guys drafted this year, 18, 19 guys from what's being projected. You ain't going to have this team every year.
No.
If they're going to go for it all, they have to do it this year.
Yeah, and it's wide open for them. I have never gotten on these airwaves and said that they can't do it. And frankly, it's not, it doesn't matter if he play. I'm saying with Georgia losing Bowers and we don't know if he's coming back, I got to see what Georgia looks like without
There's
Bowers.
no boogeyman in the SEC that everybody's afraid of.
No, Bama's winning, but I don't trust Milroe in a big spot. And defensively, they're not what they normally are.
See, this is the year you want to beat Bama for a national title, because later in the history books,
no one will remember that.
Right.
Yeah,
They'll just say, we beat Bama. Did you? Real quick. Maybe I was wrong. So there's another X statement, whatever, from the Associated Press, Larry Lage. Apparently, the NCAA investigators have interviewed members.
And Nicole Auerbach is also saying
of the Michigan.
So
Jim
everyone
Harbaugh
says
staff.
they've interviewed the staff, and one person says they haven't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's more likely to be true? That's the only way I can play it.
The
I don't
Michigan
know.
media is on their Zoom now to get the message.
So yeah, I'm just.
Oh my!
Yeah, I'm just.
They're crafting it right now.
Right. So yeah, according to Larry Lage from the Associated Press,
and he's a knight, isn't he?
He is. He's got that Knight grant.
Yeah, he went over to Oxford, right?
Yeah, and I think he also he taught a course there.
My
Yeah,
goodness,
he's big time.
Got a big brain on Larry. How about that? 248-539-9797.
He can speak 2 languages.
Can he?
Yeah. Sign language.
For real?
You didn't know that?
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Fabulous. The more you know.
Very
Cue
fluent.
up the NBC star, the more you know.
Very fluent in sign language.
All right.
I'm done.
All right.
Tired of
Paulson's
teaching you
audio
hyenas
video.
something.
It's simple. You could spend a boatload to go to Monday night's game, or you can go to Paulson's. 65-inch 4K OLED TV starting at $17.99. Listen, 1 game, 10 years? You tell me. Bottom line, Paulson's, the best in class. PaulsonsAV.com. You can look at their stock list, and their prices are always as low or lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy. They also have a huge event coming up, the Audio Elegance Night of Music. Why would they have that? Well, because they have more speakers and home theater products than anyone. November 2nd, 5 to 8, all the reps will be there. Great prices, food, drinks, and maybe you walk out of there with a new piece for the man cave. Visit the events page, paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com.
Brought to you by Windschuler's Cheese Spread and Snack Chips. The Lions have released their injury report from practice today. David Montgomery, Jonah Jackson, Frank Ragnow, Malcolm Rodriguez, and Benito Jones did not participate. Time was limited, and Jerry Jacobs was a full participant. Detroit, an 8.5-point favorite against the Raiders on Monday Night Football. And tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Bills are 9.5-point favorites over the Bucs in Buffalo. Kickoff at 8:15 on the Bet 1270. The Red Wings look to extend their point streak to 7 games tonight. They play the Jets at Little Caesars Arena. Detroit enters the game second to Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. NHL goals leader Alex DeBrincat, he'll be a game-time decision tonight. He's been dealing with an illness the last couple days. Puck drop at 7 o'clock. The pregame show at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
All right, home stretch on a Thursday. Yes, tomorrow we will turn our attention a little bit more to the Leos. I know they have a Monday night game, but we'll try to mix some of that in. TJ will join us.
Prop bets.
Picks. I've grown to like the prop bets. I do.
I try my best.
Will MSU score over under a half point? David, ticket text now since I ignored them basically the last 45 minutes, and I'm sorry.
Chris from Clarkson, I am struggling to find another plausible example of cheating in the NCAA football that would be worse than what U of M did over the past 2 seasons. This is truly bad.
It's, as I like to put it, because people it happens all the time. Yes, you try to decipher your opponent's signals, but what they did was basically what you saw in baseball with the shift in the infield, where they move people over. Does the shift work all the time? No. But 9 times out of 10, it does. Can somebody hit the ball the other way? Absolutely. Can they lay it on a bunt? Yes. But most of the time, they know exactly where you're going to hit the ball. They put 8 people on that side of the field, and you're just dead to rights. You can't get the ball through the infield.
I'm still just mad I didn't bet Michigan laying 3.5 to OSU in the futures market. Now it's 6.5. Damn it. I still like them at 6.5. I don't think this noise affects the kids.
No.
I don't think this noise affects that Kyle McCord is not very good.
No, but I do.
Uh-oh.
See, no. This is one where I would simply say I would pass because because it came out that the guy from the Washington Post knew Ryan Day. I don't know what the psyche is in Columbus about this. I don't know how angry, how motivated they are.
If you're not motivated,
well, they don't have a quarterback.
Look, he's not horrific.
Okay, he's not horrible.
But
David,
going into that game, here's the deal. If this thing boils down to OSU averaging 3.7 a carry and Michigan's running game is not that great, let's give OSU some credit. Let's say OSU stands in against the run.
Right.
It's JJ versus McCord. I'll take JJ all day, every day, and twice on Sunday.
No. JJ's making all the throws. The reason why I'm not saying McCord is bad, he's just off on the timing. The throws are there, but he's either overthrowing, underthrowing, or Maserati just flat out drops the pass.
Why is that a thing?
No. So that's what I'm saying.
I want him to punch McCord, though, when he doesn't get the ball next week.
No, where Drew Aller, I understand what you're saying, doesn't look that great. But McCord's the plays are there. They're just not connecting, if that makes sense.
No one calls him that.
I'm sure his mother doesn't. Hey, Maserati.
Okay, let's go to Paul.
Marvin and Maserati.
Paulie, what's up, buddy? And Paul. No? Okay, then we'll keep it moving. I got to move somebody up.
Okay.
There are certain people who have called for a prolonged period of time.
Okay.
That are
royalty?
They are.
Okay.
And we don't always get along.
But I already know where you're going.
I respect it, and I do almost view him as an official representative of the University of Michigan.
You know what? I'll take the next few minutes off.
Now, I would like to welcome Bishop back into the fold. Truly a magical day when you call. How are you?
Michael, and Rico. Rico, all I can think about is the Reverend Dr. Leslie Beard of the Pine Grove Baptist Church on Electric Street in Southwest Detroit. How are you, sir?
I know him, as a matter of fact. So go ahead.
I know you do. Listen, guys, I'll spare you all of my recap, but here's where I think this is going to go. Really quickly, nothing of substance will happen to Michigan out of all of this. No matter what comes out today or any other day. This is where the strength of the university and its advocates comes into play, and you know what I mean. Take Michigan versus any other school that faces adversity. I don't know, a Michigan State or a Fresno State or any other school of that ilk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you look and you see how they circle their wagons and how they protect the brand. So, Michael, you must agree, this is going to end up a lot better for Michigan in the long run than anything that's happening at any other school, i.e., Mel Tucker and all the Bishop antics that are happening.
I would never argue otherwise. I still have no belief that the NCAA – look, this is, to me, Bishop, reality. This is the only year that matters. Right here, right now. This is one of the best teams you've ever had. It's right here, right now. No, I don't think anyone's going to step in there.
And no. And Bishop, real quick, the only thing with this is you're going to see Michigan and the NCAA just try to out-petty each other. They're both motivated to take the other down. That's the only difference.
Let me go a step further and talk about our friendly Big Ten. Listen, they're not going to do anything. Do you really think about this as a business perspective, right? Are you going to mess with the cash cow? You've only got one other one in this league? Absolutely not. I don't think they're dumb enough to mess with Michigan in this season or any other time based upon something preliminary and it doesn't come through the NCAA. They're not crazy. They're not going to do it.
Now, let's do this. Now, Bishop, all I want to say, and you know this, you've listened for a long time. We don't always have to get along, but I think we see each other's point of view. Bishop, there's what will happen and what should happen, and you know I play in both ponds, so you understand that. Like I you know why people that are not in the Go Blue sphere don't take kindly to this.
Absolutely, Mike. Can I add this last thing? Listen, I think this is a very transformative moment in that this is going to change the landscape of how teams now cheat, or they will have to innovate in order to get that edge. I'll say this last little thing. Just move to the freaking headset and put the speaker in there just do it.
I agree.
Just do it.
I agree.
I
just thought of something.
I think the only problem, Bishop, is they got to change the helmet suppliers.
And that's okay. We'll get it taken care of. Bishop, you have just given me an idea.
Okay.
Much in the way that they invented the night game, and they had a patch for it, Michigan could now say, we invented scouting. And they'll have like a little headset on the Jumpman.
Oh.
Transformative since what year was the university founded? 1835.
It's the beginning of time.
Right. Transformative since Christ.
I want the patch saying, I graduated from the Ross School.
Is that going to be our favorite caller of the year?
It may. I don't know. We've had a few. This has brought out some great callers this week from the.
And I'm going to say this.
Oh my God.
I'm probably jinxing myself. I think it's been peaceful. I think primarily we've had a good time with it. I don't have to like it, but I'm not creating doomsday. I'm not.
No. Because
we've angered Kenny. Hold on. What's wrong?
Why would you say that? You've officially jinxed it. Now it's all downhill from here, man.
I think what has happened
dude.
is, more people are starting to see that there is actually something to see here. It went from, no, you guys are making this up.
Only one man doesn't.
And now you're just getting the fringe people who want to defend, and what about this, and who gave you the information, and what color socks were they wearing? It doesn't matter.
Now, it can all...
There's been no insults. There's just been good conversation.
No. We're fine. I would say it can change quick. And I don't think this thing is over by a long shot. But I'm with Bishop on this, and I think you are too. The NCAA works so slow. I don't see it. And again, saying, well, they're not going to hurt the cash cow. While I cannot argue that doesn't mean I have to agree with it.
It doesn't. And that's why I said
because we are here to have a level of integrity, of balance of competition. This is active cheating. See, you know what my problem is? How do I tell Penn State it's going to be on the level when they play in a couple weeks?
You can't.
So then, politely, respectfully, as another host at this place would say, then what the F are we doing? See, that's what I can't reconcile for like, well, they're going to play and whatever. I mean, my life doesn't change.
Well, that's why I say I think deep down the NCAA and the College Football Playoff Committee and the Big Ten secretly, they just want Michigan to lose. So
it takes care of itself.
We don't have to worry about this. We don't have to level. That's why, to me, Ward Manuel, door number 4 is the only thing that would derail this season. That Ward says, I'm going to sacrifice because I want everything to stop. I don't want you digging anymore. Here's what we'll offer. We'll take this deal. Just like this year. He didn't have to suspend the coaches. They could have, Harbaugh could have coached. They did that. That was self-imposed.
He kind of did.
What?
He coached Monday through Friday and then went golfing on
right,
Saturday.
But it was
the
illusion that Jim is at his little kid's little league football game.
Privilege. Listen, the NBA, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. New customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets, guaranteed. All customers 3 months of NBA League Pass as well. Chance to see Wemby. I was impressed, even though the referees took him out of the game. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. You bet the 5, you get the 200 plus the NBA League Pass. Must be 21 and up, present Michigan. New customer offer, first online real money wager only. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 wager requirement. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms for both offers. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
Jason, I'm going to give you the last word on this. You're on 97.1.
Jason.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Hey, first of all, I'd like to say thanks for letting me come on the Mike and the other guy's show. I really appreciate it.
The guy appreciates you, too.
Rico, I love you, man. I'm just kidding. No, you guys have been amazing. First of all, I'm the one guy that Mike says doesn't exist. I'm a huge Michigan State basketball fan and a big Michigan football fan. So,
no.
Schools. I really don't have any skin in the game. But guys, real quick, I don't know if I can get that music when you get like a breaking story. Could you guys do that for me?
Yeah, we can do it. Here.
Sweet. This just came in from Bayless and two other guys who I don't know, but it just said that the NCAA is in now. Some information from the NCAA sources, and it sounds like they are after one thing where the buck stops. There is no proof the coaches accessed the hard drive. The Washington Post reported the other day, but the team should be able to finish out the year and play the year. And to be clear, this was going into the meeting, so they don't know anything beyond that. But that just came in from Bayless.
No, I mean, Jason, I think that's everything we've been saying is it was never going to be the NCAA who was going to dive bomb in and cut a season off. There's no precedent. They've never done it. So, no, I outlined it yesterday. I think you've got other people you would worry about. Not worry. You would just have to consider is Big Ten Conference and the CFP. But the NCAA, they work so slow. Mm-hmm. Now, they could retroactively make your life hell, but that's not been the conversation, which is you just go and play. And you better get it done, because if you don't, everything's up in the air. If you don't get it done now either, it's a really good football team. And it's in a year where I think this thing is absolutely wide open. And Kenny's not here now. Kenny is, I don't know if he's in stall number 3 or what it is. Georgia didn't look that sweet with Bowers, and now without him, I got to be honest.
Well, it's also the year where you don't have to play multiple people to get to the championship game. You only got to play one team, win that game, and you're in the championship game. Starting next year.
Are you giving a BOGO coupon?
No.
Oh, I thought you meant, Penn State doesn't count. You just play OSU. You're
no,
talking
I'm
the
talking
playoff.
About the playoffs, yes.
Although
I don't think Penn State counts anymore.
Penn State with James Franklin?
Yeah.
They don't count.
Penn State with James Franklin does not count.
Because Drew Aller
But I like their defense. Their defense is really good. And if Michigan State can stop Michigan's running game and slow it down, okay. That will be a JJ game, Penn State, because I don't think that they're going to be able to run the ball.
What the hell is that?
Yeah. What's going on?
I got a question for you. And
yes, what do you want?
Well, I don't know how to bring it up other than I'm just going to be direct.
Wow. Okay.
This sounds serious.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I was informed by sources you were being a very, very mean man last night.
No. The folks were sparring with me, and I think it's rude if you don't spar back.
Good
now,
Lord.
I could ignore the really, really nasty, mean ones, but the ones that were
They're the most fun, though, aren't
the ones
they?
that were clever mean, I sparred with.
Okay, I was
You're
just
allowed
told.
to do that, right?
I have no comment.
And Mike and Rico, I feel like 3 times a year, Wojo goes on one of these binges. No doubt he's drunk.
No, I was not.
Yeah,
I was working until 11:30 p.m.
It's,
so
it's Gonzaga, it's Kevin Durant, and it's Michigan State.
Rieger, all I know is that everybody kept tagging me in this stuff, and I'm like, nope, not my fight. Nope. Don't care.
Rico was at the Michigan State game.
All I did, they were all egging me on. Bob, where you been? Are you eating your 9th meal of the day? Why aren't you weighing in on this? And all I wrote was, I don't understand why people are begging me to comment on this controversy. I already
You should have just said you were working on your next book.
Yeah. Well, no, I already spoke about Tucker. I didn't need to
Now,
weigh
are
in.
you okay? What are you doing next? Leave me out of it.
We're going to talk about J-Mo. No, we'll
What?
talk about the Michigan. No, we'll talk about.
We have Connor
the
Stallion
Michigan.
slated for 6:30.
Yeah.
He's going to break his silence. He's going to call the show. We're going to
Rieger
get to the
booked
bottom
him.
of everything. Yes, I booked him. I
You
called
know,
up.
yeah, you probably could get him and Tucker. Both got nothing but free time on their hands.
Okay,
He actually has a reading of his manifesto in Ann Arbor later
boy.
today,
No,
so
that's
we're going to
actu-
get it before that.
That's actually a good question. Who will speak publicly first, Connor Stallions or Melvin Tucker?
I'd say,
Wow, that's a good question.
I don't know.
You know what? Probably, well,
Mel's going to want to get another coach.
Tuck's got
Tucker's
$80
going to have
million he's fighting for.
Yeah, Tucker's going to have a lawsuit going on, so he's not going to talk.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
I don't know.
Connor's got a
Stallions
bunker to
might
hide in, so he's not going to
Yeah.
talk.
How about if we just never hear from either again and call it a day?
I'm completely fine with that.
Okay, how about this one? Connor Stallions or Ward Manuel? How about that one?
I'd still put my money on Ward, although I don't know when. But yeah, I would. Speaking.
I might go Connor.
And Ward will let
So,
you
yeah,
know
we're
everything
gonna get
about the volleyball team.
Yeah. We'll get into the Michigan stuff and the little tidbits that keep dribbling out. There's
And
always something.
Don't blame us. We've been well behaved today. It has been a reasonable discourse.
You know how I know we were well behaved? You and Bishop
Why?
didn't even get into it. You guys had a civil phone call.
He was actually well-mannered.
Wait, but Bishop is that kind of arrogant Michigan fan?
He
can
Well, you know what? Bishop
I know that's
probably didn't
redundant.
graduate from the Stephen Ross school.
Okay, we're done. It's
Can
a
you
reference
give
to
me
a
a-
caller.
Of course. Gotta
Before you
mention
guys
that.
leave, can I just ask you what's your experience? Thank you. I just wanted to hear that.
Rieger, you are such a troll.
I really wanted to hear it. I heard it all day. I wanted to have it said to
I'd
me.
rather like I'm a sexy, spicy garlic guy.
I
or
got
whatever
you
it
covered.
is.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
we're out of here.
They were talking about that in the morning
I
today.
know.
Okay, we're done.
We'll pick up from here. We'll take it from here.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.